The mountain here in New South Wales heralds the midway point of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. Bathurst has been a stalwart with the likes of the GT3 Spectacular early every year, which is the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 Hours. 24 teams will compete over the next 6 hours. So far, on our opening 2 rounds at Watkins Glen and Spa-Francorchamps, we've had Genesis Esports and Mitts Racing taking the overall victories. Will it be 3 for 3 here at this 6.213 kilometre circuit? A warm welcome to you all watching on the official Sim Racing GP Racing channel here on Twitch. Don't forget to get involved and use the respective hashtags, hashtag MREC and hashtag SGP. We've got a lot coming up over the next 6 hours. We've also got, just after 6:30 p.m. British Summer Time, we will have our third edition of the Sim Racing GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing. And our guest this evening will be Alpine Esports Matt Bincliffe, who'll be joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Johnny Ashley. But I have to welcome a new name to the commentary roster for round 3, because joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, a very good afternoon. Hello and welcome, Cammy Sturch. How are you?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm really well, thank you. Excited to be here. I'm really excited to see how this the next 6 hours are going to pan out in the sort of the Monaco in the mountains, as it were. Those barriers are going to come up pretty close to the drivers, I imagine. But yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yes, Cammy will be joining us for the first half of the racing coverage. Then we'll be welcoming back our very own Adam Ely for the second half of the racing, which will take us through to tonight. We'll probably be concluding things at around about 9:45 UK time here, but Mount Panorama has been around since 1938, and since the early 1990s it has hosted the Bathurst 12 Hours, which is part of the current Intercontinental GT Challenge. We'll kick off that thing that next year in 2024. But Cammy, from a driver's perspective, the biggest challenges you mentioned about those walls, they are very, very close around this circuit.
Yeah, no doubt this race is not going to be purely decided on qualifying. It's going to come down to the consistency of the drivers, how well they can look after the tyres and look after their cars and not put it into those barriers, because if they just forget themselves a little bit and try and battle too hard through Skyline and the Dipper, they could find themselves coming worse off and having an unscheduled meeting with Mr. Barrier, and that could absolutely spoil their race. They really need to keep their nose clean and keep it sensible until at least they come out of Forest Elbow anyway.
Yep, we're into the final throws here at qualifying. It's a 15-minute qualifying session, and there's some prizes to be given away. We're going to give away 2 participation prizes, 2 per round, to 2 random drivers who will win a Moza Racing HPB handbrake worth around about close to £100 plus the VAT. And there will also be a giveaway to a random stream viewer, and it will be a Moza Racing HGP shifter worth nearly £140 plus VAT. Make sure to put your entries in by typing hashtag MREC in the chat, and that giveaway will go live at 5:35 British Summer Time. That's 6:35 p.m. Central European Summer Time this evening. So we're getting towards the end of qualifying. Times are really, well, we've got quite a few drivers in this race here. We've got 24 teams comprising of 3 drivers apiece. Biggest car representation is Lamborghini, and at the moment Genesis Esports, who lead the point standings, are currently leading the way in qualifying by nearly 0.4 of a second on a 1:59. 0.205. Speeds approaching close to 180 miles an hour down the infamous Conrod Straight that leads into one of the hardest braking zones, I think, in modern day motorsport, Cammy, the Chase.
Yeah, undeniably so. The Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, since its introduction in the last DLC update for Assetto Corsa Competizione, it's really become a firm fan favourite as opposed to the Ferrari 296 and the Porsche 992 that were also part of that pack. And Genesis Esports and Cracked Racing, Invisible Haters, they'll all be just relying on the Lamborghini's brutal power, the top end speed, which is absolutely unmatched by the other, particularly unmatched by the Porsche. But so the other cars, the other drivers are just going to be hoping maybe that the Lamborghinis wear through their tyres a little bit quicker, that maybe the Ferraris can get ahead as they work their way up into the mountains and just keep the Lamborghinis behind. But if those Lamborghinis are able to get ahead and pull away down the straights, then there might not be much that SMP Racing and Mixed Racing can do about it.
Well, the funny thing is the highest recorded top speed, 288 kilometers an hour, and it's by the sole BMW in the field that's currently third in qualifying. Guillaume Hamling for the Cracked Racing Invincible Haters, P3 on a 159.6. That is their top recorded speed, and that's from the 3-litre M twin power turbo flat 6 engine. For those wondering about twin power technology, it means that in the lower revs, when it comes to Hamling is not in a Lamborghini. No, not at all, Blanken. They have switched cars for this round. And one of the beauties about the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP, there is also an opportunity for, if you stay in the same car, what you will have is you will gain more points in the championship by staying in the same car. Genesis Esports, who lead with 448 points after 2 rounds, have just gone quicker again. 1 minute 59.165. We're coming to the final throws in time qualifying. And at the moment, Tarek Adam is currently on the final push lap. And we're going to have a couple of minutes before qualifying concludes, Cammy. But there are quite a few teams that have opted to go into the pits and decided, well, you know what? We've got 6 hours ahead of us. We're not going to win it on the first lap, but we can certainly lose it in the first hour.
That's the golden rule. It's the motorsport, isn't it? You can't win the race in the first corner, but you can certainly lose it. But unfortunately, the first lap, a lot of what happens is out of your control. It doesn't matter how cleanly you think you're taking turn 1. If somebody misses their braking point behind you, or teams go 3 wide, and then they're coming up next to you to make it 4 wide, you can suddenly find yourself in a situation that you can't get out of, and you come off worse for it. So it's a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill in where you're able to position your car strategically in that opening lap, keep out of trouble, and just try to gain some places. And yeah, those barriers are pretty close. So anybody who goes off and makes a mistake, they could be rebounding back into your pathway. So drivers are going to have to be on the alert to do some quick, as they do in Sweden, the moose test, when you have to quickly turn left, right, left to go around a static object in the middle of the road.
Especially if you're in a Volvo that has all the latest safety additions to it as well. But qualifying has come to an end, and Genesis Esports put it on pole position by just over 0.2 of a second ahead of race 2 winners last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, the 777 Mits Racing, remaining in the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, and that will be the front row. They are just having a little bit of a the last few people are just coming across the line, coming out of Murray's Corner. 23 iconic corners around this circuit, including Hell Corner Turn 1. You've then got Quarry Bend after Mountain Straight. Then you've got the Cutting, which is, I think, one of the tightest places in modern day GT3 racing to try and circumnavigate, especially if you're trying to go too wide. That is a proposition where we have seen that people exit stage right or exit stage left into the barriers. Then the iconic duo of sweeping left-handers, Cammy, Sulman and McPhillamy Park. But then you've got Skyline and the Dipper straight afterwards. So you've got a lot of speed coming through into the top part of the circuit, but then coming down, you've really, really got to be on the brakes. You've got to really be on pinpoint precision going through the Skyline, the S's and the Dipper to make sure you get through to Forest Elbow very much unscathed, maybe with a little bit of paint swapping to boot.
Yeah, that is really where you separate the drivers from the gamers. If you can carry the speed and precision down through the S's, 14, 15, 16, and down towards Forest Elbow, you can make up so much time. I'm a quick driver, but this circuit was never in sort of my top 10 favourites, and I would lose bags of time through the dipper because I just didn't have that confidence to be able to throw such a wide car down what feels like a one-way street. It's so narrow when you're going at such speeds. But yeah, hats off to these guys who are able to do these sub 2 minute laps.
Yeah, exactly. And that is going to be crucial. Pace, consistency around this circuit, not putting a foot wrong. We have seen it before in multiple other competitions. I still remember when Sim Racing GP were part of the ADAC Professional Trophy last year. Round 3 was at this circuit. G2 Esports were leading. Someone went off. I think, if I remember correctly, it was at the midpoint of the circuit. And G2 Esports got compromised because the car rolled back, hit them, hit another vehicle as well. But there is your starting grid. We're just under 2.5 minutes away from the start of round 3 of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. Big thank you as always to Moza Racing for their support. They're also powering the Sim Racing GP podcast, which will be just after around about 5:30 UK time this afternoon. So your starting order is as follows. Genesis Esports start from pole position. MITS Racing, their closest competitors, alongside them on the front row. Then Okuni Racing in the 228. That's 2 Lamborghinis in the top 4. Guillaume Hamling for the number 71. Cracked Racing, Invincible Haters, the sole BMW, rounding out the top 4. Christian Deploy in the number 980. That's the Genesis Esports Academy. They'll be running in the Lamborghini. I was being shown that they were in the McLaren, but they obviously might have changed. Nicholas Alvarado in the number 85, Kamikaze Esports. Hopefully they don't banzai up the inside of somebody through the opening lap. I had to get that one in early, Cami. Sorry about that one. 502 Fusion Racing, lining up on the inside of row 4 with the 83, that's Sensible Racing, with the 69 of Heimo Huffers. And then the number 17, that is a random team with Sim Racing Alliance, with one of the jazziest paint jobs on the grid. They complete the top 10. VRT by Sim Racing Accessories, one of the teams making some good showcase of racing at Spa. They'll have the 900 of Onid Camsport alongside them in the Lamborghini 900 and 900 Lamborghini. Then it is the 987 Breaking Point Racing. They have got Alpha Sim Sport in the 486 Porsche alongside the highest well, it looks like we've only got one Porsche on the grid now. We've then got the 453 New Kids Turbo McLaren on the inside of row number 7. Joining them will be the number 40 of RPM Motorsport in there. Looks a bit like the DTM Ferrari 296 that might be currently racing at the Nürburgring this weekend. Then it's the 74 Lamborghini of ADS Esports, followed by the number 79 Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. Richard Pixley looks to be taking the start on that one. Then it is the number 29 car. That's more than likely going to be, I'm not too sure which team that is, but there we go. Tony Richter in the number 16 McLaren. Simrazer starts 20th. Then it's the number 18 McLaren. The number 28 with Conor McDermott behind the wheel. That's the one of the Ferraris on the grid. And then we've got Sean Brewer and Greg Prescott in the number 31. Onid Simhound rookies Lamborghini bringing up the rear of the grid. Hammy, formation lap underway. This is going to be an interesting start, because we're going to see these cars come out of Murray's Corner, turn 23, and blast their way up into Hell Corner, and we have seen it 3-4 abreast at points. These drivers are just going to have to keep cross the T's, dot the I's for, I think, probably at least the first half an hour. Then we'll get into a steady rhythm, and then we'll see how the race unfolds. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you just need the pack to spread out a little bit, so drivers who feel they can make progress, can start to pick people off one by one where they're not in a pack and they're not going to trip over each other. These first opening laps are going to be crucial. The drivers at the front, they might be a little bit nervous because obviously they've got everything to lose. They've put the laps in qualifying, they're at the front, and obviously there is always the risk that those behind could just miss their braking points, could go for a slightly overly opportunistic manoeuvre, and it could all go wrong. And it only takes one touch on your rear quarter to spin you round. You're facing the wrong way, and because everybody's together on the opening lap, you've got no choice but to let everybody go past and then safely rejoin in last place. Hopefully we won't see anything like that. I mean, the best tactic would just be to keep it on the inside and go careful, because if you're on the outside, then somebody could try and stick a nose up the inside of you, and if you don't see them, and drivers sometimes miss that little radar, they have the graphic interface with a radar, if they don't catch sight of another car coming up their inside, they can turn across, close the door a bit early, and it can all go peak-tong.
Yep. 100% agree with you there, Cammy. Air temperature 17 degrees Celsius, track temperature 23 degrees Celsius here at this 6.213 kilometre circuit, just under 3.9 miles. Half of the circuit is occupied by both Mountain and Conrod Straight. This is where we will see the speeds build to pretty much either close to or just slightly over 290 kilometers an hour. The fastest recorded speed so far, 178.56 miles an hour in the qualifying session that just took place. But the biggest thing from this perspective, we've got a 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10 mid-mounted in the Lamborghini. And alongside it, we have got a 6.2 litre naturally aspirated front-mounted V8. This is the battle of the brutes at the front here, Cammy.
Yeah, it really is. Got different philosophies as well. You've got the German Mercedes behind. You've got the Italian, but they're all owned by the VW group, and so there might be some German engineering in there as well. As they come through the chase, and they're getting ready to go green now. They're going side by side, so they're just coming up to the last corner. And I am praying that they keep it all clean. We've got Lamborghinis, Mercedes, and the BMW. And the first McLaren's not until the fourth row of the grid, so it's a very German affair up front.
Indeed it is. It's Lamborghini on pole position, Mercedes alongside, with the BMW on the outside of the second row. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the racing underway here in New South Wales in Australia as the drivers exit the 23rd and final corner. As we get ready, we get steady for the third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship to go green here at Mount Panorama, and the lights are out. We're off and racing. Good start by Genesis Esports, Tarek Adam, Reno Coots in the 777. Mitts Racing Mercedes looks to the outside of held corner initially, but manages to stay and hold station. McDermott down in 22nd has just had a drive-through ping, and so has the 83 car in its own right. That's the leading McLaren, as Tarek Adam has got Reno Coots towards the outside. That's coming down into the exit of Mountain Straight into Quarry Bend. But still, at the moment, we have had a little bit of a drama. Conor McDermott has just had an incident. So has the 980 of Christian Deploy, who rounds out the top five at the moment. But Tarek Adam nicely controlling the start there. Got the run on Reno Coots from Mitts Racing there, Cammy. But look how close they're going to get to the wall. Going through out of Reed Park, into Silliman, down the compression zone, into McPhillamy. And already Tarek Adam has built up at least a 5 to 6 car length lead as they go over the crest here at Skyline.
Yeah, these drivers are pushing very hard from the off. These tyres will not be up to pressure and temperature yet. They're going to have to be a little bit careful. They're not going to be offering optimum grip at this point. It'll be 2 or 3 laps until their tyres are in the top operating window, as it were. They'll be slightly careful, a little bit wary of the curbs. And a couple of drivers with the drive-throughs, I think they were just out of position at the start, or even they may have just been slightly over the opening speed limit. The GUI tells you which speed to keep to. It's 80 kilometers per hour, and if you go over it, you do pick up a drive-through, as they're going to go side by side into the chase. Oh,
Yeah,
we've got one driver who's just shot off there. I think they're just gonna. Oh, and there's another who's not been able to make
yeah,
it.
that was one of the Lamborghinis that has just gone off straight away. We're coming down into a replay here, down Conrod Straight. So to the outside, Guillaume Hamling, and the number 71, Crack Racing Invincible Haters BMW gets a little bit of a touch. That might have been from the Genesis Esports Academy car to its immediate left-hand side. And that would be the 980. So, and coming down into the chase, the 6th gear full chat. Oh, yes.
Ooh.
That was a big hit round at the back. That might have been Brandon Chan in the number 17 car, the random sim team with Racing Alliance, as the number 85 with Kamikaze Esports. That was the car that actually went off at the chase. So, well, hang on a second. There is a car that is in the pits. That's Conor McDermott in the number 28 Ferrari. But yeah, that just goes to show that coming down into the chase, you are literally on the limits of adhesion. I would imagine that that incident might be investigated by race control. If we do have any information on that, we will let you know on any penalties that have been issued. You'll also see them showing up on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screens. But yeah, the first couple of laps, well, lap 1 did have some drama in it, and we did say about this, Cabby, that you've really got to sort of pick your moments. And the 980 Genesis Esports looks like someone's a little bit slow coming out of Quarry Bend here on lap 2. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show. Oh, Richard Pixley's in the barriers. That's the 79 that's gone off. Pixley's into the barriers hard on the right-hand side. And that was coming through Skyline. He lost the back end, and the McLaren went spiralling into the barrier on the right-hand side. That's going to be significant damage there for the 79 crew. Richard Pixley, that has not been the best start that he wanted, and neither did the team want that.
No, I think it was more skill, more luck than anything else that he was able to keep the car pointing in the right direction, just sort of rebounded like a pinball off that wall. As we've got the 2 Ferraris, they're going to go side by side. He's caught the curb, unsettled the car a little bit. He's kept his foot in, but he is on the outside, and he's going to have to relinquish that position. So that in 10th place. But yeah, you had the pile-up at Quarry Bend, and I think it was one of the Lamborghinis, the light blue Lamborghini, who, after causing the collision at the chase, they had some damage and they understeered at Quarry Bend, and that might have started the pile-up further down as Wild Things come into the pits now, and no doubt we'll see how much time they're going to have to sit there stationary repairing the damage.
Oh, Hybo Huffers looks to be in the pits. Marvin Helgett behind the wheel of that car. There is the number 900. That is the Owner Cam Sport car, currently piloted by Daniel Hearn in the 900. They've had a really solid run at the moment. They're up to P8 at the minute. Gunisu for the number 83 crew. Sensible Racing has still got a drive through, has yet to serve that. We'll have to come in at the back end of this lap. Reno Coots, in the meantime, trying to close in on Genesis Esports. Tarek Adam for the race lead as they come through McPhillamy into Skyline, down the hill. Now, this is where you've really got to have some poise and some precision here, Cammy, because you're downshifting. You're trying to carry the momentum through the corners, and these walls are really close.
Yeah, and you're trying not to lock a wheel as well. If you lock up, then your car's just going to travel in a straight line when you're braking, and there is no space for error. But that Mercedes can happily sit behind in second place, comfortable, and if they feel they've got the pace through the bend and in the mountain, then the pressure's not on them. It's very easy to be the one following, because if you know you've got the pace and you can sit very comfortably, save a little bit of fuel as well, and the leader ahead, they don't know what your situation is and whether you're having to push as hard as you can to stay in touch or whether you're just cruising. As these 2 Ferraris, best of friends, they're going to have another little duel down into the chase. Tomlinson having a look. It's early on in the race that he's making these manoeuvres, isn't it? But he's up the inside at the chase. Oh, now did I see a little bit? I thought with the nose cam there was a little bit of twitch. I thought there might have been a little bit of contact. But Muller's going to come back. No, that is... Oh, and the Porsche is going to have a go.
Oh, dearie me.
Wow,
that was Timothy Flamiger in the 486 trying to fire it up the inside. That was very brave, but nearly got that... Well, nearly ended up putting the Ferrari into the barriers as a direct correlation on the run down through the chase. Just literally launched it up the inside with reckless abandon. There is the 83 car, having served its drive-through penalty for the start infringement. That's the Sensible Racing car in the 83. I also did spot the 85 car also going in the pits. That's the Kamikaze E Motorsports car, piloted by Nicholas Alvarado, which has dropped all the way down to, well, is showing in the pit lane at the moment. So is Diego Cosquio in the number 74. Richard Pixley is back out on circuit, and it's just coming through the dipper, the S's, and also heading into Forest Elbow as we speak. But yeah, this is a battle now. And here we see Biagio Cutrale battling away with Stephen Bay. Did Cutrale hit the wall? I think he did on the right rear.
I think he did. And earlier on, you mentioned the Kamikaze Racing. It was them who understeered wildly at Quarry Bend, hit the wall there. So they were carrying damage from the earlier carnage that caused on the opening lap down at the chase, actually. But we've got a car facing across the track. That is a terrible place to. Although there might be a space for them to 3-point turn it. Here's a quick replay, Alex.
Yeah. Now this is coming through Sorman into McPhillamy. Right. So down through Sorman, down the compression is gonna more than likely. Now this is coming through into Skyline over the crest and just loses the back end whilst turning right and hits the barriers. Left-hand side, big impact, and collects one of the Ferraris on the way through.
I mean, it could have been much worse in terms of collecting other cars. Thankfully, we're half a dozen laps into this, well, almost half a dozen laps into this race now. The drivers have spread out a little bit, and that could have been a much bigger, catastrophic accident. The other drivers were able to point. One of them did tag them, but they were able to keep their car pointing the same way, and luckily there'll be a bit of a bruised ego as well as some bruised bodywork, but they can get back on their way, and they've still got everything to gain in this race. They can make up that time again. There's a lot of time to go. It's a marathon, not a sprint after all, as we've already got blue flags out.
Yeah, Richard Pixley in the number 79 McLaren for Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. Biagio Cutrale trying to make up a position past the back marker, but behind Pixley there are the two race leaders, Tarek Adam from Genesis Esports, Reno Kurtz from Mitz Racing in the 777. The gap between them is about half a second at the moment as things stand. So yeah, the good thing is in the next sort of, we're only 10 minutes through this, folks, but there is still plenty more to come. This track is unforgiving, Cammy, as we nearly see the McLaren, the 453 car, that is New Kids Turbo McLaren 720S, piloted by Martin Wenzel at the moment. Oh, Cutrale was on two wheels on the side, and that was through Skyline. Oh my goodness me, we're going to have a replay now, but that is the biggest off I have ever seen at Skyline. So Cutrale is very, very much pinned through Sorman, going through into McPhillamy, and now we're going to go into the run into Skyline. And what happens here? Oh, just literally just goes off. Now that says to me possible technical problem for the number 7 car.
Yeah, that Ferrari, even after hitting the wall, it just carries on straight. There is no steering input coming from Cutrale's controls, is there? And had the steering wheel been working, they would have had a massive kickback of the force feedback, which really can do you a serious injury with your hand. Especially, a lot of these drivers will have direct drive wheels, and it can really, like a horse, it bucks back at you and can really do a serious injury. As well, my favourite livery on the circuit, it looks like you need to wear 3D glasses for it, doesn't it? With the for the Sim Racing Alliance just coming up Hell's Corner.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a zebra sort of look to it as well, hasn't it? With the sort of like the dashes across from the white to the crimson deep red on the right hand side, and then the turquoise blue on the left. As that is the number 17, Brandon Chan behind the wheel, trying to close on into Adam Foster in the number 29 McLaren just up ahead. That will be more than likely the final drive sim racing crew as they go up the hill through into the cutting. But yeah, I mean, 12 minutes in, we were, I think behind the scenes, you and me, Cammy, we were wondering if some things were going to happen. And in the first 11 and a half minutes, we've had more than our fair share of dramas than we would see at maybe a traditional circuit like, say, Silverstone. But here at Mount Panorama, we know it's unforgiving.
Definitely. We've already got enough clips for the highlights reel just from the first 12 minutes of this race. It's absolute, carnage. And it's very important. These drivers, they need to remember to drive within themselves.
Mitts Racing, who were running second, they just went off the circuit coming through the chase, and Richard Pixley swerves to avoid. Oh my goodness, Mitts Racing coming into dramas already, and that gap that was half a second now expands to nearly 2 seconds. So Mitts Racing, Reno Coots was an absolute star at Spa, and even he's having troubles here at Bathurst.
I wonder if they just missed their braking point down into the chase. They're obviously chasing for the lead. I wonder if the leader braked a little bit earlier than they were anticipating and it caught them off guard and they had to take avoiding action, or whether they were just caught napping a little bit and made a mistake. Not sure, but it could have been a lot worse. They're only 2 seconds back, and of course Wild Things were entitled to have a go at unlapping themselves, as unwise as that may be, but sort of lap drivers are entitled to unlap themselves if it is safe for them to do so. And the Porsche 911 wouldn't be my first choice around Bathurst. It's doesn't quite have the legs. It'd be great through the mountain section, Alex, but don't think it's got the legs down the Conrod Straight.
No, just looking at the top speed at the moment being set by Breaking Point Racing in the 987 Ferrari, 288 kilometers an hour. And there is a 7 kph differential. That's about 4.5 miles an hour between Tomlinson and Timothy Flamger in the 486 Porsche in terms of top speed. So at the moment, the top 7 are represented by 5 of the 6 respective brands we've got here. So we've got Ferrari from Mercedes, Lamborghini, 2 Ferraris, and then the Bimmer.
That's right, as we follow sensible racing, and they are keeping it sensible at the moment. And before the action all kicked off, it's very important for the drivers to drive within their means. Like a marathon, you can't just see someone run past you and think, oh, I need to run faster and catch up with them. You need to drive at your own pace and just have the confidence that you are fast enough, and that it is possible for people to be driving beyond themselves and pushing a bit too hard and being more prone to mistakes. And if you're in a situation like Brandon Chan is now, it's very possible you don't need to make a passing manoeuvre, because sometimes you can just pressure the car ahead into a mistake, although he doesn't have to. He's got it done through the kink before they even get to the chase.
Yeah, it was a very, very clean move there on Adam Foster in the number 29 McLaren, the final drive sim racing car. Literally had the run coming down the Conrod Straight. That can gain you anywhere between 3 to 5 kilometers an hour extra top speed, maybe even more than that. Down Conrod, because you're at 6th gear for literally over half that part of the circuit. And we're seeing a little bit of a replay here. Now this will be with one of the Ferraris, and that is car that has got the Moza Racing stickers emblazoned. Now this is in through the chase. Oh, bit of a hip check there from the McLaren. A little bit cheeky, but at least it wasn't a redress like Garth Tander and Scott McLaughlin had one particular year at the Super G Bathurst 1000 a few years ago. Brandon Chan at the moment is still trying to keep Adam Foster at bay, who's wanting to get that 13th place back.
Yeah, I think that manoeuvre at the chase, it was firm but fair, wasn't it? They managed to get the car stopped. They didn't go off the track. They went deep into the corner, but they managed to keep it on. So I'd say that was a well-earned, hard-earned place. But Adam Foster doing well. He's just trying to keep touch as we jump to Martin Ventel, New Kids Turbo, and they're following Stephen Bain, Onid Racing, who are running in 10th place at the moment. I think they made up 7 places from the beginning. I'm just trying to remember where they started. It was much further back than that, as they're working their way downhill towards Forest Elbow, and I think that's a Lamborghini right behind them. Is that Koroshavin of the 228?
Yeah, that is the 228 Okudi Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2, and you can now see that the slipstream really does come into effect with Koroshavin. Dominic having a good initial start in this race. Currently, well, that was the car that I think went off a little bit earlier on. Well, we did see when the Genesis Esports Academy car went into the back of another Lamborghini. So Koroshavin is trying to make up some positions over the course of this race. And there is some damage on the front of that car because the front bonnet is not actually aligning with the gaps on the bumper itself, but has really got a good chance to get past Bain and Wenzel at this moment. Now this is the battle for P10 on the road, so yeah, lots still happening. We have had that there has been a racing incident declared. This is the incident between the number 7 of Biagio Quattrale and the number 453 car. That was the New Kids Turbo. Basically, it was a racing incident, and yeah, was unsighted coming over Skyline, and so they class it as a racing incident in race control. So a big thank you to our team, Mark and Gareth, who are doing all the stewarding at the moment. They're going to be in for the long haul. Stewarding is a very thankless task, but we do have to say a big thank you to them for their welcome assistance over this third round, which will take us through to the halfway point of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. Don't forget, if you are in the Twitch chat, great to see we've got over 100 people watching on Twitch so far. Don't forget, use the hashtag MREC to get yourselves entered into the Moza Racing prize draw that we will have a little bit later on, when we'll be talking with Matt Bincliffe from Alpine Esports. I'll be joined by Onid's Johnny Ashley for that one, so it'll be great to have him alongside me. But still, Koroshavin is not giving up here, Cammy.
No, he's not. And with the Lamborghini, he's absolutely got the top end speed. He's even closer to the back of Wenzel on this lap, but just not able to quite close enough to make a move into the chase. He stays behind, and no doubt he's going to be feeling the car's not going to be behaving quite the same with the front end damage that he's got. Doesn't want to come into the pits. It's not so bad. He obviously feels like he can manage this until the first set of pit stops, but the car won't be performing at its optimum best, and it's great that he can at least keep up with those two down the Conrod straight. And it's really closed up and made contact with the back of Wenzel there, so I wonder if that's done any damage to the splitter of the McLaren.
Well, Koroshavin's just inadvertently accidentally put on the wiper blade as well, but it's sunny out there, Dominique. But at the moment, the track temperature has not really has only dropped, as Brandon Chan, looking towards the outside of Dominic Koroshavin, going through into Quarry Bend, off of Mountain Straight, and has to back out of it. Brandon Chan had an absolute run of form coming out of Hell Corner and into, up the Mountain Straight, just really latched onto the back of Koroshavin, who now has got to make that ultimate decision here, Cammy. Okay, we're 19 and a half minutes into this 6-hour race, but the biggest thing is that the risk versus reward, that's going to become a lot more paramount in the latter, let's say, 60 to 90 minutes of this race here for round 3.
Yeah, I think Koroshavin, when went up the back of Wenzel's McLaren, lost a lot of drive and momentum out of Hell Corner, and that was why Brendan Chan was able to get such a drive. And they're both in Lamborghinis, they're both going to be equal on performance, except that Koroshavin's has a little bit of damage. So I'd be curious as to how hard Koroshavin is going to try and fight Chan off, especially as to get down the Conrod Straight, because Chan's going to have a little bit more confidence under braking, but it's Koroshavin who's closed right up to the back of New Kids Turbo. Again, he's going to be in the inside for the kink, but on the outside for the chase. Is he going to make it stick, especially with the front damage, and could be suffering from understeer? But I don't think Wenzel's just going to be able to hold him off. Slightly compromised line, and he's going to try and defend down into the final corner. Is he going to be able to? They're very close, and Wenzel doesn't want another Lamborghini going into the back of him, as Chan almost goes off entirely. Missed his braking point there.
Yeah, completely overshot the apex of the corner, trying to put the frighteners on Dominic Koroshavin. This is a great battle here for 11th position coming through Hell Corner. Oh, Wenzel nearly got a bit of a Code Brown moment right there. Right rear wheel on the grass coming out of the exit of Hell Corner. And Koroshavin's really latching onto the back of the McLaren, heading into Quarry very shortly. Looking towards the outside. I have seen it before where drivers have managed to overtake around that corner on the circuit, which is effectively turn number 2, and Koroshavin's got the crisscross, looking through the next left-hander up towards the cutting, as Wenzel nearly glances the wall. Koroshavin gets through.
I wondered if Wenzel will even clip the barrier on the outside of Quarry. He's trying to come back at him, but Koroshavin just closes that door, shows him the outside, and Wenzel's hit the wall again. So Martin really needs to just calm down a little bit, because he can get away with these glances, but the next one could be a bit more fatal and do some serious damage, as Chan now smells blood. He sees somebody who's a little bit shaken, making a few mistakes, and this could be easy pickings for Chan.
Yeah, I think Wenzel was a bit overzealous, as you rightly said. Maybe the adrenaline was going sky high for the driver in the number 453 McLaren, as we ride on board via the rear roof cam with Martin Wenzel at the moment. Brandon Chan in the number 17 Lamborghini, trying to close in. Now the momentum goes the Lamborghini's way, pulls to the right hand side. Does Brandon Chan, looking towards the chase, into the braking zone, and the Lamborghini gets through very, very easily indeed. But does he hold on to it going through the chase? Yes, he does. Two wheels on the grass ever so slightly on the exit of the chase, and that is Brandon Chan through for 12th.
Yeah, the speed differential between the McLaren and the Lamborghini, plus the slipstream, becoming glaringly obvious down the Conrad straight. But now Chan can set off back after Koroshavin, and the driver who was on the defensive, Stephen Bain, he's been able to sneak away from that little battle, hasn't he? He's pulled out more than 1.5 seconds to Koroshavin. He's just snuck off, headed up the road, chasing after Muller.
Yeah, probably hopping and skipping away into the distance, as you said, Cammy. That's a great showing by the number 18 crew at the moment. So, yeah, props to them. But this battle is really intensifying. You can see that Martin Wenzel again now starting to close on the coattails of Brandon Chan in the number 17 random team with Sim Racing Alliance, Lamborghini Huracan, as they go over the top part of the circuit, through Griffin's Mount, through Reed Park, now going through into the fastest complex of left-handers, through into Solman, down the dip. They're going to be pulling at least 5th gear now, over towards McPhillamy. Oh, Wenzel glances the wall, going through into the entrance of McPhillamy. We've got a yellow flag out on the circuit, and that's going through into Skyline. That's the Porsche in the barriers on the right hand side. I just clocked that. So that is that's a real shame for Timothy Flamger, who was running 8th at that point. And that car, as that started going again, well, he's going to... Oh, yeah.
It's a replay.
Well, it was the slightest glance on that, but the Porsche, once it gets unsettled, that's exactly what can happen. You've got to really, really just line it up nicely. You've got to time it right. And we know for a fact, as now Koroshavin has got Brandon Chan to the outside going into the chase. Again, the Lamborghini's now line astern coming through the exit. But you've got to really, really be careful on your negotiation through McPhillamy, through into Skyline, and then through into the S's before you hit the dipper. And unfortunately, Timothy Flamger is going to drop significantly. Koroshavin pulls to the left-hand side. Not too sure what happened there, as Wenzel threads the eye of the needle between Chan and Koroshavin on the start-finish straight, heading into Hell Corner. So Brandon Chan now finds himself and the random team with Sim Racing Alliance crew into 10th position. Great run by Brandon Chan so far. Great performance by the number 17.
Yeah, it was all getting a little bit scruffy. I was concerned that they were going to take each other out coming over the start-finish straight. They just seemed to tag each other, didn't they? It was like their bodywork just got a little bit clipped together, intertwined, and I thought that Chan was going to be spun round, and then Wenzel threaded the needle up the inside. But these three, are they not making friends of each other right now, are they? They are absolutely in a desperate battle with each other, and do they need to try and work together a little bit? Because Bain is pulling away from them. Now he's pulled out another half second, so he's over 2 seconds up the road now, and he was part of this gaggle. But he's well clear, and these three, especially with Koroshavin, with that damage, as he runs a little bit wide, takes a lot of curb, and they've just got to be careful, because there's still 5.5 hours left of this race, and they're in a good position. They can take advantage of all the mishaps that have been happening in front of them with Flamger in the Porsche. They've gained a position from that. But if they trip over each other, fighting for a spot in the top 10, then they could see themselves not finishing in the top 20 in 5.5 hours time.
Yeah, the 486 Porsche, the Alpha Sim Sport 992 GT3R, piloted by Timothy Flamcher, is now down in 16th position as Koroshavin tries to put the frighteners on Wenzel going into the chase. Wenzel sweep to the right-hand side, coming out of Conrad into the approach into the chase and the braking zone to carry the momentum for the McLaren through the corner. But with 27 minutes now elapsed, the race lead, Genesis Esports leading by a comfortable 3.8 seconds, as we now have our first big penalty. That is going the way of the 987. Oh, dearie me. Martin Tomlinson gets a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision, and that was with the 453 McLaren of Martin Wenzel, the new kids turbo. That was at the 11 minutes when they it was 2 minutes 38 seconds into the race once we started getting going, so they are going to have to serve that on their first pit stop. We've also had another penalty issued to the 85. That's Nicolas Alvarado, but that car has been in the pits since lap number 2. So they've got a 15-second time penalty for going into Dominic Koroshavin, who was actually the one that went off, and that was at the chase on the near conclusion of lap number 1. So yeah, the 987 crew, Breaking Point Racing, the Ferrari, they've got some work to do to get those 15 seconds back, because that penalty have to be served in their first mandatory stop as the drivers are heading towards the conclusion of the first half an hour. Cammy, I can't believe that 28 and a half minutes have already gone by so quickly.
I know, we've already had action that could fill a 2-hour programme, haven't we?
Yes.
And Tomlinson, he's got that 15-second penalty lingering over them. They still need to drive within their boundaries. It's very tempting to try and push harder to overcome, to catch, as Koroshavin going up the inside of Wenzel at the chase. Makes that move for 11th. But yeah, it's very tempting to try and drive quicker because you've got a penalty, and then you can make a mistake and you could pick up another penalty or lose more time, and it becomes this snowball that just rolls out of control. So it's very important for Tomlinson to drive his own race, serve that penalty, take that slap on the wrist, and get going again.
Yeah, Tomlinson still has the fastest recorded maximum speed on this circuit, 288 kilometres an hour, which was done on the opening lap of the race. We are seeing drivers hit 285, 286, 287 kilometres an hour, as Brandon Chan now going for 9th up the inside. That's on Bain. He managed to close in on the Odin McLaren and has got through at Quarry Bend. Brandon Chan is on a charge forwards. Great work by the Sim Racing Alliance number 17 Lamborghini Huracan.
It didn't look like Stephen was fighting that one too much. I think he's seen on the driver ladder, he's seen Chan coming up past Wenzel and Koroshavin. He knows the speed that Lamborghini's got, as I think it just brushed the wall a little bit there. So, very mature head on Stephen's shoulders there. He knows Chan's quicker. Just let him pass in a way that's not going to cost him any time. He doesn't want to waste time defending that. Only Racing have already made great progress in the opening 31 minutes of this race, and now he can follow Chan through the skyline and maybe just learn a little bit as well, because those Lamborghinis, they're very quick, and whilst he's in a McLaren, he might pick up a trick or two coming down the mountain, and he'll pick up the slipstream as well down the Conrad Straight, because he knows he's got the other Lamborghini and McLaren are going to be hot after his tail if they're not too busy fighting with each other.
Well, the number 83 car, Sensible Racing vehicle, the one of 6 McLarens on this grid, Ismail Gunyesu behind the wheel of that car, is closing in on Martin Wenzel and is now going to look to the inside, late on the brakes through into the chase. Great move there by the number 83. Absolutely fantastic. Just good racing respect and manoeuvrability. Wenzel's trying to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy on the number 83, but not quite. Gunyesu goes a little bit wide coming out of Murray's corner at turn number 23 as we complete another lap. But that was brilliant from Gunyesu there, Cammy. Oh, the 29's gone straight on at Held Corner. Not what you'd wanted to do right there, Adam Foster, because he's going to... how
Wow.
close was he to nearly hitting Martin Wenzel right up the twin exhaust pipes.
I mean, he did a great job avoiding action. He did absolutely the right thing going right, but I can't work out how he got into the situation where he was carrying so much speed into Hell's Corner, because, I mean, look how much speed he's got, and
he did tag Wenzel.
He did take, but yeah, he did.
So Wenzel
very
has...
unhappy.
Oh, dearie me. People are already putting their own opinions about what penalties should be there on that one. But yeah, Wenzel goes rally crossing, doing the Travis Pastrana Joker lap as Timothy Flamger gets past him in the now recovering 486 Porsche. But yeah, that just goes to there was a lot of speed from Adam Foster there, and yeah, I think the thing was he was probably unsighted by what Wenzel was trying to do, because Wenzel was trying to get back past Gunyesu in that particular occasion. Didn't quite work out, and then ends up getting a tag from behind. At the slightest glance on a GT3 car, you and I both know, Cammy, can send another one into a spin rather quickly.
Absolutely. Although I do want to draw to your attention, Alex, Mr. Tomlinson has picked up another 30 seconds, so he's carrying a 45-second penalty around with him now.
Yeah, that's for causing multiple collisions. So the biggest penalty our race stewards can impose on a driver is 60 seconds. So so that's a total of 45 seconds in addition to the pit stop. But let's give a shout out to Daniel Hearn in the number 900 Lamborghini. That's the Onid Cam Sport car, currently running P6. That's a great job by them. They qualified, I think it was towards the bottom part or just outside of the top 10, and they've navigated all the travel on that one.
Yeah, Onid, this is a great outing from Onid Racing and Onid Cam Sport today, running in 6th and 10th respectively. And Onid are one of Sim Racing GP's sort of original communities. The Onid Racing community is massive, over 1,000 members. It's a close-knit community. They go racing multiple times a week in various different series, various different disciplines as well. So it's so great to see their teams doing so well outside of Onid events and in a simracing.gp official event, and they deserve it. It's a great group of friends. They meet up every year at Christmas. It's a really great community to be part of, and I'm so happy to see them really pushing hard and in the top 10, and maybe we'll see them on the podium in 5.5 hours as Martin Wenzel, New Kids Turbo. They are no doubt repairing some of that damage. But yeah. Sorry.
That's okay. Well, Christian Deploy in the Genesis Esports Academy 980 car, the sister car, the current points leader, Genesis Esports. So first and third are their respective cars, both adorned with the South African flag on the bonnet. So we have got Jordan Sherritt's younger brother, Cody, in the leading car. He's shown great prowess. The younger brother of Jordan Sherritt, a Lamborghini Esports professional driver in his own right. Tarek Adam still steering the number 33 in the right direction around the circuit. The gap between him and Reno Coutts from Mitz Racing, these two teams are leading the way in the overall standings after the opening 2 rounds at Watkins Glen and Spa-Francorchamps. Reno Coutts is starting to chip into that gap a little bit now. Gap's around 4.3. Reno Coutts' last lap was a 2-minute .0862. The fastest lap of the race, however, has been set by Tarek Adam. And that was done about 15 minutes ago, a 2-minute .562. So Reno Coutts in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, fastest lap from him, just 3/10. For those wondering, stint times are a maximum of 65 minutes. However, that does not necessarily mean that you need to get out of that car after the 65 minutes. I would imagine, Cammy, that the amount of exertion, physical and mental, that these drivers will be going through as Kuroshavin glances the wall coming through Sulman Park. These drivers are going to be perspiring, they're going to be dehydrated, they're going to be mentally frazzled after every stint that they do in the car.
Yeah, I think some people they might not appreciate just how much work goes into sim racing, because it's very easy to say that it's a video game, it's easy. But with these sim rigs, the exertion through their arms with these direct drive wheels and these very strong belt wheels as well, it's a real workout. And then you're in a room with a computer that's working overtime to run this simulator. It can be quickly a very hot, sticky environment. As I thought Gunyesu was going to have a look, but Koroshavin's having to defend with that slightly scuffed up Lamborghini with the hood popped a tiny little bit. But yeah, it's a real workout. And you can very easily get dehydrated, very easily make a mistake. And of course, there's always the X factor that can come in of, well, your computer could freeze up. There's always the technical issues of computers and glitches. You could have a power cut, your internet could cut out. All that can throw a spanner in the works and can flip this race upside down. Just like real cars have mechanical issues, sim racing, they can get computer issues.
Indeed. Well, with just over 37.5 minutes completed, the third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP, we're going to be right back after these short messages.
Oh, how am I doing?
Tigers 3 of a crest. Opens. Keep middle of a jump. 45 right. Extra long. Tigers 4. 30.
Welcome back as we continue our journey around the mountain. Mount Panorama here in Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia for round 3 of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by Sim Racing GP. It's Alex Goldschmidt and Cami Sturch taking you through the action until around about just after 5:30 UK time this afternoon, as Gunyesu in the 83 McLaren battling away with Kuroshavin in the 228 Lamborghini through the chase. And Cami, just the amount of risk versus reward maneuvers that are being made. I've just seen that the number 29 car has just been given a 15-second time penalty. That's Adam Foster, that has just been given a penalty for the contact with Ventsner just earlier on in the 4:53, and has just copped a 15-second time penalty. There was a lot of momentum being carried by the 29 that caused the 4:53 to spin out at Hell Corner.
15-second penalty. Nobody wants a 15-second penalty, but I think they can live with it. I think there'll be drivers out there carrying damage that could take longer than 15 seconds to repair, as Ismail Gunyesu of Sensible Racing. I mean, how do you define sensible? Because he's keeping it pointing the right way, and the car looks pretty undamaged, but my goodness, are Sensible Racing pushing hard to clear this Lamborghini and McLaren in front? And Stephen is just soaking up this pressure, isn't he? I haven't spotted a mistake from Bain yet. He just seems to be soaking up this pressure. And whereas with Chan, he just let Chan go straight through, but he's absolutely in no mood to let Kuroshavin, who clips the grass again, they've made contact!
And Yasso into the barriers off of the approach into Skyline, so Kuroshavin just cuts across and wallop left hand side of the McLaren, takes a big clout and bumps over the sausage curbing on the left hand side of the runoff area. So Gunyesu very, very lucky. That could have been a lot worse, but I'm sure that Kuroshavin is being investigated for that as well as we speak. But yeah, as you said, Stephen Bain is doing exactly probably what the team have told him. Just do your race. Stay on the racing line. Just enjoy it. That's what sim racing is all about in terms of the community, the enjoyment, and competing at the highest level. In this championship, even though we're in the now second third of it here at round 3 at Mount Panorama, there has been a lot of action. As we now see Adam Foster trying to close in. That's on the 506 Ferrari with Sean Brower behind the wheel of that one. That's the Beck Racing Ferrari 296. Again, just like Stuart Bain is just not giving anyone an inch, and no one's able to take a mile as a direct consequence.
Stephen Bain.
Stephen Bain, sorry.
He hasn't gone through deed poll just yet. I'm going to call him Stuart at the Christmas do, though. But yeah, Khoroshavin pushing him very hard, and Stephen, he's not making any real defensive moves. He's just driving his race, and Gunayasu, who's going to quickly catch back up with these two, was probably thinking down at Skyline, hey, I can't disappear. Where do you want me to go, Khoroshavin? And no doubt they would have been quick onto the steward saying, hey, no doubt the stewards will notice it anyway, but they'll be quickly going, hey, Khoroshavin just drove us into the wall. Can you have a little look at that, please? Because if you can plead your case with the stewards, you always will. But Khoroshavin is working minor miracles with the front end damage that Lamborghini has got, just to keep it sort of fighting for a top 10 position. But it looks like we've got another car just in the back of shot creeping into this battle. But I'm not sure that's Flamger.
That is, well,
10 seconds back.
Flamger's about 7.5 seconds back behind this battle, as here goes Brandon Chan, and that's through on the number 40, I believe. So this is Khoroshavin. This is coming down through into the S's and into the Dipper. And yes, and this is on the run down to Forest Elbow. So they go through into the left-hander. Khoroshavin has a tangle with Stephen Bain, and Stephen Bain has just ended up with a... Khoroshavin just went for it, lunged, and Stephen Bain has just been turned around out of P10. Oh,
very clumsy attempt there from Khoroshavin. He does seem to be the common denominator who seems to be getting involved in all of these scraps and tussles, doesn't he? Stephen Bain's not gone into the pit lane. He thinks he can carry on at least until the first driver swap. But it's very disappointing for Stephen Bain. Absolutely not his fault. He's a complete passenger in that. And yeah, no doubt the stewards are going to be getting their ears full of Khoroshavin.
Maurizio Messina in the Twitch chat saying, what happened to Biagio Contrale? Well, effectively there was a touch between the number 7 and the number 79, and it meant that Biagio was on the left-hand side going through Skyline. It was the biggest incident we've actually seen. Drivers getting a little bit too close for my liking going through the compression zone between Silman and McPhillamy Park here, Cammy, because some of them are flirting effervescently with the barriers here.
That was very poetically put, by the way. I love the use of words there. But yeah, you're not wrong. It makes me whistle. That's Conor McDermott and Brower.
Brower in the 506 has just gone off and is starting to rejoin, and that front end, we got a big hit from behind. The front end took a wallop, and that was going through into McPhillamy Park. Oh, dearie me, there are mistakes happening at the 45-minute mark. We did have a yellow flag, but the main thing is Sean Brower is back out on the circuit. I don't think Nick Manders is in the 31 Onid Sim Hound Rookies car is with them just yet. It's a little bit further back, but yeah, Conor McDermott. Yeah, that was definitely a yeet into the shadow realm, as Jimmy Broadbent would probably put it.
No doubt we've got some Jimmy Broadbent fans who absolutely get that reference in the chat. Over 100 of them watching, so really, frankly, great to have you all watching along. Oh yeah, the two Ferraris tangling in the mountain, and it's devastating when you're just having your own race and somebody comes up from behind and effectively takes you out, because you feel helpless in that situation. You think, I didn't do anything wrong, I was doing everything right, it wasn't my fault. And well, the stewards are already having a very, very busy Sunday afternoon, aren't they? But it looks all clear out the front. The top three, we haven't sort of heard much from them. They've kept their noses clean, and Adam, Coots and Ploy just running as they were at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, Renino Coots running a little bit quicker than Tarek Adam. He's just had a 2-minute 3.3 second lap time, probably because, well, that gap has. Well, that's a big old change because the gap between Renino Coots and Tarek Adam was nearly 4.5 seconds a few laps ago. Now it's down to just under 2 seconds. There's Kim Tiggy, who's also under investigation for trying to unlap himself and then hits Conor McDermott off the circuit. Yeah, so this is going to be very, very interesting over the next few minutes. We've got just under 20 minutes to go until we probably see less than 20 minutes to go before we see the first raft of stints being completed. Reno Coots was way too close there. Coming through the cutting, I think the Mercedes might have glanced the wall on the right-hand side going through, but Reno Coots is trying to close on to Tarek Adam. I think that was just him going through shot just a second ago, and they are going through Skyline into the Dipper. So Reno Coots makes his way through the S's. 5 hours and 12.5 minutes still remaining on the timer, and this gap is coming down significantly, but it's now down. It's going up slightly more to about 2.2 seconds. But there you see the Genesis Esports Lamborghini 33 car of Tarek Adam just going down. Is about halfway down Conrad Straight. Reno Coots is trying to chase him down at the minute. All Out Fops, best comment in the chat so far: roses are red, violets are blue, your car has spun, I punted you. That's brilliant for a sim racing vernacular there. So All Out Fops gets a double thumbs up from me for best comment in the chat today so far.
Well, I want to point your attention, Alex, to Tariq's last lap. It was a 2-minute 3.3. Now they're just coming across the line. He's back on pace with a 2-minute flat. So I think the gap between Coots and Adam, it's purely down to how well they can manage lapped traffic and how cooperative they are in letting the leaders by. Because Adam was 3 seconds quicker on this last lap than the one before that, which would explain why Coots was able to close up a little bit. But that gap has extended again by about 0.4 seconds, back up to 2.5 seconds. Ploy, I don't know if Ploy's catching at all. They're still about 7.5 seconds back. But yeah, Tarek Adams sees the blue flags for the cars ahead. How cooperative are these two Ferraris going to be?
Well, Tarek Adam is quickly on the light flashes at the moment as the blue flags are being shown to the 506 Sean Brower and the number 7 of Biagio Cutrale at this moment. As Tarek Adam that was a slight glance with the wall. That was nearly a slight glance with the wall there. And now he's got the two Ferraris right in front of him going into Skyline. This is going to be a bit hairy. Cutrale stays out of the way. Very, very good usage of the track there by the number 7. Now Sean Brewer has to see the blue flags. We'll see a Lamborghini furiously flashing its lights at him right now and pulls immediately to the left-hand side. And there is Reno Coots. That gap is no longer 2.4 seconds. I would class that more like a second. Reno Coots is going to have the advantage of slipstream. He can use that the assistance of Biagio Cutrale in the number 7 Ferrari. He pulls the left-hand side down into the chase. That gap has been absolutely destroyed by Tarek Adam trying to get through on the back markers, and the back markers leaving it right until the last second to let him through.
It's very tricky where you want, if you want to move over and let the leaders go through when you're coming down through the mountain, through the twistiest, most difficult, complex part of the circuit. And I think they felt the pressure, but they were just like, you know, when you're just quickly trying to get out the way of someone, you're just like, oh, sorry, excuse me, let me just, you know, and they just wanted to get down to the Conroe Straight where it's nice, the track opens up and it's much simpler to just move over to the left. And that Ferrari did move over to the left as quickly as possible. There was no doubt they had seen the leaders coming.
Oh, we've got a moment here. This is Brandon Chan for the Sim Racing Alliance car in the Lamborghini number 17 through Silman Park, now through McPhillamy into Skyline. What has happened to Brandon Chan? Because there was yellow flags out. He's gone straight on at Skyline and into the S's. He's lost the back end and the front end, and the right hand side is tangled with the barriers, and it's done a bit of a pinball wizard there. Was Brandon Chan, I'm afraid. That was a real shame.
I think he clipped the inside. Oh, we've got Flanger. The Porsche's gone off again. Maybe I don't know if that was a mistake or whether there was contact.
The right rear clobbered the wall coming out of Forest Elbow, and Timothy Flanger was trying to put the power down. The back end looked to have stepped out slightly. So again, the 486 Porsche hits trouble. Brandon Chan drops now down to what is effectively 10th position, and he's going to pull that car into the pits at the nearly 52-minute mark. That's going to release Mr. Bain back up into 10th position. Goes the Onid Racing number 18 McLaren. So Stephen Bain back to where he was a few laps ago.
Yeah, I think when we saw Chan go straight on at Skyline, I think he actually clipped the inside barrier. Sort of a common mistake F1 drivers make at Monaco, isn't it? You just try and get as close to the barrier as you can, you clip it, and then you're like a pinball. Yeah, he was just fired out to the left, which effectively sent him straight over the S's. And it was very unfortunate that he wasn't able to keep control of the car, but when you're hopping over that and your wheels are coming off the ground, you can't slow the car down if your car's skipping up in the air over the S's and the dirty bit of track there. But Bain's doing really well to recover from that spin he had where he was punted round, wasn't he? He's doing very well. He's going to have a little bit of damage on that car, but he's holding it off until the first driver change. But still, Onid Racing having a phenomenal outing here at Mount Panorama.
They are indeed. A few more penalties coming through as well. Number 28 has been given a 50, is being investigated at the moment. Number 228 being investigated at the moment. The number 16 car, that is Kim Tiggy, gets a 15-second time penalty for punting off. The number 28 of that is Conor McDermott in the Ferrari, who's currently rounding out the top 12 at the moment, with Timothy Flanger in the 486 Porsche. Not too far behind. But yeah, we're getting to that moment in time here, Cammy, where we've got probably about another an hour and 6 minutes until we hit the first 2 hours of the race being completed here, and the penalties are coming through. Oh right, 228 has just received a 30-second time penalty for contact with the number 18. That was the incident with Stephen Bain from Onid coming out of Forest Elbow. And there's another penalty for the number 20. There's a penalty for Conor McDermott. 15 seconds for the contact with Sean Brewer from Beck Racing in the 506. And here is, this is the car being driven by Martin Tomlinson, the BKP Ferrari. Now this is coming up over the crest. Now this is going through in towards Reed Park, and loses it, and the front end. Oh, that's a big wallop going through Reed Park and into Sulman.
Yeah, so I'm just a little bit speechless. That was a mighty wallop into the barrier, wasn't it? The bumpers just, as much as Assetto Corsa Competizione can show, is just hanging off the front of the car. I imagine he's having to steer the car left or right to get it going in a straight line. The tracking will be all sorts of out. But yeah, it reminds me of Oprah with the penalties. You get a penalty, you get a penalty, everybody gets a penalty.
Oh, I made that reference last night on another endurance race I was commentating on. That we had like literally 5 teams with drive-through penalties for track limits abuse. And it was like, you get a penalty, you get a penalty, you definitely get a penalty. That trend will never die down in sim racing. But Reno Coots at the moment, while the gap has started to expand, it did go down from 2.2 to half a second, and now it's just over 1.1. Tarek Adam has set another fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes. 0.445, and towards the end of the stints, Cammy, one of the good things that we love about GT cars is they get faster and faster as the track evolves and the car's fuel load gets lighter.
They do, and it's a very peculiar thing actually, because some drivers like it when the car feels light, and some drivers like it when the car feels heavy. The handling completely different between having 110 litres on board and having 20 litres on board, as you would in qualifying. it really changes the characteristics of the car, it changes the balance, changes everything. And when you've got 3 drivers as well, you can't have a setup purely for you that only you can tame and nobody else can. The setup has to be a compromise that you can all drive with. So these drivers, phenomenal skill, because you're driving with a compromise. You're working around not the ideal setup, not the ideal fuel load, because it's ever changing, but also please don't put it in the barrier. And how much runoff space do I have? Usually none. So Adam, Coot, Ploy, Hamling as well. Hamling's having a great race, and we've not really spoken about the lone BMW. And the BMW was such a meme car a few years ago, wasn't it? When everybody photoshopped it being this huge behemoth of a car swallowing up others. And it was Assetto Corsa Competizione's baby. Everybody loved having the Beamer. And suddenly, with these new Lambos, Ferraris, and Porsches coming out, everybody seems to have forgotten the Beamer. But Hamling making the BMW work around this Monaco of the Mountains circuit up in 4th place, and we've not really followed them too much because they're just having their own little race, just all on their own.
Second fastest car out on the circuit with a top speed of 287 kilometers an hour. Done around 16 laps ago. Guillaume Hamling for the 71 Cracked Racing in Invincible crew. They are doing a sterling job in that BMW M4 GT3. I still remember when the BMW M8 GTE came out, and that was like the big beast, wasn't it? The snout on the front of that car looks like it was the anteater of sports cars, where it could hoover something up and get past it, and then that was where all the memes came from.
Yeah. Any BMW grille as well. They just get bigger every year, don't they?
Well, especially on the MV8 hybrid LMDH car that they've currently got at the moment. Or the GTP car, as it's currently running in IMSA, but will run with Team WRT in the FIA World Endurance Championship, the opening round at Qatar next year. But pit stops now starting to come in. There's going to be... Reno Coots pits in on lap number 30. Tarek Adam looks to be going a little bit longer on the fuel strat, I think, Cammy.
Yeah, I didn't expect it. I thought Coots had been running behind, would be able to save fuel a little bit, because you've got the rabbit, you're the dog with the rabbit to chase. If you know that you can lift and coast a little bit and still keep in touch with the leader, then you can bag a couple laps extra fuel in your pocket. So I thought Coots would hold on a little bit more, but maybe they're feeling that they can get an undercut situation. If they can get some fresh boots on, get fueled up, get some new rubber on, maybe they feel like they can get some fast laps in and just hope that there's not too much traffic when they come out. Whether it'll be 5 seconds worth of an undercut, I don't know, but they obviously feel it's worth the gamble, or whether their hand is forced and they were about to run out of fuel. But yeah, I wonder how soon Tarek Adam, I mean, he's got some back markers ahead. Will he consider making a move on them, or will he think, okay, I might as well pit now that I've come up to some traffic?
Well, I think it also depends. I think you've got to look at it from another perspective. I mean, coming down, that's Timothy Hamja in the 486 Porsche just ahead. That's the Alpha SimSport Porsche 992. Tarek Adam can use a little bit of assistance, I think, just to try and stretch that out. But we have seen it before when you go around a circuit that's quite throttle dependent, especially here at Mount Panorama. Let's not forget that half the circuit here is made up of full throttle application. You know, coming out of Hell Corner, going to Quarry Bend through Mountain Straight, and then coming out of Forest Elbow down to the Chase. You're at pretty much full throttle. You're banging up the gears. You're burning off fuel. So any little bit of slipstream that Tarek Adam can get, as he's going to go for another lap. He hasn't gone left into the pit lane, has Tarek Adam. So he's trying to see if they can get a bit of an undercut on the Mitz Racing 777 car, which I think now is back out onto the... Well, I'm not too sure if it is on the circuit yet. It is now in 6th position, having done its first pit stop. Reno Kutz has decided to stay behind the wheel at this moment and is flashing at the number 17. That's the Sim Racing Alliance car. Fazli Majid behind the wheel of that one, having taken over from Brandon Chan, who until his massive moment through Skyline and into the S's was doing a very, very good job right there. But yeah, I think it's now a case of how many quick laps can Reno Coots put in so that Genesis Esports will have to do a very, very slick pit stop? And one of the other things that we don't talk about until we hit pit stops here, Cammy, you break the speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour, that's a slam dunk, stop, go 30.
Yeah, there's no grey zone about that. If you're 1 kilometre an hour over, it's a slam dunk penalty. There's no grey zone. It's really black and white. So drivers really need to be extra careful that they slow down in time for that white line. Some drivers might knock the speed limit sign over, but that, you can't use that as an excuse. It won't wash. You need to slow down before that line. And it does help a little bit that you've come down the Conrod Straight and slowed down for the chase. So you're not, imagine if there wasn't the chase, you'd be carrying that speed all the way down the Conrod Straight and then slamming your brakes on for the pit lane. But it is easily done, and I think it's something that drivers sometimes neglect in practice. Practice usually consists of blasting around the circuit in optimum dry conditions, but it's only, the masters, the real race drivers who will practice their pit stops, and just, if they can shave half a second, quarter of a second, a tenth off their pit entry just by nailing the pit entry, then that can make all the difference when it comes to the race. It can prevent an undercut as Tarek Adams comes into the pit lane. So we'll find out if the Mercedes of Coots, if they are able to get the undercut. We'll see how much fuel Tarek Adams will take on, and whether he'll swap driver.
Well, at the moment, Reno Coots is making his way down Conrod Straight. Christian Deploy from the Genesis Esports Academy car continues on for another lap. Guillaume Hamling for the 71 Cracked Racing Invincible Haters crew now comes in to the pit lane on lap number 31. Reno Coots now making his way through the chase in the 777 MITS Racing Mercedes-Benz. Tarek Adams still stationary in the pits in the number 33 that has dropped to second. I would think that very shortly, here comes Reno Coots out of the final corner. They are going to get the jump on Genesis Esports. And there is the number 17 Sim Racing Alliance car. Tarek Adam out of the pit lane, pedal to the metal for the number 33. And they have come out ahead. They got the job done after 2 additional laps. Genesis Esports keep the de facto lead, even though Christian Deploy has yet to pit for the first time this race.
Yeah, I think Coots was just a little bit heartbroken to see the Lamborghini coming out of the pits. And we were thinking that Coots might have got the undercut done, because that Lamborghini just was not moving, was it? But once it did get moving, it was in the last spot of the pit lane. So it was a very short exit for it. So they've returned out in front. But leading this race, first time for the Genesis Esports in this race, is Christian Deploy. They're coming down towards the chase now. Are they about to take their pit stop? Because I think all these cars that haven't pitted yet are going to be running on absolute fumes, unless they've really been lifting and coasting. Those tanks are going to be pretty much empty. It's 31 laps completed, and yes, Deploy pulls over to the left, slows down, gets the car slowed down, hopefully in time, because we won't find out if they've broken the speed limit until they exit the pit lane.
Well, I have to say that Christian Deploy was less than 17 seconds away from breaking 65 minutes, and that is the stint time allowed per stint here in this. Idle Squirrel 7, no, we haven't done the giveaway quite yet. Use the hashtag MREC, as the giveaway will go live at about 5:35 p.m. UK time. If you are in the EU, if you are in Europe, it is 6:35 p.m. So use hashtag MREC. There we go. Stevie B GT_GT has just done that. Polestar82 has also done that as well. A big thank you to everyone that is continuing to keep an eye on the action. And there we see the number 900 car, Daniel Hearn, still running in the top 10 at the moment. Things are changing, so the car is still running P6 at the minute. He has gone in for a double stint as Daniel Hearn in the 900 Onid Lamborghini. So have to give credit where credit is due. We were saying about that earlier about Stephen Bain and also about Daniel Hearn. We have to give a shout out to the number 31 crew, the Onid Simhound rookies in the 31. They're currently running with Greg Prescott behind the wheel. They're currently 16th at the minute. So don't forget, folks, put your hashtag in. Tammy, I've cheekily seen that you've done it as well, so I'm going to follow suit. There we go.
I could do with an upgrade to my sim rig. I've had mine a while. I've never had like a handbrake or a H pattern shifter or anything like that. It's just a paddle setup. I could do with something like that. It might tempt me back into sim racing. It's been a little while, and Alex, I'd like to put the driver's speed into perspective, because you've watched me race in my Team Fordzilla days, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Commentated on a few of the races.
I did indeed.
I'm not very practiced on Bathurst, but my best lap would be about a 2:04. That just says how slow I am for a start around Mount Panorama, but how quick these drivers are. And all the time I lose is down through Skyline and the S's.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, for those wondering, I have never competitively sim raced, and there I am on camera. Thank you, Daniel Hyde.
Beautiful.
Cheeky beggar. Cheeky beggar. We are getting ready for the Sim Racing GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing, and we will have Alpine Esports, part of the management team, Matt Bincliffe, in with myself and Johnny Ashley just after around about 5:30 UK time this afternoon. That's when we're going to start our giveaway here at round 3, as Daniel Hearn is closing in on one of the backmarker Lamborghinis just ahead. That looks to be the only Simhound rookie's car in the 31, I believe, that has just let him quickly get past and through into the chase. So we've had quite a few pit stops already take place here, Cammy, and things have calmed down a little bit for the minute.
Yeah, we expected there to be some drama. We expected there to be some mistakes. I think there was a little bit more than we'd expected, wasn't there? Quite a few more tears, as we would say. But yeah, it's settled down now. People have gotten in their rhythm. They know there'll be drivers out there who know to just drive at the pace they're comfortable with, and there'll be drivers who have made a mistake, hit the wall, and thought, oh wow, I really better just calm myself down and not do that again. But however they've come to the conclusion, they've worked out, all of them, that keep to their own steady pace. They know it's a marathon. The hectic opening laps is over. They're all spread out. There's a lot of traffic management going on now, so even the drivers down in sort of the midfield positions may be having to deal with lap traffic. So they're lapping people, but they're also being lapped. They've got to be looking in their mirrors. They've got to be looking ahead. It's a real full-time job out there for them all.
It is indeed. We're coming up to an hour and 10 minutes completed of the third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. So the prizes that we're going to be giving away here on this particular championship, and a big thank you once again to Moza Racing for their support. So participation prizes, this is for 2 randomly selected drivers in today's grid, who will each win a Moza HPB handbrake worth £95 plus the VAT, and the viewer prize, the giveaway for that, will go live during the SGP podcast powered by Moza Racing, where one random stream viewer that has used the hashtag MREC to put in an entry, there will be a Moza Racing HGP shifter up for grabs worth around £140 plus the VAT. So don't forget, we will be having a fantastic opportunity to be chatting with Matt Bincliffe from Alpine Esports, part of the management team, on the podcast just after 5:30 this afternoon UK time, as the action continues onwards here at Mount Panorama, Cammy.
Yeah, 4 hours and 49 minutes left of this race. The virtual in-game time is 5:48 p.m. So the day, we've still got a few more hours of sunlight, but it is Adam leading the way, with Coots taking on the second stint and Portillo in third place. And we're following Daniel Hearn at the moment in the Onid Camsport, having what so far one of the best races of his sim racing career. No doubt, if it keeps going like this will be a race to remember for a very long time. He's got nobody immediately in front of him. He's got a good gap to the car behind Gunyesu, and he's just able to drive at a steady pace, keep it tidy. He's in the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, which is arguably the fastest car in the pack in a straight line, taking it easy through the mountains. And I almost don't want, I don't want to praise them too much, just in case I jinx them a little bit. But the drivers have all settled down a little bit now, and the barriers will be happy for that, because they don't have so many cars driving into them now. We follow Dan Hearn coming down the Converse Straight, down towards the chase, and I'm just going to try and keep an eye on the blitz between Giles ahead and Gunyesu for Sensible Racing just behind. As we jump to Dave Zalecki, taken over for the Onid Racing team, running in 13th place, just behind Stitchbury in the red and yellow Ferrari. I wonder if he's just lost that position or whether he's gaining. But Alex, is that bonnet on that McLaren looking a little bit popped to you? I don't think they've repaired that damage, have they?
No.
That would have been Stephen Bain's old drive.
Yes, that was, because that bumper looks like it's actually a little bit further south than it should be. The alignment caps aren't quite where they're meant to be, so a virtual invoice might be going in the post.
Well, Stephen's obviously said to Dave, hey, the car looks, decidedly second-hand, but it's handling fine. You'll live with it, you'll deal with it. We can't lose the time repairing it, and Dave's probably not had much of a choice about that and just been thrown out with this slightly scruffy-looking McLaren, but he's doing a good job of it at the moment. Oh, as I say that, was that me, or did he just scrape the wall a little bit, Alex?
He's just had a bit of a bumpy moment coming out of McPhillamy going into Skyline, so that's not...
and he's off.
Oh, he's gone straight on. He's gone straight on, heading through into the S's, and he's slowing, and he's just let... That's the 453 that I think has just gone past, isn't it? That was, with Remo Oyama behind the wheel, that has just gone through, so that's a change for 13th position. So Dave Salzecki, yeah, that was... I think he probably just wanted to... you have that kind of moment as, good to have Denise Pope back behind the wheel of the number 79. She's taken over from Richard Pixley, who I think had the... Well, I remember Watkins Glen, he got pinged for a drive-through infringement, and what was it? First 10 minutes, that car's ended up in the barriers. So it's always great to see another team like Wild Things Racing by Colix.gg trying to make their way. They know that they've got a tall order ahead of them, and this is going to give them the opportunity through consistency around this circuit. And Stevie B did say, Stephen Bain did say, we did repair it. Well, according to what we've just seen on the screen, Stephen, it doesn't look like it.
I think Dave might have been a bit nostalgic for the damage it had and recreated the damage that Stephen Bain had. So it was repaired and then immediately took on some fresh, albeit identical looking damage. And yeah, it's great to have Denise Pope running in 14th at the moment. And Wild Things, one of the teams with like the strongest branding. They've got really strong brand identity, and I know that Denise most likely will be streaming this on her own personal YouTube channel. She streams all of her races. You can get talking to her while she drives as well, but don't distract her too much. But it's really interesting when drivers do that, isn't it? When they stream their own race and you get that unique perspective from their point of view, especially if they've got a camera pointed at their own rig and their own setup, and they're talking to their co-driver about their own team tactics. It really provides a great insight, and sim racing is for everybody, whether you're male, female, or something in between, because there's not many female sim racers out there, but it is great to have Denise with us.
Yes, very, very good character within the sim racing space, and I've got to know Denise over the past couple of years. A great personality to have within this, and she doesn't just do driving. She also does graphic design. She also helps out with promotion and stuff like that, which is always good to see, Cammy. There's so many different traits that us people, whether it be commentators, drivers, content creators, there's so many different individuals that make up what is a great community.
I think when you're a sim racer, you become a jack of all trades because you want to have your own team or your own brand identity. So then you become a graphic designer when you're designing your own livery and then you're designing your own team logo. And then the team grows with you and your friends, and suddenly you need a website or something. So then you become a impromptu web designer to make your own little website to showcase your cars and your liveries. And then you get other people saying, "Hey, can you design a car, our team car?" And suddenly you find, oh, now I'm a freelance graphic designer taking on gigs and suddenly making money out of it. And I know Denise Pope works with several sim racing organisations doing their branding for their events as well, which half the reason why Wild Things has got such strong, but it's very simple branding as well. But whenever I see those colours, I always think, oh, that's Wild Things Racing. And their logo's just the serif font word of Wild Things, but it works very strong for them. And myself, I'm a freelance graphic designer, animator, and as well as sim racer. Although I've not been doing so much sim racing recently, it's the work has taken over my life a bit, Alex.
Well, at least the good thing is you have a Lando Norris signed McLaren sim racing wheel at home, don't you?
Yes, I do. I was at Autosport 2020. I was at Autosport 2020 with by courtesy of Team Fordzilla, who paid for the hotel and for us to go there, and I was competing in the LMVS series. I think before it became LMVS, they called it something else then. Yeah. And I took along a gold Sharpie pen, and Lando signed it. And you'd think Sharpie would be permanent, but the gold pigment has sort of started to vanish, so you can only see Lando's signature if you sort of point the wheel into the sunlight, and you can see where the ink has marked the metal. So it has been signed by him. You just have to look at it in the right light. But that's a steering wheel I don't use for racing anymore, as Coots coming up to some slower traffic, and he was flashing his lights through the cutting there, and he's still not able to get past. This is hurting him terribly.
That's the number 40 car. That's like Choose behind the wheel of that one. Currently sitting in 8th position at the minute as things stand. So, yeah, especially when you're going through Sulman McPhillamy, and that is the RPM Motorsport Ferrari, just up ahead, going through to Skyline. Oh, careful, boys. Just keep it nice and clean. I think Reno Coots will be able to get through when they get through into Forest Elbow, so which they're now going to go through into as Reno Coots goes a little bit wider, and now the number 40 needs to start getting a little bit out of the way because they're going down Conrod Straight. They're going to be at a big rate of knots. They're over the best part of 240 kilometers now, and Reno Coots now pulls to the right hand side, gets through on Ike Choose, and through he goes.
Yeah, Coots is going to be really frustrated about that, because you lose, if you're going to lose time in a lap, you lose it through the mountain section, and he would have lost 3 or more seconds there. The gap between himself and Adam is over 4 seconds now. And if you come across a back marker who's not prepared to slow down a little bit or let you pass through the mountain section, then you kind of feel it's like driving behind a bus or a lorry on a thin country road. You're just like, I'm just losing so much time, I can't get past, and you're just forced to sit and wait, knowing that you can go so much quicker. As we've watched Onid Camsport now, and is that Giles? It is Giles. They've caught up for 5th place, so Onid Camsport looking for 5th place now.
Good to note the number 71 Cracked Racing Invincible Haters BMW, the sole representative from Munich on the grid as they come through into the chase off of Conrod Straight. And again, well, yeah, Daniel Hearn was incredibly late on the brakes going through into the chase itself. Giles has got to start defending, and yeah, going through into Murray's Corner, 23rd turn on this 6.213 kilometre circuit. We're just less than 10 minutes away until an hour and a half of this third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP, is completed. We've got, after this, 3rd of September, Valencia, Monza, the Temple of Speed on the 1st of October, and then a 6th and final circuit yet to be revealed, and that will be on Bonfire Night, the 5th of November. And on that round, we will crown our Moza Racing Endurance champions powered by Endurance Championship winners powered by Sim Racing GP. But yeah, Hearn has done a really good job to get past Giles now for that 5th place. So I have to give a shout out to Onid Camsport. Absolutely mega job. And Daniel Hearn, even though this is his 2nd stint, he's been in the car for an hour and for all of the race so far, and he has just kept hitting his marks every single time, Cammy.
I think he's just in the zone, where it just becomes, as Ayrton Senna explained through Monaco, it just becomes you're racing through a never-ending tunnel with the barriers, and it just becomes second nature, and you just get so used to how close you can get and the inputs that you're almost running on rails. And look at the gap he's pulled out already to the BMW, and that was through the mountain section, which would arguably be a stronger point for the BMW than the Lamborghini. But now the Lamborghini foot down through the fastest section of the circuit where the Lamborghini shines, and just opening that gap up even more. It's well over a second. If DRS existed here, the BMW wouldn't be getting any of it, as Hearn comes down into the chase and is now setting off after the Lamborghini of Velez, the number 502, as he comes down past the pit lane towards Murray's Corner to start the 41st lap.
We haven't really talked about Fusion Racing that much. I mean, they have had a few dramas over the course. I mean, they've got 144 points through Martin Hoy and Luis Velez. Velez currently behind the wheel of the number 502, who are 4.4 seconds up the road from Daniel Hearn from Onid Camsport in the number 900. So this looks to be a very, very solid performance. Lamborghini having a very significant stranglehold on the top 5. 4 out of the 5 cars rounding out the top 5 positions. So the 33 Genesis Esports leads the way. The number 777 of MITS Racing's sole Mercedes on this grid. Currently P2. Genesis Esports Academy with Giovanni Porzio behind the wheel rounds out P3. Fusion Racing in the 502 with Luis Velez in 4th, and the 900 of Onid Camsport's Daniel Hearn completes the top 5. Liam Giles in the 71 Cracked Racing Invincible Haters car completing the top 6. Then we've got the number 83, and that is Ismael Guniesu that is in behind the wheel of that car. That's the Sensible Racing McLaren. It has been a very, very good run for them so far. Number 80, that number 40, that is the RPM Motorsports Ferrari. Ike Chews behind the wheel. Then the number 17 Sim Racing Alliance Lamborghini, Fazli Majid behind the wheel, and then the number 29 that has just been that had that penalty earlier on, but Big House behind the wheel of that car has got that car into the top 10.
Yeah, it's a great accomplishment to get these cars into the top 10, even those driving in the midfield. If you're not a sim racer and you're not aware of just how much skill goes into it, it's a real effort even to finish these endurance races. There's the reason, with Le Mans 24 hours, it's great to win it, of course, but even the drivers just getting to the end, it's something to go in a memory for life. It's an achievement in itself, like finishing the London Marathon or whatever. It's not just about winning, it is the experience, it is the taking part, it is the teamwork and camaraderie between team members. Although at the moment Daniel Hearn's doing it all himself at the moment and doing a cracking job of it. Has more blue flags being waved, and he is making progress. He is lapping, we've just been told he's lapping half a second quicker than the Lamborghini in front of him, Alex.
Very, very impressive, and that just goes to show that when you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. So it's more to the case of how hard you're going to push that envelope. And you don't want to push that envelope too hard, though. Now that is the 16 that's just gone hard into the barriers. Manfred Steiner behind the wheel of that one has just got in. Front nose in, probably went wide coming out of McPhillamy, and that was the run to Skyline. So that number 16 McLaren is going to take an unfortunate run into pit lane. So down through Salmon Park, through the compression, Into McPhillamy. Is there a glance with the wall? No, there isn't. The car behind nearly does have it. And then, well, we did try and see, yeah, like literally, I think it just went straight on. Might have had a little bit of snap-on understeer, and the McLaren just went straight on and hit the barriers hard.
Well, they heard you talking about pushing the envelope, but I think that envelope is absolutely ripped and shredded into pieces.
That was definitely ripped up and swept under the carpet very, very quickly indeed when it came to that. But yeah, I mean, still, this just goes to show that with these races as they are, the word endurance just speaks volumes. You said the phrase earlier on, Cammy. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. But you try telling the drivers that they're going to go full guns blazing, full throttle for 6 hours, aren't they?
Oh, of course, yeah. Trying to control drivers is like trying to herd cat. It's a nigh on impossible task. If you just say to them, hey, you don't have to push as hard as you can. You don't have to make that lunge up the inside. We started 20th. We're happy with 5th. You don't have to make that wild lunge for 4th. No, the driver's going to do it anyway, and you can't talk them out of it. And it's part of that. It's glory or death sometimes for them. They're just going to go all in, and that's what makes GT racing so exciting for us as well, because each team has 3 different drivers, and each of those drivers brings their own skills, qualities, and their quirks to it. You'll get the slower, more sensible drivers, and the team will know that. The team will be well aware of which of their drivers is going to be fast and exciting, and maybe who can make places up at the beginning, and then they'll have a driver who isn't by any means a hot lap qualifier, but they can rely on for consistency through the middle of a race. And for us watching, we don't quite know which of the drivers bring which quality, so we're left guessing, and it just makes GT racing one of the most exciting forms of motorsport in the world. And when it's sim racing as well, the barrier of entry, the cost of entry to sim racing is so low compared to real world racing that you just get such a great level playing field of all these talents who, can imagine if these drivers were given the chance to go out in a real racing car, what they can do. Because whenever pro sim racing drivers have had that chance, like Jimmy Broadbent, like James Baldwin, they've gone out and absolutely smashed it. James Baldwin in British GT and Jimmy Broadbent in the Brit Car Praga series. They go out and they win, because these drivers, they come from sim racing where you're relying solely on what you can see, and suddenly they pick up all these new senses of feeling a car underneath them, and they just integrate so well. And Herfelham is just saying James also did an amazing job at the 24-hour of Spa race last year, and they absolutely did. And the funniest bit, Alex, is James Baldwin, he was avoiding the curbs, and the team said, why are you avoiding the curbs? You can take a lot more. And he realised he was taking Assetto Corsa Competizione habits into the real world, because the McLaren 720S GT3 is really twitchy and unsteady when you run it over big curbs in the sim.
Yeah, so he was bringing that kind of savoir-faire that he had from Assetto Corsa Competizione. I mean, yeah, James Baldwin, British GT race winner, folks, with Rocket Racing with RJN in the McLaren 720 GT3. You also have to look at other drivers that have made the transition. Of course, the new film Gran Turismo's out, based on the career of a certain Jan Mardenborough, who became a factory Nissan driver, ran in Japanese Formula 3, Super GT for a number of years, and that movie has just gone out. Lucas Ordóñez had a career with Nissan as well. Then you have a lot of people that have. I like how sim racing now, you have the line very, very blurred between competing in sim racing and competing in IRL racing. I mean, you look at what we've seen. I mean, Jardier, the legend that is Jaroslav Honzik, before he'd started doing sim racing, he was doing IRL stuff. And he's become one of the most beloved content creators we have in sim racing. So it just goes to show that there are so many different characters. Of course, Jimmy Broadbent is now racing with Misha Sharodin and Steve Alvarez Brown in a Black Falcon backed Bilstein BMW 3 Series. Like, for real. And they just recently all qualified and got their Nürburgring license permit. So congrats to the 3 of them. So yeah, it just really goes to show how blurred this barrier that has been for so many years put up between real life racing and sim racing has just been blurred to the nth degree.
Well, it is the only esport out there with a direct translation where your skills in the virtual version directly transfer to the real version of the sport, because FIFA 23, there's nothing in common between, you know, playing with a PlayStation controller on the TV and playing football for real, whereas racing, the skills directly transfer over into the real world. And I did my ARDS test, I've got a racing license, and 1 lap at Brands Hatch, it felt very natural to be driving a BMW M4 around at speed. Talking of at speed though, look at Hearn, he's absolutely closed the gap to Fusion Racing's Luis Velez, and the gap is just over half a second now, and he's now really starting to fight for that 4th place. He's left Giles and Gunyesu light years behind, and he's going to get himself into the top 4. Is he going to make a move down at the chase? I don't think he's quite close enough, but we're going to see a battle evolving over the next couple of laps, Alex.
Yeah, very much the case. I mean, looking at the previous lap times, well, Velez was 1.8 seconds slower. So yeah, from that consideration, I think Luis Velez might have had some backmarker traffic to really sort of compromise the running of the 502 Fusion Lamborghini at the moment. But this is a great battle. They come out of Hell Corner, turn number 1 out of 23. And now they hit the accelerators hard. They're over 200 kilometers an hour, halfway down Mountain Straight, as they'll go over that discerning crest and then down over it into Quarry Bend, and they're pushing 250 kilometers an hour before they even hit the brakes, turn it in at about 150, so they've scrubbed off about 60 miles an hour worth of speed through into that sweeping right-hander. And now this is where the ascent begins. And from a driver's perspective, Cammy, you've done quite a few laps around Mount Panorama. When you're in the sim, how close do those walls actually feel when you're trying to go up through Quarry Bend, through Reed Park, through Sorman, through McPhillamy, where you've got literally no room to spare?
If you're using the cockpit camera, thank you very much to our Dan Hyde, who's given us the exact camera angle I need. It's so from this perspective, it's quite easy to tell on your left-hand side how close you are to the wall. It's a little bit trickier to read the right-hand side of the car as Velez gets his line all wrong. Daniel Hearn's going to try and take advantage, but this is where it's a very narrow piece of track and these cars are very wide. He's going to try and force the issue down the inside. Velez is going to close the door, but yeah, the faster you go as well, the thinner the track feels. And I'm generally on pace around every circuit, but it's just Mount Panorama where I'm a few seconds back, because that downhill section is, you need cojones of steel. And when you think that the drivers that do this for real and absolutely slingshot it down the mountain with no fear, these drivers can just hit escape and return to garage and they'll be absolutely fine. They're not going to hurt themselves. But the real drivers who do it for real, it's incredible. As we follow Bequie in the McLaren chasing after Majid in the Lamborghini. This is the fight for 9th place as they come up through the quarry. They're very close to each other. Is the McLaren going to make a move through the cutting? Having a look, but keeping tucked up behind. Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge to make the overtake before Forest Elbow. And here's Daniel Hearn lining up an overtake as they come over the crest of the hill towards Quarry. Not sure he's going to get it around the outside, but he's going to go for it.
He's going to use a little bit of runoff area here is Daniel Hearn. Sweeps behind in Velez, going through into the cutting. He nearly got the move done, but I think he just lost a little bit of momentum just trying to go round to that outside. You can really force the issue. Just try and put the frighteners on and go, right, I'm going to try the old high, wide and handsome manoeuvre like Brian Jones, the commentary legend from Brands Hatch, as Hearn gets very close to the barriers on the right hand side, going through into McPhillamy, now through into Skyline, down through the S's and into the Dipper. Yeah, I mean, Hearn's just trying to put the pressure on Velez just to force a mistake from Velez, but Velez is really soaking up the pressure at the moment right now as we're just over an hour and 36 minutes into this 6-hour race.
Yeah, it is. And we've got some comments in the chat. I mean, are we over fixated on Daniel Hearn? I mean, we generally try to watch the closest battles on track for the highest positions as well. Generally, that's what we try to stick to. Daniel Hearn's got the slipstream down the Conrod straight towards, as we cut away just at the wrong moment. This is Bequist and Majid. Is he going to go around the outside of Hell's Corner? He does. That looked like a move round the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, they've got Alberto Muscolino in the number 7 car. That's towards the inside of Majid. Well, towards the inside going through Hell Corner. So Muscolino was trying to unlap himself, and that number 7 car is quite a few laps down as these two now make their way through into Hell Corner. So they're not actually that far behind the battle that we've just seen go through into turn number 1. But Daniel Hearn, I think, might have to just wait and bide his time. But in the meantime, the front end of the field, Tarek Adam now has nearly an 8.5 second advantage. Hearn again is going for the manoeuvre around the outside. And he loses the back end somewhat and loses all that momentum again through Quarry Bend, through at turn number 2. So he would have lost at least 15 to 20 kilometres an hour through in that point. But yeah, I mean, that battle's going to continue onwards like nobody's business. But Daniel Hearn's just lost all that hard work that he's just managed to do to close in onto the 502 Fusion Lamborghini of Louis Velez. But at the moment, it's Genesis Esports that leads with a 9.2 second advantage over MITS Racing. Then it's the 980 of Genesis Esports Academy that complete the top 3. Velez for Fusion in 4th, Hearn for Onid Camsport in 5th. Then it's the sole BMW 71 Cracked Racing Invincible Haters completing the top 6. Then it's the 83 car. Let's see, Sensible Racing McLaren with Ismail Gunieso behind the wheel. Ike Choose for the number 40 RPM Ferrari rounds out the top 8. Fazli Majid for the number 17 Sim Racing Alliance Lamborghini is 9th with, well, that's now changed because Beekhouse has just got past him for 9th position. So Majid drops down to 10th. And then we have the 486 car that rounds out the top 11 positions. That's Alpha Sim Sports with Iridius Partes behind the wheel. Ewan Stitchbury behind the wheel of the number 28 Ferrari. That will be the FRS Scuderia Bloodline car. That's 12th position. Remo Oyamets in the number 453. That is the New Kids Turbo car. Looks to be an Estonian name. Denise Pope for Wild Things Sim Racing by Codex.GT 14th. And then the 987 of Breaking Point Racing with Alberto Beggiato behind the wheel rounds out the top 15 positions. And in about 15 minutes, around about 15 minutes times, folks, we are going to head away from the race action for the third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP, and head to our 3rd episode of the Sim Racing GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing, with Matthew Bintcliffe from Alpine Esports being our special guest, joining myself and Johnny Ashley. Which means, Cammy, there's still another few more minutes for you to remain in the commentary box for now.
I'll cling on for as long as I can. Absolutely cherishing these moments, though, following still Velez and Hearn. But yeah, I'm just very grateful for the opportunity that SimRacing.gp gave, and the spot I was able to fill at the last minute. So happy to do so. Really enjoying it, and some A-class racing going on this afternoon. What better way can you spend your Sunday as we ride on board with the helmet cam of Daniel Hearn, 5th gear down the Conrod Straight. They're going to be switching to 6th gear in any minute. He's going to try and go up the inside for the kink, which will put him on the outside for the chase. And he's got half a car length alongside.
Oh, there's a bit of that's a hip check, and they've both gone rally crossing. And look who's behind, Liam Giles. He's looking at that and gone, oh right, I've got an opportunity. That's nearly another hip check going into Murray's corner. two Lamborghinis swapping paint, two Raging Bulls, and there's a propeller from Munich right on their, nearly right on their six. So Liam Giles is absolutely loving this. The two Lamborghinis have just done a 2 minutes 0.06 lap. Liam Giles, 2 minute 2.387. Well, here comes the charge of the Munich Brigade, even though there's one.
Does Hearn feel a little bit hard done by there and thinks, no, you want to push me out wide, and we both went off. You can't hold on to that position because you pushed me off. So does he feel that, he's earned that? That's his right. He was forced off wide. They both went off. As we watch the Ferrari just get it all wrong out of Forest Elbow, a big dollop of oversteer, and that nose decidedly flatter after hitting the barrier. But yeah, I would have said Hearn had earned that place. They both went off. He was pushed out, but it will come down to the stewards, and either they'll be told to resume back into the formation they were with Velez in front, or they'll both be given a time penalty, or it could come down to just being a racing incident. You both went off, so just keep going.
Yeah, exactly. But Liam Giles will now be told by the rest of the team, this is your opportunity. Get us back up into the top 5. You've got 2 cars in front of you. At the moment, there is the number 28 FRS Scuderia Bloodline Ferrari 296. That's Ewan Stitchbury closing in on Iridius Bartes for the 486 crew. And that now has an opportunity for the Ferrari to try and get the run onto the on the run down to Murray's Corner. But we are not that well. We're about, I'd probably say, about 15 to 20 minutes away from our next set of pit stops here on round 3 here at Mount Panorama. So Ewan Stitchbury trying to give Bartes a run for his money out of held corner. The Ferrari really getting the run on the Porsche down Mountain Straight. Bartes goes very, very defensive. Stitchbury stays right in the coattails of the 992 Porsche. Looks towards the inside, down Mountain Straight, over the crest. Now, will Stitchbury be enough alongside to get through into Quarry Bend? They are side by side. Bartes runs wide and Stitchbury gets through. That is 11th position for the number 28 FRS Scuderia Bloodline car. Nice little move there by Stitchbury.
Yeah, given how close Stitchbury was out of Hell's Corner up the hill, it was a move that was always going to work, because the Porsche just doesn't have that top end speed to hold off the likes of Ferraris and Lamborghinis. So yeah, Stitchbury got a great drive, and I think he could have even run it around the outside of the Porsche if he had to. Bartes knows that, the game is up, going to have to let that position go. He's just going to lose time trying to defend and fight it. And it's just a case you have to drive your own race, just let them go and make your own progress. And it's difficult. It's difficult to do that. No driver just wants to let somebody past, but you do often find it is the mature drivers who are able to know when to lose a battle to win the war.
Yes, indeed. And there was a bit of talking
of battles.
That was a little bit of afters there from Iridius Bartes on the back bumper of Ewan Stitchbury. But that was a bit too late, I think, on the part of the number 486. Whether that is going to be investigated, but that might have been just a little bit of a slight touch between the pair. Hasn't been a good one for Heimo Huffers at the moment, the number 69 Lamborghini, which looks like a refresher bar. That is the brightest coloured car that we actually have on this grid. Or it looks like a bit of a Battenberg Lamborghini, I think, Cammy.
You remember the old fruit salad sweets?
Oh, yes! Yes.
Or maybe rhubarb and custard. It's got that sort of feel going on, hasn't it?
A bit of nostalgia there for you folks, if you can remember any of that. Yes, we have had a couple of people. That's Egg and DStack11 saying SRA Sim Racing Alliance sighting in the top 10. Where were you when Brandon Chan was 8th? That's all I've got to say. So they have been consistently running in the top 10. Fazli Majid currently running in 10th position at the moment and is about 6 seconds behind Beekhouse and the number 29 McLaren as things are happening at the moment. That's the final drive sim racing McLaren 720S. There we go. There's an SRA sighting for you Sim Racing Alliance fans out there, with Fazli Majid behind the wheel of that car. We are now an hour and 3/4 of the way through this third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. 24 cars, but we only have, let's just see, trying to see now, we have 2 cars. The 85 Kamikaze Esports car retiring on lap number 2, and the number 228, the Okuni Racing car, that did have Dominic Kurashavin behind the wheel, is still in after lap number 31, as the leaders now are on their 53rd lap of this race.
I was just thinking, maybe for the next season of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, we could have like a red button option where, do you want to watch whatever driver you want? Hit that red button now, and you can have the screen like the Formula One. You can have every driver, because we've got one camera director and we've got 2 commentators here, and it's tricky to find what action to follow, as we're going to follow the action with the Soul Porsche 992 GT3 with its distinctly heavy rear end. It's heavy, it can be a bit of a pendulum, it can spin round on you. Coming through the chase, just gets a wheel on the grass, and that's enough to just throw it round into the tyre barrier. They're not having the best of weekends.
No, but that car is now running in, is running 12th position, so there was a bit of a gap between Iridius Partes and these Pope in the Wild Things McLaren. The number 79 is currently running P13 at the moment. The gap between them is around about sort of 27 seconds at the moment as things stand. But Iridius Partes lost 10 seconds with that incident happening. So it was over 35 seconds between Partes and Pope at that time. So yeah, I think Denise Pope, she always does show good signs of consistency. In the meantime, Liam Giles is trying to close in on Luis Velez now. So we'll see whether Liam Giles can get the run. He last time was over 0.6 of a second quicker than the Lamborghini in front. So the BMW seems to really come into its own in the latter part of each stint, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does seem to. But also when it comes to driver stints, the car can just come into its own when it just gets into that window where it just feels right for you. The handling of the car can really evolve throughout a sprint and stint. Sorry. And obviously, for us as viewers, the cars can look really different in terms of how they're driving, just depending on who is driving the car. So we've got Giles at the moment doing a great job in 6th place, but when they hand over to their teammate, we don't know if that car is going to suddenly go a second a lap quicker or a second a lap slower, go up the field, down the field, start making some sort of crazy overtaking maneuvers. We just don't know, and when that starts happening, Liam's just going to have to sit there and hope that his teammates can do as good a job as he's been doing.
Yep, the proof will be in the pudding on that one, Cammy, as that car now makes its way through Hell Corner. We are now on to our 54th lap of this third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP, third round here at Mount Panorama. But yeah, I think it's just like things have just sort of steadied down. We have got some close battles, and they are sort of spread a little bit further across the field than maybe some people would like. But at this point, this is where endurance racing comes into its own. We get to that sort of second third of the race and things sort of start to settle down, don't they? And then everything changes again when you get another raft of pit stops, which will be happening in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think when pit stops come along, it's a nice little checkpoint where you can all compare with each other, because the splits, as they're all mixed up, there's lap traffic in between them all, you can see a lot of drivers, they won't be able to see quite what their splits are, because it's dependent on when they pass certain lines across the splits and the track. So when you all get to your pits, it's just a nice little marker of, okay, if they're pitting now, you can compare against your own progress, and well, we know we can go an extra couple of laps, and you can start formulating little strategies and plans of, well, we can go a few laps further, and if we can do this, and we might be able to undercut them, and it's just one of those checkpoint moments where you can put strategies together. But for the moment, it's just sit down, drive, follow the plan, don't make mistakes, keep it on the track, and that's part of endurance racing, isn't it? It's not, I don't want to say boring, it's not the boring point, but it's the bit where things just calm down and drivers just have to get in their groove and just keep the car going in a straight line and keep it clean, keep it undamaged, and try and make up places where other people falter and crash.
Well, Cammy, I have to say it's been an absolute pleasure having you along with us for the first part of the third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by SGP. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Thoroughly. Thank you very much for having me, and sort of a massive thanks for the hard work that Dan Hyde does behind the scenes with the cameras, the replays and the highlights. He's sat there sort of unseen, so I just like to extend my thanks to him, and thanks very much. Great honour to be working with esteemed professionals such as yourself, Alex.
Big thank you indeed, Cammy Sturch. Real big thanks to her for jumping on board to join me for the first part of the racing action. We'll have Adam Ely joining me for the second half, but very, very shortly, folks, it's time to get the third edition of the Sim Racing GP podcast powered by Moza Racing up next after these short messages. Well, welcome back to what is now the Sim Racing GP podcast powered by Moza Racing, episode number 3. And you join myself, Alex Goldschmidt, but I've got someone alongside me for this one. A very, very good evening to the man behind Odin Racing. Good evening, Johnny Ashley. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Yourself?
All good, all good. And we have, from Alpine Esports, a very warm welcome to Matt Bincliffe. How are you doing? Good to have you with us tonight.
Yeah, doing well. How is everyone else?
All good, all good. So, Matthew, first of all, you've been part of the Alpine Esports team for over the last year and a bit. I think that all started with...
3 years now, I think.
3 years, is it?
Yeah, I started during COVID, so I think this is my 3rd year. So it's, it's been a fairly long time in sort of the new world of sim racing and esports.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, Renault Sport Racing was part of what you started off as, being sort of like the esports attaché, if you will. But your esports journey started a lot earlier than that, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm more from the esports side than I am from the motorsport or sort of sim racing side. So a bit of an interesting person to bring in to work behind the scenes for Alpine, or as you sort of said, Renault, when I very first sort of started working alongside the brands. But I have a huge sort of esports back catalogue, various sort of small teams, small companies, going back from when I was at university, decided that I didn't really like studying and that playing video games during classes was far more entertaining. That's a joke. Please study. Please stay in school, kids. No, but we ran a society for various sort of esport games. League of Legends, Call of Duty, Smite, whatever was popular at the time. And sort of, I just found out I was pretty good at telling people what sim racing, what esports was, and how they could use it for their business or for their company, and sort of ultimately led me down a path to where I did a bit of sort of consultancy for Renault, as they were the F1 team at the time, and then sort of when the transition to Alpine happened, I sort of got an opportunity, I guess, to come work for Alpine, and I've been doing so ever since.
Donny, well, firstly, good to have you on with us. Jumping in last minute. Really do appreciate it, buddy. And finally, we get to have a proper natter about esports as well. Have you got a first question for Matthew?
I suppose it's more of a question for as a whole of so you give us a bit about your past, but how does someone who's bang average at sim racing like myself actually get into the world of esports racing, I suppose?
Well, as someone who is below average at sim racing, I mean, I guess it's one of those things, right? Like, how do you become a professional footballer, or how do you become a professional piano player? Like, it's time and passion and energy, right? You need to be passionate about it. You need to want to do it. You can't half-ass these things. You can't just turn up and do, well, I'll do one race, a month and see how that goes, right? You've got to commit yourself to it, and it's the same for sort of any discipline. Obviously, sim racing has some limits in the fact that it's not necessarily the cheapest of things to afford, but equally it's far cheaper than real racing. So, if you're passionate about motorsports and you want to get into the world of racing, then sim racing is becoming more and more of a healthy alternative, or even side by side, right? Because there are plenty of young kids now who, when they're not karting on the weekends, they're in the sims during the week, and they're practicing tracks, not just tracks that they compete in for their karts, but they're practicing global, racing tracks from every discipline. And so, suddenly you've got a whole generation of people that are just that much better, that much quicker, that much sort of knowledgeable, right? That's a really long answer to the question, but yeah, I think you have to be passionate and you have to want to do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we find a lot of people in Onid that we've got some guys that would race with us that are mad on esports, and they're actually in esports teams. And it's the pace differential is quite incredible from your average sim racer. But I don't know what you guys, as your team, or what equipment they use and things like that. But it's really easy to get in at a base level into esports and into sim racing. And what would you say to anyone who's watching this who might not have a wheel, or might not, it's first time watching, and what would you say about getting into it, and what benefits has it had for you and your team, and for people racing as well?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, there's so much equipment sort of available these days, and the barrier to entry is increasingly coming down. Right, we're seeing more and more sort of brands join the space and offering competitive priced versions of this and that. So I think it gives people sort of hope, and you don't have to break the bank, right? You don't have to go and spend thousands of pounds on your first sort of sim racing experience. I mean, when I was young, I was playing the Colin McRae rally games, and I was playing on whatever steering wheel you could get from the local sort of from Game, or I don't even know what it was called before it was Game, but and it was certainly not anywhere near what you can get these days, and probably cost a comparable price, but the equipment's just so much better, right? That you can have a go, I think, at a reasonable price point, especially if you're passionate. I think people who are playing on consoles, or who are playing with controllers. I don't know anyone who plays with mouse and keyboard. If someone out there does, then please let me know, because that's hilarious. But most people are playing with a joystick, or from their consoles, and then it's like, well, actually I can go and get a relatively reasonable price setup, and especially if you're in that space, you end up making friends in that space, and actually maybe you can try their equipment. Or there's so many events now as well, big gaming festivals, events across not just the UK, not just Europe, but globally, where sim racing is becoming so much presence. I mean, we turn up at these events, as Alpine Esports with our sim rigs, and we have people from the age of 7 climb into those rigs, and those 7-year-olds don't care what equipment they're playing with. They just want to smash their foot on the accelerator and smash their way around a track, laughing as they bounce from wall to wall, and they're enjoying themselves, and they'll be the people that end up being the next, I don't know whether you want to say Jimmy Broadbents or Max Verstappen's of the world, people who take what is a passion and make a career out of it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with the lineup that you've got, you guys made a big announcement of the lineup for Alpine Esports, especially with F1 Esports. I mean, Luke Smith, who showed great prowess with Race Clutch back at the F1 Esports exhibition. Colin Spork, a household name in sim racing. I mean, part with Tom Latier as part of the endurance crew, Patrick Sipos and Ruben Pedreno. You've got a really, really strong lineup there. But there's one question that from not just a sim racing perspective, but from a brand perspective, understand. What does it mean to Alpine as a big manufacturer, being the sports brand of Renault, to be involved within sim racing? When you look, you've got the big players into it. Porsche with Coanda, Mercedes with their own team with James Baldwin, Jarno Opmeer. You've got Williams Esports with Dara McCormack, Igor Rodriguez. You've got all these drivers, Veloce. I mean, I could wax lyrical about the brands and manufacturers. I mean, Ferrari have also entered into esports. What does it mean to Alpine to be part as a well-recognized race car brand, especially with not just esports but also real-life racing with, say, for example, Esteban and Pierre in the F1 team? Then you've got the new LMDH car that everyone's drooling over for World Endurance Championship next year. What does it mean to Alpine Esports to be part of a big amount of car brands that are part of this space?
Yeah, I mean, from a personal level, it's fantastic to be able to bring, our brand into the sort of playground, shall we say, of sim racing. I think sim racing, everyone's seen a massive increase in popularity and what can be done now. I think that was already sort of on the up before COVID. I think there was already sort of a progression, but I think the pandemic, as terrible as it was for many people, the sim racing industry really benefited from it because it forced people online. And when you've got F1 drivers, or you've got Le Mans drivers, or whoever, you've got these public figures jumping in their sim rigs and streaming and showing people how to get involved. The scene itself has exploded, and like you pointed out, there's so many of our competitors from a competition, a motorsport point of view, but also brand competitors from a car market point of view. Doing sim racing and esports in general, right? You've got to sort of look at that and go, well, it's a good place to be. And I think being able to take that challenge to some of those teams is always fun. Alpine isn't the biggest, flashiest brand in the car market. We're not here to, we're not pumping millions into and billions into the industry. So it's always great whenever we can compete alongside these sort of long established names. Because Alpine itself, like you said, is sort of the sporting brand from the Renault group, and has been reborn, shall we say, from the sort of old name, right? And so where do we position ourselves in this sort of modern world? We've got we've got so many other vehicles on the road. You can sit in traffic on the M6 any day of the week and spot multiple different car manufacturers. So how do you stand out, and how do you make yourself sort of different to everyone else? And I think we're doing that as a brand in many different ways, right? The F1 team has now taken over the Renault slot and has been Alpine for a good 3 seasons now. We've just done our Pikes Peak activity over in the US and picked up a trophy there. Our Le Mans team that you mentioned, the World Endurance Championship, they picked up a podium in Monza for with the LMP2, and then we've got the hypercar, which looks incredible, even from an internal POV, right? Even if I have to say it looks beautiful, I think it does look quite nice. And what a fantastic class to be entering, right? There's so many awesome brands and car, awesome looking cars and fantastic brands entering that competition. It's quite fantastic to bring Alpine alongside those. So I think it doesn't matter whether we're sort of competing alongside the sort of big boys in F1 or in motors, in motorsport or in esports or in sim racing. I think it's a part of the modern world, right? So why not get involved, and why not try to do it slightly differently, but also try and do it in a way that the community understands and appreciates, right?
Oh, 100%. Johnny, your next question for Matt, if you've
So-
got one, buddy.
I
I'm
have,
sure you've got plenty.
I've always got plenty to say, Alex. You should know this by now.
I do indeed.
I think for a question of where do your drivers kind of like, do they practice? Do they practice in private sessions? You know, do you encourage them to go and race in communities, whether it, you know, be with local communities like Sim Racing GP, or have you got local centres where they, you know, where they can go and practice, or is it just we practice in private kind of servers and then we go out and race, or do you encourage your drivers to go out and race elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously, I think it depends on what discipline the driver's sort of competing in. Some are very, I don't want to say secretive, but obviously things like, you know, F1 esports is sort of, I guess, a bit more close knit as a community in terms of the drivers that participate at the higher level. And you know, there are a couple of smaller leagues and tournaments that the drivers participate in, but they're not necessarily sort of you know, part of the official F1 esports you know, structure or something like that, you know, but they serve a purpose in order to develop and practice. And then you know, the other drivers, you know, Colin for example, you know, he's constantly racing in multiple series and competing across different titles and different styles of racing to really hone his racecraft. And you know, it's something that we constantly are looking at, you know, what's the next option for us, what's the next title that we want to compete in, what's the next you know, what's the next competition we want to be involved in, and where can we direct that talent to be involved in that, right? If you've got people who are really good in open wheelers, for example, on specific titles, then do you really, you know, do you want to put them forward for certain events, etc.? I think it's, you know, it's kind of very much down to the drivers in how they want to practice. There is, of course, you know, mandatory sort of practice requirements, but it's about being able to hone your racecraft, and I guess that happens in many other sort of you know, disciplines, right? Being I mean, you know, how many F1 drivers go on to compete in other titles or other competitions, you know, or even esports, right? How many cross-discipline players do you have? You know, people who are really good at FPS titles, you know, they don't they tend to dip their toes in and out of other titles, even just for fun, or even just to get familiar with what that landscape looks like, right? So I think you open yourself up to being a better racer, player, driver, whatever you want to call it, you know, when you do more of these things. So you know, we try and encourage, I guess, diversity in terms of practice and development. But obviously, you know, if you're competing in a championship, you need to focus on that title for that period of time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the next question I want to come on to is obviously competitions that Alpine Esports have done in the past. Especially, we've had 3 runnings of the Alpine Esports series, which also have had the finals hosted on simracing.gp. But you've had quite a few of the big names: Dennis Schoeninger, James Baldwin, and Jardier, who have been the 3 winners of the seasons which were done in the Alpine A110 on ACC. Having those kind of drivers that are not just personalities but also liked individuals, some of them, like say Jardier, is the most I think you could probably agree with this, Johnny, that Jardier is the most positive personality within sim racing going.
Yeah.
Full stop.
100%.
It's great to see that, you know, I looked through some of the lists of the drivers that have competed in it. By Alpine Esports creating this kind of series using the right branded product. Of course, the A110 is a fantastic real-life car in its own right, but also capable as a GT4 race in GT4 competitions globally. What does that mean to Alpine Esports to have a series like that where you can get the greater community involved and give people an opportunity to compete at the highest level?
Yeah, again, I think it's fantastic, you know, being able to, like you say, offer that as a competition. And I think, you know, when we first launched it, it was, you know, very sort of new, and people didn't necessarily know what it was. And you know, we had that sort of fantastic grand prize of the track day experience of in the GT4 car, and you know, Jardier won the first round, and you know, due to COVID and stuff, we weren't able to sort of get him in the car until a couple like a year or 2 later, alongside James Baldwin. So we had naturally, you know, I was there with them. in Manicourt in France, and had a fantastic day watching these two incredible sim racers jump inside a real race car. And I think you guys were talking about it on cast during the racing. It's amazing to see people like Jardier, like James Wolverine, jump in real cars and all of a sudden perform. It's not like you're just dragging random people off the street and saying, right, now you must drive a racing car. These are talented professionals, right? And even if they wouldn't necessarily call themselves that, or even if they wouldn't necessarily refer to themselves in that way, being able to pick up immediately how to drive the car. And I was chatting to these guys on site, and they were saying the car handled on the track just like it handles in game, right? And that again is really a really cool and really humbling thing to be told, right? Because you put this competition on, and you hope people are interested. You offer a prize, and you run a production, and maybe only 6 people turn up to your stream, or maybe only 10 people want to get involved, and that would be heartbreaking. But then, like you said, we've just run our 3rd year of it, and the people trying to take part, the people watching, is growing, year on year, and I think it's become, almost like I don't want to say expected from the community, but like when it comes around, there's that remembrance, and people are like, oh yeah, that was, I watched that last time, or oh, so and so won that last time, and we get. We don't restrict who enters, so we get drivers entering from other esports teams outside of our own, and they come in and they get to drive a different car. They get to drive whether under their own sort of name, whether they're under the banner of their team. They get to come and represent. And for us, for me, I have no problem with another driver coming in, and let's say Dennis from Williams came and won this year's competition, because it just means that we're doing something right if these top talent want to come and compete in our competition, and I think it's a good feather to have in our cap, shall we say. We may or may not be doing more of them. I'm not gonna drop an exclusive reveal right this second, but certainly keep your eyes and ears out for a different competition coming from us potentially before the end of the year. And then next year we'll have the Alpine Esports Series, year 4, which is crazy to say out loud, to be honest.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. I think the people that qualified, I think you had probably the best part of north of 35 drivers battling it out, and Dennis winning season 3. But just the caliber the caliber in sim racing, I'll be completely honest here, Matt, just keeps on going up, level after level. It's not like every year, it's like every week you see a new talent emerge that emerges, and you just go, where on earth did this person come from? They've come from absolutely nowhere, and they've just literally blown the doors off of the rest of the competition on a race, and then they start making progress. In terms of looking to recruit drivers, as you said, through multi-platforms, what's the approach that Alpine Esports has to scouting for talent, looking for, using like the SWOT analysis, like strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats? What's the process for recruiting a driver into a team such as Alpine Esports?
Oh, I couldn't possibly tell you. No, I think So
I had to ask the question. I had to ask it. I just thought, it's on the off chance.
It's one of those things, and I think people, there's always. Like you said, there's so much emerging talent, and I think I want to give huge props to the sim racing community, because I've come from like I said, I come from an esports background. I've seen loads of different titles, and there's often a lot of sort of gatekeeping around the high level play, and there's a lot of sort of people that don't want new players coming in. I think hats off to the sim racing community, because everyone seems to be incredibly open and excited to see new emerging talent, right? There's not this sort of put down attitude that other sports or other esports titles might have, and people are really embracing new talent, and I think that's fantastic. I think, to be quite honest, the reality is, even at events, people come up to me and say, "Oh, my lad's really quick. Can he come drive for you?" Or "Oh, can I give you his sort of racing CV or something?" I think if you're good enough, we and other teams will come to you. We'll find you. I think it's not hard, like you said, sort of to spot these talents and emerging ones, especially with smaller level competitions. There's always countless new people joining, right, each year, or even just competition by competition. So I think for real, for the top tier talent, we'll come to you, right? The teams will come to those people and sort of look for them. That doesn't mean there's not a sort of exclusive invite list. I think a lot of teams now are introducing academies and bringing ways of developing staff. It's becoming so close to sort of the world of football, the world of F1. Being able to spot talent from we have a program at Alpine. That we have, which is it's called our Race Her program. It's a way of getting female drivers into the world of motorsport, and actually we're testing and analysing young girls from the age of 7, to be potential F1 drivers, and you start looking at that for esports or sim racing. Where are you going to find 7-year-olds with a sim, or 7-year-old karters that also enjoy sim racing, right? It takes a bit of time to be noticed and sort of to develop to a point where you're where you can be recruited by a team or brought on. And I think it's not just us, but every team is eyes wide open for the next for the next Jarno Opmeer, the next the next sort of number one driver, if you will, whoever that may be. And I think it's always a fun I'm trying to think from a healthy phrasing. It's always entertaining / challenging to be the one to find that driver first.
People who know me will know I'm not one for being controversial, but there is a question that kind of that came from that, and it's obviously you'll go to the drivers that interest you, that have had results. And does it also? It's obviously esports is going to be a business. It is a business. Is there a side of what that driver also brings apart from talent? So it's, have they got sponsorships they can bring? Have they got connections they can bring? Do you look at if they're streaming, how many viewers have they got? And it is a business, and I don't want to put you too much on the spot, but obviously there is these things to look at as well, and people to understand, and because I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and go, well, I haven't had a message from Alpine. Why not? I'm a sim racer.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, and it's very common in other sports, right? I think F1 is sort of known for its paid drivers, shall we say? And those people are still talented at the end of the day, right? You're not going to make it into an F1 car without being one of the best drivers in the world. But if you have a bit of backing, whether it's a nice sponsorship or if it's a father who has a lot of money, perhaps it's it's going to be easier for you. I don't think we've hit that point in sim racing yet, and I personally would like to not see that happen. I think the focus for me should always and from our team's perspective, the focus should always be competition. It should be that ability to perform on track. I think there are other angles for revenue. We as a team have ambassadors that we use for content creation, and we work with content creators who want to do stuff around the brand, and I think they're always perfect, or let's say perfect, but they're better ways to leverage than sticking your driver in front of a camera and saying, right, you must stream for us now because it's in your contract. I think you always want to take people who have that as a passion and develop that rather than forcing anyone to become a sort of jack of all trades, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And okay, the second part of the question then, because I'm a man of the people and I like to get they want the true answers. We all want to know where you started your sim racing journey. What's your favourite sim, and what's your favourite car in a sim? There you go.
That's a good one.
I'm going to give you this is going to be a really basic answer. I'm going to get a lot of slack for this because, like I said, so I don't have a sim racing background, or from a professional.
Alex, he's an outsider.
Oh well, yeah. Like I said,
hang on, Johnny. Give him a chance. Give the man a chance. Let him breathe first before he answers.
Look, I grew up playing the Colin McRae's of the world. I grew up playing F1 every year. Okay, so if I can go back to being 7-year-old me, sat on me, was it PlayStation, Xbox, whatever, first generation consoles, sat there, watching the Ghost overtake me because I was awful and my dad was way better than I was. That's where I'd put myself back in. If I had a time machine, I'd go back to that.
Yeah, it'd be like Colin McRae Rally and Dirt 2 and all that kind of stuff, if I remember correctly.
Exactly.
Oh.
But we're talking about the proper. We're talking about 6 pixels on the screen here. But obviously, most of my time from a working point of view is spent with our Alpine cars in whatever title that may be. So if it's ACC, it's the A110 GT4. If it's F1, then obviously it's the Alpine F1 car, etc. So that's where I'll find myself on a sort of working basis, And I think anyone that's seen me in a sim probably thinks that's even too close for that. Favorite track is Spa, Spa or Brazil. From an F1 circuit perspective, I crash less at Spa, but Brazil's quite fun as well. Is that acceptable? Have I given you an okay answer?
Yeah, I'll give you that. That's fine. I predate the Colin McRae games. I'm going kind of like Grand Prix 2, Grand Prix 1 even. Jeff Cameron's Grand Prix 1 and 2. So yeah, I remember having a wheel that was a Williams wheel at the time, and if it was one of the first ones that you kind of sat under your monitor, it had a big plate on it, and it sat under one of the big square monitors. And if you crashed, actually the wheel come off. The Formula One wheel came off, so it was like you'd actually crashed, and it could. So yeah, it's good to see that we've all kind of come from a similar kind of journey, because everyone it started in the kind of late 90s, didn't it? So it was good.
And I think what's good about that is that again, it's become so diverse. I think. What started off as sim racing has just grown and grown, and there's so many more titles now that you can compete in, and you can choose to enter. Even from us as a car manufacturer, we are constantly looking at new titles to put our cars into. Because we want to not only open the audience up to our vehicle, but then we're also thinking about the competitive aspect of it as well now, and that's something that didn't exist a few years ago. Brands looking at certain titles. I don't want to sort of name drop too many different things, but there's a fairly popular new title that's just had its sort of first season, and we don't have a car in that game as of yet, and so we're not able to compete in the first season or the second season of that title. And so you think, well, actually, from a business perspective, there's a huge potential loss from us. We don't have a GT3 car. We have a GT4. We have a GT3. And I think this is where sim racing starts really playing into the, I don't want to say decision making or sort of business strategy, but I think it opens up avenues, because you start asking the question, well, what if we had a GT3 car? Would that be viable? What competitions can we enter? Not just virtually, but then in the real world, can we start recruiting for drivers for a GT3 season? And, these sorts of things. And I think it's become, we talked earlier about, all of the car manufacturers now have sim racing teams or sponsor esports teams, or they're so aware of the space, and I think it's becoming so. So influential in so many different areas of the automotive world.
Good answer. Very good answer.
Yeah, I think, as you said, Matt, opportunities, you have to sort of look at what's best for the brand in general, because obviously you're just one part of the management team at Alpine Esports. But as you said, with said title, hopefully there'll be an opportunity where we will, in the future, see Alpine Esports come into it. I'm going to date back a little bit further. I think the first ever racing game I ever played, guys, was on the Sega Mega Drive, and it was Outrun, if anyone might remember that game.
Yes, Outrun, amazing game.
Yep.
I'm thinking back to the old school arcades that I used to, when you used to go on holiday to a beach or something, and you had the big blocks, and it had like six pistols and the big chunky steering wheel that didn't really actually steer. You were sort of inputting left and right commands rather than steering, and an accelerator that was essentially an on-off switch.
Yeah.
Again, and I think it's one of those things as well, right? Because sim racing, we sort of talked about it earlier, is not it's getting cheaper and cheaper, but it's still not the sort of cheapest thing. But I think you look at the sort of generation of people that have reached the age where they're now working jobs, they have houses, they have income, and they're going, well, what do I remember? What did I really enjoy when I was younger? Oh, I enjoyed these racing games. And maybe they watch motorsports on the weekends, maybe they go and do a bit of go-karting with their mates or whatever. But they're in a position where they can invest in a rig, they can get the direct drives, and they can stick a monitor on a wall or whatever, and they can go racing. And I think that's really really enjoyable as well.
Yeah, I think with regards to, say, for instance, developments at Alpine, we talked about obviously the driver roster, but now you guys have got the content room where there's been a 5-figure investment whereby you've got the ambassadors sort of like doing streaming from that, but also it's great for the drivers to have a firm base, like saying, if you give them a shout and say, right, okay, guys, we're going to get you over to the content room, we want to do some streaming. How important is that in terms of engagement with not just the drivers as a brand, but also with regards to the greater sim racing community? How is that going to impact how Alpine Esports moves in terms of fan and viewer interaction in the future?
Yeah, I mean, it's really great to have a physical sort of standing point from the Alpine Esports perspective. It exists in a space within the F1 factory, and I think that alone is already quite a fantastic thing. We've opened that content studio up to sort of the public, sort of by invite to certain events. I had a charity event there a couple weeks ago, probably over a month or so ago. But we had a bunch of disabled veterans come down to the factory. We gave them a factory tour of the F1 site, and we essentially, I don't want to say locked them in the content studio, but the studio was there with the sim set up, and yeah, okay, we weren't necessarily streaming it, we weren't recording content per se. This was more of sort of just an outreach sort of thing. But to watch a bloke who doesn't have any legs climb into the sim and sit there for an hour and a half and refuse to get out because he's having such a fantastic time, is incredible to us. And I think being able to have those opportunities, and I think being able to engage with people and interact with the community, like you sort of talked about. There's so much sim racing content out there, and there's so many streams, there's so many YouTube videos, and we have sort of big personalities. We've already name dropped several of them, and the casters were talking about even more of them beforehand. I don't think it's not actually a case of us putting ourselves up against those people and trying to say, hey, look, come to our stream, it's better than insert name. But I think it's a case of giving people the option to explore that content, right? What does a sim racing studio inside of an F1 factory look like? What does one of our drivers look like on a more casual environment? Do you want to come and drive with one of our ambassadors in a community event for a few hours on a weekend, or especially when there's no sort of competitive. Sim racing is in a fantastic spot at the moment when there's always competitions on. Kind of someone who's only ever watches Twitch, on my second monitor and on my TV. It's really enjoyable to not have to ever stop watching. But yeah, it's fantastic to just be able to provide content to people. It's fantastic to have a location that we can sort of base Alpine Esports from, and we can bring the drivers down, we can bring the ambassadors down, we can bring members of the public down. We can bring, if we want to, we can bring celebrities down, we can bring our academy drivers down, we can even bring F1 drivers or other Alpine category drivers. The ability of having somewhere physical is really great. And I think that, well, I know there'll be a lot more to come from that space as we continue to develop it and strategize around what that content plan looks like, for other things we may have already touched on in this conversation, but also things that haven't been revealed yet.
That's pretty interesting in regards to it. Sorry, Johnny.
I'm just trying to think of a question on that point. Obviously you've got simulators at Alpine and you use them quite a lot, and I'm people will know in Onid, I'm a huge NASCAR fan, and the NASCAR drivers themselves actually use iRacing and sim racing to get their practice in each week if they can't get out in the car and stuff. And I suppose it's, do your academy drivers and do real life drivers use the sims a lot, and do you use the sims that we at home use, or is they're actually more tailored sims for you guys to practice in?
Yeah, I mean, without going into sort of super detail, a lot of our younger, especially the academy drivers, they have their own sims at home in their own space. So we don't tend to sort of, it's not our responsibility or our demand, shall we say, that they come and use our sims. The sims are available to them if they want to use them. And I think there's plenty of Instagram posts or Twitter posts of various drivers in our sims, whether it be trackside, whether it be at sort of big events, conferences, etc. I think it's always enjoyable for me to see someone like Esteban or Pierre or Victor or Gabby, for example, sit in a sim and to me it just seems like they're just enjoying themselves for even if they only get 10 15 minutes, because it's a fairly demanding routine these guys have. They're constantly in front of press, they're constantly training, whether it's physical training, mental training, there's a lot of preparation, and I think even if you just take 5 minutes out of that routine to do something that they find enjoyable, is good. But I also think there's also that sort of continuous sort of practice element to it, right? Because if you're an F1 driver and your relaxation of choice is to sit in a sim and do, I don't know, 100 laps of Bahrain, then at least you've done 100 extra laps of Bahrain, in a sim, and you can potentially use some of that additional knowledge the next time you're on the circuit. I think Max Verstappen was rumored to have a sim in his plane. I think that got disproved, but I think it's a good indicator of sort of where we're at with these sort of the high figures within the motorsport world. But like you said, there's so many different angles now to use sim racing as a tool to practice and develop skills, and even things like learning new tracks, right? We had Ollie Cardwell do the virtual Le Mans with us at the end of last season, and he's now one of the WEC drivers for Alpine, and he drove on the Le Mans circuit for the first time ever in a real car this year, and he actually said to us, as a fantastic, not to plug, but there's a fantastic piece of Monza interview footage with our WEC drivers and our esports drivers over on the Alpine Esports Instagram channel. But Ollie was saying, that he got to a corner that he kept sort of making a mistake on, and then he remembered how to solve that problem he remembered that happening in the sim as well, and he remembers being told what the solution was to it, and then applied it on its next lap, and he was like, oh, actually I'm suddenly 2/10 up or 3/10 up on my previous lap, because I was actually able to correct that mistake from something he'd learned from sim racing, which I think is incredible.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. Alex will back me up on this one because we know a guy. But I was talking to a good friend of mine, Will Dendy, and he races in GT Cup and British GT and all kinds of things. And I asked him this exact question. It's really interesting to see you've had the same kind of, the answer he gave was actually the skills from sim racing to real life racing are really transferable. Like, it's that close now. The technology is that close that I asked Will about dragging brakes, because at ACC a lot of drivers, they drag their brakes to heat them up to get pressure, heat into the tyres, for instance. And I said, do you do that in a real car? And he was like, well, I do. I said, it works. I get to turn one, and my tyres are nice and warm, and the brakes are ready, and it's all systems go. So, but the point is, it's so close technology wise now that there is so many transferable kind of aspects to it that if it was 10, 15 years ago, if you said, oh, a guy who's really good on Formula One, he's going to jump in a real Formula One car, you go, well, hold on a minute. But now you're kind of like, I can see it happening.
And I think this is the crazy thing. It's getting better, even now, right? Even within the 12 months, let's say, of this year and last year, there's been new things released, new products, new games that are really pushing the limits of what's real and what's not real. We have a fantastic partnership with a VR brand, Vario, and our sim racing partners as well, and we have what we sort of call our ultimate sim, and it's this fantastic sort of motion VR blend simulator, and we took that to an event in February this year, and both Pierre and Esteban jumped in the sim, and they both got off, and they sort of said after about 10 minutes of being in this, they forgot they were in a game, or they forgot they were in a room surrounded by other people. Their brains defaulted to being on track at the circuit. They defaulted to being I think was it Paul Ricard. I think they defaulted to being on track, trying to set their qualifying pace lap for that track. And I think we're looking at a really fantastic point where we've got so much crossover between real racing and sim racing. I don't necessarily think we'll see the next F1 world champion being just a sim racer. I think you still need that physical element. You need the fear, and I think that's something that sim racing obviously lacks as its fundamental. I don't want to say flaw, because it's not a flaw, because it's separate from real racing. But that's the difference between on-track racing and sim racing is that fear, and the best drivers in the world are the ones that manage that fear to an absolute nth degree. And I think you'll always need karting, or you'll always need sort of lower division racing to pick that up. But in terms of understanding when to brake, how to brake, when to turn, and especially when you start adding things like motion and I want to say G-force, but you know what I mean, that sort of simulated version of it to sim rigs. That's when you really start hitting this level of actually, when does it become just being in a real car, if that makes sense.
Well, I've got a question, Matt. When
Course.
Pierre and Esteban were on that full motion simulator, who was fastest out of the two?
I wasn't there, so I can't answer that question.
Well, hey, it was worth a try.
It was a
worth
good try. It's a good try.
I think also by having two French drivers in a team representing Alpine at the pinnacle of motorsport is so great. But like you said, it was really, really interesting when you said about the fact that when Pierre and Esteban went in that full motion simulator, they went after 10 minutes, we couldn't tell the difference. I mean, I've come from IRL commentary into casting and sim racing, and when people said to me, "How did you feel on your first cast?" I went, "I still got the goosebumps. I still got the hairs standing on the back of my neck." I mean, whenever you see the drivers from Alpine Esports go into competition at the highest level, what's the feeling that you get, apart from the fact that you've got to not only manage them, but then you're in their corner, backing them up to the hilt and saying, like, okay, I want you to enjoy yourselves, but go out there and do the business. What are your first thoughts when you're watching, like, say, Luke or Colin or whoever on the team going into a race, and you're like thinking, are you like one of these people that bites your fingernails to the quick?
I'm terrible. I can't. It's not I can't watch it. I do watch it. I'm a very passionate person as an individual. Anyone who's sat next to me watching an F1 race will know I scream and shout at that just as much as I do at League of Legends or any other esport titles. So I'm the exact same when it comes to sim racing. And we had an incredibly nail-biting fight on the last lap of the Le Mans Virtual with Williams for third place at the end of last season. I don't know if you guys sort of saw that moment itself.
I remember that one.
But as we were fighting tooth and nail to get that position from Williams, I was on the I was standing up, I was shouting at the screen. I'm trying to obviously. So I don't sit on comms with the drivers, probably for the best. But I'm doing the exact same thing that I was doing when Esteban was holding third place going around Monaco, right? You want that victory, you want that moment, and not only do you want it for yourself because you're a fan of the team, but you want it for the driver, you want it for the team as a whole, you want it to prove and justify. without getting sort of too sort of emotional on this whole thing, but Alpine Esports is a very smally ran organization. We're very new to the space compared to some of the bigger names, and to be able to even steal away a podium from a big name in a top level competition, that makes us feel, it makes me, it makes us incredibly proud of what we do, and that's really what you're chasing, right? You're chasing that feeling of success, and then obviously on the other end, when it doesn't go well, when you crash out or when someone hits you or whatever, and the drivers are frustrated, and we know, you can see it. You don't have to see their webcam to know what they're feeling and how they are in that moment, and then that's when you sort of management skills kick in. You have to come back to them as soon as possible and say, don't worry, it's okay, you'll do better next time, or we'll fix it for next time. And it's incredibly, for me, look, I treat it as I do any sport, any other. Am I millennial? Oh God, I'm a millennial. And I love my esports as much as I love my real sports. So as much as I'll shout at football, I'll shout at F1, or I'll shout at the whatever, snowboarding at the Olympic. I don't know, whatever people watch. I'll shout just as much for esports. And so yeah, sim racing is absolutely no different for me. And I want my boys to do as good as they can, as often as they can. So I can keep doing this job.
You know what? That's a fantastic answer there, Matt. I mean, it just goes to show that everyone has their own unique character and sort of role within this space. I think it's the same with me. Like, say, with casting, when I did the Sim Racing Expo last year, there were so many moments where I was just like thinking, what on earth is going on here? And then I go past and I see an Alpine from 2 years ago display car on a stand. I'm like thinking, and when you have to do that double take, that's exactly what I did. But yeah, I mean, that was a great answer. It just goes to show that we are all passionate at the end of the day, Johnny.
Oh, 100%. And I'm the owner of Owned Racing, and I've got currently 3 teams in the race we're on now, and I'm keeping an eye on the Owned Camsport boys, up in 6th, and my heart's going, it's a good finish for these guys. They're, doing a really great job, and you've got to have passion and to be where the positions we're in. You have to be passionate. You have to believe in it. You have to love it. You kind of. I'm very fortunate in what I do, and Alex, I met you a long time ago, and I was just a guy that used to turn up to a place in Milton Keynes, and
yes.
Now, and now look at me, I decided I was going to run a community because I enjoyed it so much, and I'm passionate about it, and I want to be able to offer things to other people, and to be in, one of the biggest communities on simracing.gp, and I have a good amount of teams, I've got Camsport and Go for the Gap and Simhound rookies and stuff. And these people have, they've come to us, and it's not I've been out looking, and want to be part of a success. And we're never going to be up there with the likes of Veloce or Alpine or anyone like that. We're never going to be there, but we enjoy what we do, and I'm pleased for the guys. I'm pleased for these guys today. They've put a lot of effort into this one, and Bathurst is a tricky track, so I'm watching. I've got kind of one eye on the stream and one eye on this, and kind of hoping, because you never switch off as a community owner either.
No, you never do. I mean, Matt, I wanted to talk about something we haven't really touched on. We've talked about the content room at Alpine Esports, but we haven't talked about LAN events, because obviously when COVID hit, we were very, very restricted as a community. Everything was online, as you said earlier on. We had the Race All-Stars, we had a lot of leagues, a lot of championships coming through. But now that we have gotten through those murky waters and we've come out the other side of it, to now see LAN events really, really coming back to the fore as we saw before the pandemic, like say with F1 Esports and the Gfinity Arena, for instance. What are your thoughts on how LAN events are now coming back, and they're coming back with a vengeance, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic, and I think it's what sim racing needs to bring that new audience it's got. To show them that this is not just people in their bedrooms. This isn't just some sort of community led thing. But these teams, these organisations are capable of putting on massive shows. And and I think it's something that the esports industry already does quite well. People that are fans of other sort of gaming titles will have seen massive LAN events held in some of the most fantastic stadiums and locations around the world. And I think it's absolutely time that we bring esports, we bring sim racing to those locations, to those places. We get people in the audience, we get people coming and meeting the drivers, meeting the players, whatever you want to call them, getting involved with their fans, because there's people out there buying merchandise for these esports teams, and be able to get that signed by the driver for that team. That's something you can't do from a bedroom. So I think LAN events are certainly incredible to have. I don't think we should only have LAN events. I think online is necessary in order to support those big events. It's where you find your talent, it's where you get involved with your community, it's where the lower people have a chance to show their talent and try and rise up through the competition. And I think LAN is so well supported by online events anyway. So it's I'm really excited for what for what events are coming. Even just what we've seen already since the pandemic ended, and what's to come from so many different titles. I think it's really going to be really exciting. And I think the more of them I can get to, the better it's going to be for me, because I don't have to sit in an office.
Minimise desk time as best you can there, Matt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the thing. It's like we're all stuck on the end of a video camera, but on Discord and having a wonderful conversation. But as you said, Matt, the greater sense of community is when you are in person and talking to individuals. Like saying, "Oh yeah, remember when we had that chat?" And then you also like reminisce, and then it becomes like a bit of a mosh pit gathering, so to speak, where everyone just congregates in the same place, doesn't it? It's a wonderful feeling.
As a big fan of heavy metal, I love that terminology.
I know I like you, Matt.
I tidied up for this. The wall behind me was covered with vinyls of all sorts of fairly loud, shouty bands. So
good work.
I'd put them back. No, but it's fantastic. It's great that you mentioned that, because we just did an event. We supported our F1 colleagues, at an event for one of our sponsors down in London, and Luke Smith, who's one of our F1 esports competition drivers. He came to do a bit of sort of like not necessarily a meet and greet, but sort of like a bit of coaching session and stuff. And people were coming up to him. This is on the bank of the Thames in London. People were coming up to him and going, "You're Luke Smith. You're Alpine's esports driver." And this is, Luke. I don't know how much you guys know about him, but he's a young lad. This is only his second season. He's done one season in the F1 series. To have people come up to him and recognise him, I think was a massive eye opener for him, but also an eye opener for me as well, because it's like, I don't think we realise, right, just how many people now are involved in this space, and how many people are passionate about these topics, about these competitions, about these drivers. And so to have those conversations. And so I'm stood there as a sort of Luke's not just, I don't want to say babysitter for the day, but I'm there making sure he's having a good time and that he's all right, and he's stood there having this half an hour chat with this with this fan who's asking him about how he sets up the car, and what equipment he uses, and what's it like, what does he think about the new season, what does he think of this driver. And I think that's you could parallel that to any other sport, and it would just feel like a totally normal conversation, right? For a fan to have with an F1 driver, with a football player, with a hockey player, with a basketball player. And so it's just felt so incredibly organic and healthy to witness that. And so and I encourage sort of anyone listening, when you're at these events, please do talk to people from teams or talk to drivers, because they're so passionate, and they want to share that knowledge and that love for the community with you. Don't, if they've just crashed and walking away, please don't go up to them and ask them why they spun off. But like being you got to be sensible when you. I mean, you wouldn't speak to an F1 driver after he's just shunted it into the wall. So
No,
or a footballer when they've missed a penalty. You know what I mean?
Because the first thing they're going to do is walk away in the other direction, 100%. There is actually quite a funny story that a lot of people might not know about. Because, of course, Luke Smith is one of your F1 esports drivers. However, there is a current F1 journalist whose name is also Luke Smith. And the amount of times my journalist friend got name checked when it was actually they added him on Twitter, or X as it's now called. God forbid. It was so easy when it was called Twitter rather than having some sort of Roman numeral. I think it's just Elon Musk's.
Are we calling it 10? Can we call it 10 from now on?
Yeah, well, it was a bit like
it
was like Apple with the iPhone, wasn't it? The amount of times that they were tagging my friend Luke, the F1 journalist, and they were meant to tag your Luke instead, Matt, which was absolutely hilarious. And I was just like thinking, how many times is this going to happen? And like over a period of 3 weeks, I think my friend Luke got tagged about 15 times. And it was meant for the other Luke Smith, your one at Alpine, when he was because at the point he was racing for Race Clutch at the time, and he'd really made big waves in the F1 esports community. So there's a little bit of funny trivia for you sim racing people out there.
we need more unique English names. That's all I'm going to say.
I know.
I mean, Luke Smith.
Could have been John Smith.
Come on, well, yeah.
I know. It's
sorry, Alex. Going back to what we said and what you just touched on, Matt, and with Alex, is we forget sometimes that sim racing's worldwide. Mm-hmm. So we all race in communities, or we're part of communities, and we do our jobs in communities that is all across the world. And the one thing I've always liked to do, and I've done in Onid, is we have meetups. And people, if they can get over, they come over, and we have a meet up at Silverstone. We do a Christmas party every year in Milton Keynes, and it's really nice to kind of meet these people and strengthen those relationships. I do my admin party every year, and I know Cammy spoke about it earlier about the party, and just to thank my guys for doing the work they do. But actually, people walking up to me and going, "Oh, you must be Johnny," and I'm like, "I know your voice, but I don't know your face." Yeah. And it's so bizarre. And Steph's touched on it in chat as well with the expo is massive for that, isn't it? And bringing our whole community, because sim racing is just one big community that keeps growing and growing. Mm-hmm. Having the expo to bring that back, everyone together, is only going to make sim racing more appealing to more people, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, like you said, it's a global sport, and I think the fact that it's online, right, is again one of those reasons, because you can connect with people from Europe, the US, Asia. You can connect with people all over the world, and you can race against them, you can compete with them, and you can speak to them afterwards, you can congratulate them, or you can curse them out. I don't know, you can choose to do whatever you want. We run our Alpine Esports series, and we look at the stats afterwards, and we're like, oh, there's people watching from France and England and Germany and Spain, but then we get people watching from Mexico or Turkey or India, and you're thinking, this is something that we forget, right? Because we're a car brand, we're based certainly in Central Europe, but we're very known across France, a bit of England, a bit of Germany. But to all of a sudden be able to offer something like sim racing and esports to a global audience is incredible. And I think again, there's going to be more and more of this connectivity. Whether it's these big sort of LAN events, whether it's expos. I mean, I use LinkedIn a lot, and I'm connected with so many people, and I'm seeing posts from community competitions being run in India, being run in South America, being run in South Africa. People are coming together in their small little groups to do something they're passionate about, and they then find a way to they find that leads to a much bigger group of like-minded people, and that's incredible, because you're having all these different touch points with all these different people, and it's fantastic to share that passion, right? And I think it's only going to get bigger, and it's only going to get stronger, and like I said, sort of right in the beginning, it's incredible how little effort it takes people to get involved in the community. You know, the community is so open and so sort of receptive. You know, and it doesn't matter what car you choose to drive or what equipment you choose to use or which team you support or whatever. You know, people are just really happy to have you on board and come and join their audience. It's like the sort of local car meetups. I don't know if you guys have ever sort of been to one of those sort of events, but you know, you get people with their Mazda MX-5s or their Lotuses or their MGs or whatever, you know, and they go spend and they'll just talk about their lives and their cars for hours, and it's like that but on a global scale. And I think, you know, it's something that everyone should be really proud to be a part of.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to obviously the Alpine side of things, how supportive is the parent, you know, like the F1 team and also Alpine in general? Because we know that Alpine is part of the Renault brand; it's the sporting arm of it. How supportive are they, you know, with regards to giving you in terms of, let's say, making a decision, saying you've got, they give you that autonomy to sort of go, right, okay, what do you think's best for it? And you'll have a discussion and they'll go, yeah, okay, we're cool with that. How much sort of freedom are you given within your position at Alpine Esports to help push the brand forward in a direction that suits Alpine's thought process?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting question, because I guess it's a sort of deeper dive into how we operate as a business. But you know, we from my perspective, we have a very strong relationship, you know, working relationship with the mother brand, as you might want to sort of call it. You know, when we turn up at events and we turn up with F1 cars, we turn up with Alpine cars, we turn up with, you know, drivers or you know, or staff from across the sort of universe of Alpine, you know, and it's incredible to be able to walk into the office, you know, and I walk past people working on F1 cars, I walk past, you know, the reception, and I get to see the models and you know, but I also get to walk past some of the senior you know, senior decision makings from the brand, and we have so many events where we're all in one room, and you know, they're more than happy, whether they work for the F1 team, whether they work for the WEC team, whether they work for the car, you know, manufacturing plant or anything. They're more than happy to just have a conversation about the business and and where we're going and what the aim is, you know. And our aim from the esports side is to help, you know, raise awareness of Alpine, you know, in as much positive light and knowledge as possible. And you know, we're doing that, and I think when we do that, we get, you know, we get positive comments from senior management, we get, you know, and we get trusted. You know, every time we do something successful, there's more trust in the next request and the next suggestion. You know, we just sponsored as Alpine the last ever CS:GO major in Paris. You know, and that was ran through us as the esports side of Alpine. You know, usually we're focused on sim racing, but like I said, I have this sort of esports background, and so we were able to sort of say, look, here's this fantastic opportunity. It's this big esports event. It's in our, you know, it's in our country. It's in France. It's in Paris. You know, and we've got this fantastic idea, and they basically, you know, they turned to us and said, we trust you. You know, go ahead and make that activation, make that partnership, and make it work for the brand. And you know, I think we did a fantastic job of doing that as well. And you know, I think time will only tell, you know, just how successful we can grow Alpine Esports to be. But you know, for as long as we're being successful and you know, we're gaining trust, you know, we've got that trust internally, and you know, it's about being one team at the end of the day. You know, we have a sort of like a few sort of fundamental pillars that the sort of brand tries to operate on, and you know, one of those is sort of compete every day, and so it doesn't matter what the competition is, whether it's a sim racing competition, whether it's a motorsport competition. You know, the attitude is sort of always the same. You know, trying to drive ourselves to being the best that we can be for the brand. Which was a very political answer. I feel like it's very. You forced me into a very sort of
took a very serious turn.
It's a Sunday afternoon and you've got me working. It's,
No. I think at the end of the day, it's always different between brands. I mean, I worked in the automotive industry. Renault, funny enough, was one of those brands. So I had an experience with like the Megane RS and all those kind of cars. But then seeing Alpine come back, I still remember the days of Jean Ragnotti ripping the rear tyres out of an R5 turbo. And then obviously when Alpine came back as a brand, we saw, I have to say, a wonderful vignette video from Alpine with the old school A110S back in the 70s. And then you get the concept car, and now we've got the current sports car, like the flagship for Alpine, the A110S. And we still see Jean Ragnotti at his age running around like a kid in a candy store. You put him behind the wheel, that bloke will shred a set of rear tyres quicker you could say the word jump. And if you want to find out who Jean Ragnotti is, Google it. But no, I mean, that's really, really insightful with regards to like the empowerment that Alpine give you guys on the esports side. That's really, really interesting, because brand awareness is crucial in sim racing, but also going cross-platform in that respect as well. When you said about the CS:GO tournament in Paris, in Alpine's backyard, there was no hesitation from yourself with regards to not just the sim racing space, but also esports in general. There's a lot of borders that could be crossed, can't there?
I think, yeah. I mean, again, no, and I don't think that's necessarily just something we're doing esports. You look at Alpine as a brand. We sponsored the Ballon d'Or at the end of last year as well. So we've got Nicola Adams, multi-world champion boxer, as one of our brand ambassadors and as part of that sort of race her program. And we haven't brought her on board because she's also a world champion race car driver. We brought her on because she's passionate about developing young talent, and it doesn't matter what that competition is or what that challenge is, shall we say. People like her and people like across Alpine are up for that challenge. It's that competition, it's that drive. You said with the sort of sports side of Renault, and I think Alpine really does embrace that culture of we're here to compete. We're entering more and more competitions. As a brand, we've just announced a huge investment from a couple of stakeholders for a large chunk of a reasonable chunk of the F1 side, and they're bringing a massive next step of sort of knowledge and investment and development for the brand. We've got 7 cars being launched between now and 2030. Road cars that anyone in chat can go and test drive and purchase for themselves if they want to. I think it's how you grow a brand organically, right? Because I think you can swan into this world like some brands do and throw billions at it and sort of go, look, we're here, we're established, come buy our product, blah blah blah. But I think there's so much to be said for naturally engaging with the people that the people that want to engage with us and want to support the brand. I think it's one of those things people will always say. People always have a favorite car brand, or they'll have a favorite this or a favorite that. But I think there's also room to like other teams or like other brands, and you're not necessarily always in direct competition with every brand all of the time, right? So it's finding a healthy balance to all of that.
How far do you think esports goes? How far do you think crossovers goes, for instance? Because I've just got it in my head. I said, how we have triathlons and Ironman events that in real sport, obviously. How good would it be if you could do like CS:GO, sim racing, and League of Legends and best of 3? Or where does it go? Do you in your head do you have somewhere you think, I think it's going this route, or do you think the world is the oyster regarding esports?
I could tell you, but then I'd be giving away all my secrets and I'd lose my job. So I don't think that's worth it. No, I mean, look, there have been attempts, shall we say, at sort of cross-stimulating different esports titles. I'm not going to comment on the success or lack of success of those titles, because it's not really for me as an individual to criticise. I think the community as a whole makes its opinion known, and I think when an event is successful, you see that success, right? And I think when an event isn't successful, we all sort of collectively know. And I think would I love to have a CS:GO team and an esports, a League of Legends team, and I don't know. I mean, honestly, it's such a different beast when you compare them to sim racing, for example. Is it possible? Sure, why not? Why not have your Alpine League of Legends team or your Alpine CS:GO team? I mean, but does it make sense? And you know, that's where the question comes in. You know, it's about doing the right thing and doing the right thing at the right time, right? You know, we're still relatively young as a team exists. I think, you know, esports is in an interesting place at the moment where you know there are famous big teams crumbling and people are sort of screaming it's the death of esports, but then you've got smaller teams making it through, you know, to competitions that no one thought they would, or, you know, announcing massive sponsorships with brands that understand esports, because, you know, again, that's also part of it. You know, how do you fund all of this? Like, it's great to have 6 different teams, but if you're not funding, you know, if you can't fund it, then at some point a decision's got to be made. So, you know, look, I think the world of esports is going to continue to grow. I think, you know, it's become a staple now for the younger generations. You know, as much as I grew up watching football and F1, I think younger kids will grow up watching CS:GO and League of Legends, or, you know, or whatever the version is at the time. You know, I think it's fairly cyclical. Cyclical that new titles come and drag people to their audience, and then, you know, people are keen to play the newest thing, whether it's the newest, you know, esport game, newest sim racing game, whatever. But I think that, look, esports is certainly an interesting industry to work in. It's an interesting industry to watch, and I think there's a lot more to come, and I'm excited to see where it goes, and excited to be a part of it as well. And you know, if we can carve out a little corner for Alpine for where that sits, then that's even better.
Yeah, Stefan Herfelom on the chat has just come through with a question. Catching on that, Matt, if you had one full free choice, budget being no question whatsoever, in what way would you invest to help push Alpine further as a brand? In terms of esports?
Alpine as a brand, in terms of just the esports side.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think ultimately sticking to the core that we have, which at the moment, which is sim racing, I think I'd invest that sort of ultimate, you know, unlimited money, shall we say, into something around development between multi-platforms, you know, cross titles, really explore the, you know, and push the boundaries of what's possible in terms of crossing the threshold between real racing and sim racing, you know, and trying to blur that line as much as possible. And I think, you know, because we're all already doing it. You know, every F1 team has an esports team, and, you know, their drivers are generating heaps of data just from their sim racing that can be potentially applicable to real racing. I'd invest heavily in that and try and find, you know, that ultimate sort of crossover point and try and blur that line as much as possible. I don't know if that's a sort of a direct answer, because I can't necessarily say I'd invest in one particular thing, but I think I'd invest in the ecosystem that is sim racing, and how we can use it as a car brand, as a motorsport brand, to just elevate everything we do. Because that's one of our goals and one of our aims anyway. So giving me unlimited budget to do that would be great.
I think you should
Is that a
invest.
good answer?
I think you should invest in the community.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming straight away, Johnny. Actually,
to be fair,
Oh.
can I give a second answer?
Yeah. Feel free, Matt. The floor is yours,
if I
mate.
could host the Alpine Esports Series live as a LAN event in an iconic stadium, probably in France, you know, let's say Stade de France. If I could take the floor of Stade de France, I could equip it with 30 to 40 simulators and have the crowd, watch with massive screens and massive prizes. You know, I think that'd be incredible as a community event, as a spectacle. If I had unlimited budget, I'd do that.
Could I add a little something to that? Okay,
it's my idea. What are you on about?
No. But I want to add something that might help to bolster it. You said the finals at the Stade de France. What about hosting the qualifiers on the Champs-Élysées, for instance?
Oh well, we're just getting too French now. Oh,
Well, hey, we're talking Alpine esports here, my friend.
Yeah. Why don't we tour? No, let's let's tour. Let's start off in London, then go to Berlin.
There we go.
Then do the finals in Paris. You know, I think that's the goal. I mean, yeah, like I said, if you had unlimited budget, right, you'd do that in a heartbeat. For 2024, you know, for 2024's Alpine Esports Series. I can't promise that's going to happen to anyone looking to participate. It'd be nice. If anyone out there is secretly a billionaire and wants to donate to make that happen, let me know.
Yeah, I don't know it. Unfortunately, I don't know any billionaires, Johnny. What about you?
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, I mean, coming to obviously the road car side of Alpine, Matt, have you driven any of the cars? Have you driven the A110?
I have driven the A110. Yeah.
Now I'm really jealous. I'm
very jealous. Yeah.
I've driven the A110, I've driven the A110S, and I've driven the A110 GT. I haven't driven the R.
That's the latest one they've just brought out, isn't it?
The latest one, yeah. The R is sort of the top of the range spec of the A110.
What was your favourite?
They're all. I mean, they're all very similar in terms of they're all A110s, right?
Yeah.
The S that I drove specifically was in the Sunburst Orange, with the spoiler, the carbon fiber spoiler. So in terms of sort of looks, that one's certainly my preferred one. I actually missed out on driving the GT4 on the track day experience because of the weather. That was unfortunate.
That is a bit of a bugger. That is really. I mean, they go, yeah, the weather's rubbish. Sorry, Matt, you're not going in. Damn, I'll have to wait.
Well, obviously we were there with Jardier and James, so the priority was to make sure they got the experience that was deemed worthy of them winning the series. So I was but an afterthought, which is fine. Who knows? Maybe I'll get the chance. We've got the A290 coming out next year, which is our electric street car, little hot hatch, which I think personally looks quite fun. I think that would be, I think that's a fairly nice looking car for people who are into the sort of street hot hatches, especially if you're a fan of electric vehicles, etc. Could be an interesting one. I'm looking forward to driving that one.
I thought that was quite an intuitive way of how Alpine decided to release, unveil the car, and then
quite esports, don't you think? Quite gamified, yeah. You'd have to wonder who was in the room when that was being discussed, but can't give away any key marketing decisions.
No, I think the thing is that with digitalization becoming, that's been a part of esports and sim racing from day dot. Let's not forget, there's a lot of things going on with regards to data analysis, whether it's F1 esports, ACC, it does not matter. There's a lot of people that use different software to pick up data and analyze it from races that they've done. But then the way that digitalization is now going into the automotive industry as a sort of like, not a sidestep, but a big part of it. Could we see, do you think, Matt, that in the future, that not only will your car on your driveway be your car for driving on the road, but we could probably see the fact that you hook up a few USB cables or a Bluetooth connection and it becomes your simulator in-house? That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Interesting. I think that's a really cool concept. I'm not going to talk too much about that as a concept because I think
there's a secret.
There is a smile on your face, Mr. Sinclair.
No, I mean, wouldn't that be the ultimate goal of any manufacturer? I think. I'm not going to sit here and say conversations haven't happened where that sort of thing has been discussed, because I think we've had that conversation. I'm sure so many other manufacturers have had that conversations. I think there's a lot of also restrictions in that side of things. To do that, you'd have to want to make it right. You want to get it the exact way. I think I think we've started seeing it. We've got some interesting brands doing some interesting collaborations when it comes to sort of real world car parts that can also be used for sim racing, and there's certainly some really fantastic pieces of equipment out there, and again, where that's going to ultimately go, could you get into your your Alpine on your driveway and use it as a sim for 2 hours, and then also drive it down to Tesco's? I mean, sure, why not? Other supermarkets are available, but
Every little helps.
but also, would you want to? I don't know. I think that's the other question. Would you want your sim to also be your car? I mean, I don't know. Like, you can't. I think there's also a healthy separation, right? And
Well, I don't know. I drive my car like I'm in a sim. So.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Like you stole it, Johnny.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I think the way that digitalization, as I said earlier on, is evolving to the point where there is so much crossover. But I think there'll be a point where that technology is in place. Whether it's there now is a bone of contention, because we don't know how technology is going to evolve over the next 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, whatever. It's like with smartphones; they come out every year or every 6 months, don't they?
Exactly, and I think maybe here's a more sort of realistic concept that you can sort of maybe wrap your head around if you're not necessarily as involved in this as a topic. If you could use data tools that you use whilst you're sim racing for your road driving, you could become a better driver on the road. If you could brake when you're supposed to brake rather than when you think you're supposed to brake, or if you can take corners at a safer, in a safer way, then you can reduce tire wear, or you can reduce, fuel inefficiency. Maybe there's ways of sort of sim race, using concepts in sim racing or digitalized racing, whatever you want to call it, to adapt road cars and make them more beneficial, make those things more more efficient or more enjoyable. Maybe there's gamification in terms of how you stay awake during traffic, or how you stay awake on the motorway. If you're driving from Land's End to John Groats, then you're going to want to stay awake and drive that as enjoyably as possible. And maybe there's options there, if that makes sense. I think maybe that's a more realistic first step before we then start getting into these crazy ideas of having your sim racing rig be your mode of transport at the same time.
Yeah, well, we're sort of running out of time here on the Sim Racing GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing. Johnny, have you got a final question for Mr. Bincliffe before we wrap things up?
I think we've covered everything, to be honest. I don't want to go too deep and official on things. Prediction on the race: who do you think is going to win, or what manufacturer would you like to see win?
Well, there's no Alpine, so.
Come on, out the ones that are there. Come on.
That was shot down in flames quicker than someone could say the word jump there, Mr. Ash.
I don't know who's got the best name. I'll tell you who's got the best name.
Well, we've got leading. We've got Genesis Esports. Then we've got their academy team in second. Fusion Racing. Oh, there's. Okay, well, I'm going to read out some names, Matt. So we've got Sim Racing Alliance, Final Drive Sim Racing, FRS Scuderia Bloodline, Onid Sim Hound Rookies. Johnny will be happy I mentioned that one first.
Absolutely.
Genesis Esports, Swiss Bear Racing, RPM Motorsports, Hymo Huffers, Cracked Racing, Invincible Haters, Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. There's a whole list of names there. I could go down on.
I'm going to go with Invincible Haters just because. What a name! Look.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's so many esports teams that have such boring names. Why not go with something more a bit
out there?
Out there. Why not? Yeah, sure.
I used to like you, Matt.
Sorry. Apologies.
No, but. Matt Bincliffe from Alpine Esports, thank you so much for jumping on board with myself and Johnny Ashley for the third edition of the SGP podcast powered by Moza Racing. All the very best of luck to the team in what's coming up next for you guys. Thank you very much for joining us.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers for having me, guys. All the best.
Cheers.
Johnny, thank you very much for joining me as well, and thank you for
No
jumping
problem.
in as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in just a few minutes' time as we will resume our coverage of the third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP, just after these short messages.
Tigers 3 of a crest. Opens. Keep middle of a jump. 45 right. Extra long. Tigers 4. 30.
Well, firstly, a big thank you to Matt Binkliff from Alpine Esports, joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Johnny Ashley for the third edition of the Sim Racing GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing. And we return to the action. For those that missed that, you will be able to catch it up with it on your local podcast choice, whether it's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts. But we're back with the racing action, and joining myself for the remainder of this race, we welcome back one of Sim Racing GP's very own, Adam Ely. Good evening to you, sir. Welcome back, buddy.
It is evening, you're right, yeah, we're 1 minute past 7, I think that classifies as evening. Hello, and yeah, looking forward to the last couple of hours of Bathurst. Unfortunately, I missed the podcast live, but that's fine, because I will get to listen back to it again, like you said. Although I'll get to listen back to it again whilst I'm editing it, but never mind, that's a whole different thing. But how's it been going so far?
The first 10 minutes, as we always see with Mount Panorama, Adam, chaotic to say the very least. We had the number 7 on its side. On its absolute side. We had Cutrale behind the wheel of the VRT by Sim Racing Accessories Ferrari 296 on its side. Not on two wheels, on its side, going through the exit. Coming out of all places. You know which one I'm going to say. It ends with a sky and ends in line.
Sounds good. But it would appear from the standings that they have actually recovered and are still racing.
They have indeed. They've recovered up to 19th place at the moment. But Genesis Esports, thank you, Tarek Adam, for now recorrecting my pronunciation on that one. I was just going by how it looks. But thank you very much, Tarek, for that one. He's done an absolutely brilliant job behind the wheel of the number 33 Lamborghini that currently leads the standings. They are leading. Now, you might remember, Adam, that round 2 at Spa, it didn't quite work out for Luke Addison last time out, but he's been behind the wheel. And we've got Jordan Sherritt's younger brother, Cody, behind the wheel of the 33, and they have, get this, folks, it's the sister team, Henry Mayer, behind the wheel of the 980 Genesis Esports Academy. It's a 1-2 for the crew. The gap between them is a minute and a half, with 2 hours 37 minutes still remaining on the counter.
Guys have been absolutely imperious all season, and fascinating to see the sister car up there with them as well. Although, like you say, minute and a half gap. It's not exactly a tight battle, but a 1-2 for Genesis is superb to see. Great job by those guys. And apart from that, any other major incidents that you need to catch me up on?
Well, I need to catch up on as well. So 83 got a. Now that was the. If I remember correctly, that was the sensible racing car. That was not sensible in the instant that hit them with the 15-second time penalty for hitting the number 29, which is the McLaren that's currently piloted by Adam Foster at the moment. That is the Final Drive Sim Racing McLaren. So 83 got a 15-second penalty. Then 987. Oh, dearie me, it's gone from bad to worse for Breaking Point Racing. They got a 15-second time penalty for hitting Wild Things Racing. Well, dive bombed up the inside, didn't make the corner, caused the collision. And then, Mitts Racing are fourth because they got hit with the 15-second time penalty for trying to lap the Onid Sim Hound Rookies number 31 Lamborghini with Nathan Berry behind the wheel, currently 20th on the circuit, and dives from a long way back, hits 31 as they turn into the apex. Oh dearie me, so there was an avoidable contact for the number 7 Muscolino. Well, that is the VRT sim racing Ferrari that has copped 2 30-second time penalties for avoidable contact for being blue flagged and kept his nose in, and that was in front of the number 16 McLaren, and then drove into the back of same car. So they have got a 60-second time penalty to serve on the next pit stop, Adam.
Wow, that is a significant penalty, so that is going to be a pretty difficult recovery from there. Great to see some familiar names from previous rounds in this one, and interesting to see. So I know you mentioned a minute ago the Onid Simhound Rookies team. They landed in split 1 for round 1. Thought, oh my word, they've ended up here because of there being a few teams in lower splits that hadn't quite caught ranks yet or anything like that. But here we are, round 3, and they are still in split 1. So the rookies guys doing really well for Onid. But we've actually got 3 Onid teams in here, and I'm sure that word's been mentioned enough with Johnny on for the last couple of hours. But
you know what? I have to give Johnny Ashley credit where credit was due. He was keeping one eye on the 3 teams because the top one of them, who's got currently that's the Onid Cam Sport car with Ben Brown behind the wheel. That has been showing great pace, especially with Daniel Hearn. I have to give that guy a shout out. He spent, get this, folks, 2 hours and 6 minutes running very, very well indeed. That car was in the top 3, let alone the top 5 earlier on in this race.
Wow, and I know that Ben's a big fan of Bathurst. He normally likes to do it in a V12 Aston, but here he is in a Lambo. I know he's enjoying the Lambo at the moment, so this might be a decent combo for Ben, seeing as he's not driving his beloved V12 Aston today. But yeah, I see Ben up in 6th. That's great. Dave Zalecki is in 13th in the second of the Onid cars, and then you mentioned the rookies. They're still in there in the top 22. So, well, of course they're in the top 22. There's only 22 in the race. Great to see those 3 teams with us at this moment in time.
And what's more, folks, the air temperature and the track temperature have dwindled. We were at 22 degrees Celsius just nearly 3.5 hours ago. We are now at 13 degrees Celsius. Sun is starting to fade here. A reverse of what we see with the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours, Adam, and the fact that it starts at stupid o'clock in the morning, like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and then it goes right the way through until the afternoon. But we have started under the daytime. We are going to finish under the nighttime sky here at Mount Panorama, and that, when we hit nightfall, that's when things get tricky.
Well, I tell you about tricky right now. We've got a tricky battle on for 3rd live on your screen. We're looking back from the rear wing of Javier Salazar at Mr. Coots in the lovely gold and black AMG, and it looks like they're about to come up on some traffic as well as they head down the Conrod Straight. Be interesting to see whether this Mercedes though has got the legs down the long straight and in towards the kink a little bit further on. I think that Mercedes is very, very quick in a straight line at the minute, and look at it blast past. Easy job.
Yeah, Reno Coots, who's been doing a lot of the work getting past Javier Salazar for Fusion Racing. So that's now a change for the final step on the virtual rostrum at the moment. Well, Mitts Racing, they were second at Watkins Glen. They were the victors at Spa-Francorchamps after Genesis Esports picked up a double puncture in the dying moments of the race. I think it was about the last hour and 15 minutes. They copped a double puncture because version 1.9 of ACC came out, Adam, and there were quite a few different changes to the tyre modelling as we see the amount of steering inputs from Reno Coutts on board. And right in front of him, that is one of the Ferraris. I'm going to hazard a guess. That is going to be the number 28. That's Mitchell Van Vincent behind the wheel of that car. And that is the FRS Scuderia Bloodline. I have to say, I have to give a shout out. Great work by the Crack Racing Invincible Haters BMW M4. The number 71, Guillaume Hamling, back behind the wheel of that car. And has been, well, it's all three of their drivers, Guillaume Hamling, Liam Giles and Sir Smoggy, have all taken a turn for at least an hour behind the wheel.
Can I put in a request for some shorter team names going forward? Poor old Alex, you say. They're getting longer and longer, aren't they? But
mate,
hey.
yeah, I'm going to call them Invincible Haters from now on. Forget Crack Racing. Invincible Haters sounds better.
I'm still trying to get over the overspeed of that AMG down the Conrad Straight over the Lambo. We know the Lambo isn't the quickest in a straight line, but that AMG, I don't know what was done in the recent BOP, but the last race I drove, the thing was just an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. So whatever they've strapped into that AMG just lately is working very well. If you can keep the AMG pointing forwards going through the corners, then like I say, absolute rocket ship in a straight line. And it will be very interesting should you put that car onto somewhere like Monza.
He was doing 283 kilometres an hour down Conrad Straight, heading into the braking zone for the chase. There's no shortage of commitment by Reno Coutts. I mean, they've just done an absolutely brilliant job to keep themselves in contention. I mean, this will mean that there'll be a further extension on Genesis Esports' lead in the championship standings. With coming into this race, it was 448 points, and it was SMP Racing Esports, who are actually not here for this round. That's going to promote Mitts Racing up into second. Crack Racing Invincible Haters, now they have been in the Lamborghini for the last couple of rounds, but they switched to the BMW, which I have to say was quite a shrewd choice. And the reason being is that it is in terms of what we've seen so far, it is the third fastest car out there in terms of top speed, 287 kilometers an hour. That was done by Guillaume Hamling. And we're now on lap 103. It was 91 laps ago when that car was still shiny, brand spanking new, out of the garage, and now it's probably scuffed up, rubber pickup all over the front wheel arches and all that kind of stuff. These cars are getting dirtier and dirtier as Guillaume Hamling trying to get through on Mitchell Van Vincent in the Ferrari just up ahead, and that is not for position, folks. It is for a lap, trying to get through. Good observation by Tarek Adam that the Lamborghini that was ahead of Reno, well, it looks like Javier Salazar might have decided to lift off and let Reno Coutts go because he knew he was catching him, and that can happen. And Luke Addison is now saying send it! Yeah, there we go. That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see that in the chat. And a big thank you to everyone here that has been watching. We've had a concurrent viewership of over 100 plus people. It's now spiked over 110 so far. And a big thank you to everyone that watched and listened to that fantastic Sim Racing GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. Big thank you again to Moza Racing. And also, we did have a winner for the random prize that we've been giving away, the Moza HGP shifter. And I think I'm just scrolling through the Twitch chat. Well done to Monk_of_Doom for being our viewer prize winner for round 3,
and for having an excellent Twitch name as well.
Yeah, I have to say, it's always good that you we have these interesting Twitter handles, Twitch handles. Mine's just standard. It's pretty much the same as what my Instagram handle is at the moment, but you know what, I can care less. People can be more creative. I'm just a bloke that shouts down a microphone.
Mine is SGP Adam. That's who I am,
Standard.
so that's what my name is. Look, I don't know if you heard me in the background whilst you were talking then, just take a very sharp intake of breath. This 79 Wild Things racing car just got incredibly close to the wall. Now, of course, for these guys that are super quick and super talented, it was probably not a sharp intake of breath moment, but for somebody like me who needs to, round Bathurst, stick it down the middle of the track and avoid them walls, that was close enough for me, thank you very much.
Yeah, so Evan Dafas might have had a little bit of a Code Brown moment, or clean up on aisle 3 moment, whichever way you want to call it.
Apologies if you're having your dinner.
Well, at least everyone... you know what? Hoya 969 has just said, yeah, we lifted. We're not in a realistic race with the Merc. You know what? That's what I love about the community, that people say, yeah, we know that we're at the sharp end, but if we're going to have someone like Mitts Racing on our back bumper, the first thing we're not going to do is battle away with them. Because they'll want to just have a consistent, calm race to get through. But yeah, the number 79, when it was in the hands of Richard Pixley in the first 10 minutes, I'm sure that everyone in that team had the sharpest intake of breath when Richard ended up in the wall. And that car really didn't come off well, with a big old impact with the barriers going up through quarry and in towards the cutting. It was just a massive hit for the 79. And our good friend Stefan, who's been sort of helping to run things behind the scenes, says that finishing Bathurst is already a success.
It's so true.
Very good point. That's a very good point, because it's one of the most demanding GT3 tracks on ACC. I don't care who you are, what you say. Bathurst is the biggest challenge in GT3 on ACC.
I couldn't agree more, because you mentioned about our friends earlier having a rather large hit into the wall. I don't think there is a small accident at Bathurst. Everything is a return to garage moment around Bathurst, because you know those walls are right there and they are unforgiving. But it is also an incredibly quick run across the mountain. You know, you can't leave anything on the table. You've got to push, and you know, if you don't get the line absolutely perfect whilst pushing, you're in the wall, and you're in the wall hard. So it's always a tough place to go racing, but all of these guys doing fantastically well. Great to see 21 cars still in the field, you know, all this way through the race. And of course, Sherratt out front, absolutely bossing it once again.
Yeah, that gap now is stretched to 1 minute and 40 seconds, which effectively means that they're going to put the sister car, the Genesis Esports Academy car, on a lap behind them. That is considerable, considering the fact that Cody Sherratt has just passed Reno Coots from Mitts Racing. I never thought I would be saying that at this point of the Endurance Championship.
Now, on that subject, and I've just had this whispered in my ear, but I was just about to say this anyway, which is uncanny. But Coots has actually caught second place Meyer by around 4 seconds in the last 5 or 6 laps. So he's moving on at quite a pace, and with 2 hours 22 minutes still left on the clock, that is plenty of time to make all that time up and put a move on them as the gap creeps under 22 seconds now. But of course the question is, does Sherratt start to think about protecting his teammate at any point?
It's a 50-50 on that one, I've got to be honest. And for people saying, yeah, you get asked a question, you sit on the fence. Well, yes and no, I could sit on the fence, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Because we've still got just over 2 hours and 20 minutes. We've seen the pace from the 777 before. Spa. Perfect personification about that. But they kept on pushing. They did not give up. And in a team like that, who are battling for a very, very sizable prize. So the top 3 drivers get a selection of new Moza products yet to be publicly released, as Guillaume Hamling now pulls alongside Javier Salazar in the Fusion Racing. That is a change for 5th. That's coming through out of Conrod Straight.
Is that Salazar lifting off and letting another car by?
I think that might be. I'll wait to see if that emerges in the Twitch chat. But yeah, it's an unreleased Moza Racing bundle, folks. That even we here, myself, Adam, all the team at Sim Racing GP, Moza Racing's not going to give any teasers away, folks. I can tell you that much. But when you are battling for a prize, I mean, who's not to say that's going to be at least for each driver? That's going to be possibly maybe £1,000 worth of gear that they'll get of unreleased products. Mitts Racing is saying, you know what, we're not going to give up. We are not going to give in. We are going to fight right up until the 6th round. And you know what, Adam? I'm really, really excited about the final round. And the reason being, yes, it is going to decide who is the Moza Racing Endurance Champions. But more importantly, we have no confirmed location on ACC where we're going to be racing. But I mean, the calendar...
Very true.
The calendar itself, I mean, after this we go to Valencia, one of the newer tracks on ACC. But then we go to a GT3 Stalwart, the fastest GT3 track going, Monza.
And I tell you what, that I think is where this AMG is going to really shine. Yeah. So it'll be really interesting. Coots, the gap is down to 20.2, so it's going to creep under 20 seconds shortly. Of course,
and he's just unlapped himself as well, hasn't he?
He has. You know what? I was looking at him approaching that car and thinking, were my eyes deceiving me? But they weren't. You're absolutely right. Just unlapped himself from the race leader. Now that's interesting. Now, of course, we have got pit stops to factor in between now and the end of the race. So, could it be that our leader's now trying to back off a little and save some fuel to extend out? I don't know, because I haven't been here from the start, so I don't know exactly how the cookies are crumbling in terms of pit stops. But, you've got to remember that even though there is big gaps at play here and, sort of 2/3 of the race gone, anything can happen in endurance racing, and 2 hours and 18 minutes worth of racing, especially around Bathurst, is a long time, Alex.
It will feel like the proverbial eternity that ends up being. And, the funny thing was, and we have to give a shout out to Cami Sturge. She did a wonderful job in the first half of the broadcast, didn't she?
I'm sure she did. Again, I wasn't around. You know what? I'm actually on holiday at the moment, believe it or not.
Crikey. You still can't keep away.
I'm on holiday visiting parents. It was a big party yesterday, so amazingly, I'm actually awake today and surviving. But do you know why I missed the first part of the broadcast?
Go on.
I was out being taken for a drive in a newly restored Second World War Willys Jeep.
Oh, crikey, that's a classic on that one. But yeah, I have to say a big thank you to Cami for jumping in. We had to do the old scramble notification out there via Telegram and all kinds of different various modes of communication. But big thank you to Cami. Big thank you to Johnny Ashley for helping to host the podcast alongside me, and it was a great chat with Matt Binkler from Alpine Esports. I'm definitely going to keep in touch with that man. Very, very great personality, and great to have him on board as our guest for the 3rd episode of the Sim Racing GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. I mean, it's great who we've had so far. We've had Alice from Kunos Simulazione. Last time out we had Josh Martin from SimStaff, and now we have a man from a esports team, as Partes gets very close to the wall through into McPhillamy and Suleiman Park there. That car has made a little bit of a recovery drive up to 10th position. because Timothy Flamger didn't have a good first stint. That car had multiple dramas, and I'll be honest with you, Adam, there were a couple of times when that Porsche either glanced walls or was spinning off track. So they didn't get off to the best starts, even though they qualified well.
They did well to find one of the very few places on the track where you can spin off track, because most of them end up in a barrier, but I'm guessing it was somewhere down here. But it's good to see them back up in the top 10 and fighting forwards. 21 cars remain, 2 hours 15 minutes of this race to go, and I'm just waiting for Coots to cross the line to see what the gap is second to third now, because we are watching that gap with interest as Coots begins to close in on Meyer. Right now, as you say, it's a Genesis 1-2 with their Academy car in second. There we go, gap is now 19.0 second to third, so that is coming down quite nicely.
Yeah, it's just gone through Sector 2, or the end of Sector 2, which is halfway down Conrod Straight, as Partes makes his way through up Mountain Straight into Quarry Bend here at the sweeping right-hander. We've seen quite a few banzai moments where drivers, including like Sim Racing Alliance's Brandon Chen, along with also Daniel Hearn was trying to attempt that going around the outside of Quarry, and it, in some cases you can get that move done, but in others, if you aren't carrying enough momentum, we saw with Darren Hearn, he lost about 15-20 kilometers an hour when you've already scrubbed off 100 kph going into that right-hander. So you're going down from 250 to about 145, 150 in about third gear, going through that right-hander at turn 2. And then just loses all that momentum, and he'd like built up, was closing in and was trying to get through, and then threw it around the outside, threw caution to the wind, and it just didn't pay out. It just didn't pay off at the end of it.
Well, yes, I can well imagine that. Monk of Doom, by the way, saying that his uncle had a World War II Willie Jeep as well. Yeah, they're somewhat interesting. But I noticed that Monk of Doom, who, as you mentioned earlier, was our winner from earlier, said that'll be a nice replacement for my 3D printed 7 Plus R. So great to see, prizes and gifts and things like that going to people who will actually make great use of them and enjoy them. So enjoy some of the Moza quality. We'll see you really nicely through your sim racing going forwards. Alex, it's getting darker.
Yep, and that track temperature is dropping. So when we do see drivers come in for pit stops, so Reno Coots has been in for just shy of 54 minutes. Dmitry Tsupenko, who was in the car for the third stint of the 777, was in for... So Reno Coots has been absolutely manhandling that Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Evan Davas has got the 71 to his immediate right-hand side. Guillaume Hamling from Cracked Racing Invincible Haters in the BMW going through. Looks to be a bit of a WRT tribute livery on there, because I noticed the word Skechers. Well, Skechers is a footwear company that actually sponsors Team WRT.
And actually the team name was Team WRT as well. So I think maybe with their swap to the BMW, they didn't quite have time to fix themselves a livery. But I will say, so the gap between third and fourth isn't particularly increasing at this moment in time. It's very, very steady around the 14-15 second mark, which means that not only is Coots catching second place Meyer, but that means Hamling is as well, getting dragged along nicely by the 777. So Meyer and the rest of the 980 squad will just be thinking forwards a little bit. Maybe looking at their strategy, seeing if there's anything clever that they can do just to save themselves some time. 2 hours, 12 minutes to go, and with 2 cars heading towards them at pace.
Yeah, Marino Coots was 0.8 of a second quicker on the previous lap, so that gap is dwindling down by at least 2 to 2.5 tenths at the very, very minimum per sector. Marino Coots very shortly come out of Forest Elbow, which he does now, and now puts the pedal to the metal out of turn number 19. down Conrod Straight, headlights ablaze as he now will cross the end of Sector 2 at 262 kilometres an hour. That's 160 plus miles an hour. And the gap has gone down by it's gone down to under 17.5 seconds. So Coots is, I think, just sort of making sure he crosses the T's, dots the I's, and does not overdrive the car, because the temperatures are coming down, and especially if you start changing tyres, as we say earlier on in the race here, Adam. First of all, the cars are going to get in terms of a real life application, because we know that the way that simulators now really do reflect real life conditions, is that because of the cars, we're now going to see now, this is the 987 Ferrari, currently running 16th, or is running in 15th at the moment. Oh, now this is into the chase, the 74, they go round the outside of it, out of the chase, in towards Murray's Corner at turn number 23. So we are seeing a replay at the moment.
I think the replay was that a pass for position around the outside?
Yeah, Diego Coscio was behind the number 74 car, so that is a change for 15th place.
Lovely move.
It was very, very clean and concise. And I think the good thing is that Coscio from the number 74 car thought, you know what, we're not in a race with them, so that's ADS Esport, running in the same sort of colour scheme that we have seen on the reveal of the new LMDH car for Lamborghini Squadra Corse next year, the SC63 that made its debut at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed in early July. They just thought, well, let's just let them go. We know that we haven't got their pace. And I think also the benefit of this championship as well, it's not just a competition, but also for some teams here, Adam, it's very much a learning tool, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, and I'm sure not every team is in this thinking that they're going to have a chance of taking home the big prizes at the end of it. But it's great to see that the number of teams that we have had racing with us throughout this series so far. We are approaching half distance in the season. 6 races, as you correctly pointed out earlier, Alex, and no, I am not going to reveal the location of the final round as yet. People can send me money if they wish, but I'm not going to reveal that right now. These guys are not just here to fight for prizes, but they are enjoying some great racing as well. And actually, all the way through this season, we've seen that. But I think also, if you're thinking about whether you should sign up and race and join in, do so, because this isn't just about a championship. These are big standalone events by themselves. This is the 6 Hour of Bathurst as part of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship. So come sign up for the remaining half of the season and come enjoy the racing with us as well.
Yeah, you can do that round by round at simracing.gp. Also, I think the good thing is the quality and the consistency of the numbers that we've had over the past 3 rounds is great, because you've got a lot of cars on the grid. You've got 6 manufacturers represented in this round. We had quite a few more, if I remember correctly, when we kick-started things off at Watkins Glen, which I thought was an interesting way to start the season. Then we went to Spa, when I still remember, having done a full weekend of karting commentary, drove to Charleroi, so I was literally 100 kilometres north of Spa, whilst commentating on a virtual recreation of it. And Dan Terry will justify this. So will John Earl as well. That my voice was nigh on gone by the time we'd finished. We had some great battling right towards the end of that race. It was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
The weather was so variable. It's like every time an ACC race happens at Spa, and it tends to be an enduro, the weather plays its part. But the biggest thing now, with the track temperature being 10 degrees cooler than when it was when we started nearly 4 hours ago here, Adam. The biggest thing is when pit stops start happening. Reno Coots is about a lap. Where is he at the moment on the circuit? He is currently, I think he's just coming through the cutting at the moment in the 777. He's not too far off his stint time. I think this could be either this lap or the next, where he pulls that car into pit lane, because it is a 65-minute stint time.
Yeah.
But the rules have not stated that you need to change your driver every single time, but there is a minimum driving requirement, isn't there?
That's right. I mean, a stint time can be reset by just driving through the pits, even without taking a stop. Excuse me, but you must reset your stint timer every 65 minutes. But of course, as the temperature starts to drop as much as it is right now, some of these guys will be absolutely desperate to change their tyres, not necessarily for wear, but because they need to get their pressures changed for the cooler conditions. They will need to increase those pressures and get things. This sim in particular, ACC, if you're not familiar with it, is much more susceptible to changes in tyre pressures than anything else, and especially now the temperature has dropped as much as it has, it's going to be really, really important for these guys to get those changed. And actually, you may find some people trying some undercuts in terms of changing pressures rather than just the new boot scenario. And that will often be the case when you've got a close battle like you have the one on the screen right now. We're watching Ersan Yilmaz chasing down the 900 car, which is currently piloted by Ben Brown of Onid Racing. And he was pretty close to giving the wall a sideswipe then.
Well, he was a bit too heavy on the pedal, wasn't he? Like the loud pedal just literally lit up the rear tyres, spat the back end out to the right hand side, and yeah, Yilmaz nearly clobbered the outside wall coming out of Forest Elbow, but well held even in these conditions. So I have yet to see Reno
Salazar's in the pits. Salazar's in.
Yeah. So
not Kuso.
No. So Reno Coots is going around for another lap, and he is now making his way through the S's and down into the Dipper. So, yeah, he is. It's a bit like when I saw Christian Deploy from the Genesis Esports Academy car. He was less than 17 seconds away from hitting 65 minutes, and he timed it to absolute perfection. I think Reno Coots is going to do exactly the same. Most time he's spent behind the wheel up until this point was for the second stint for the 777, and that was just over 60 minutes.
Gap, by the way, between second and third down to 12.7 now. Now, bearing in mind when Coots made the move into third, the gap was at 26.5 seconds, and that's less than 15 minutes ago, maybe 20 minutes ago. So that is a lot of time that's been gained in a very short space of time.
That's all
Coots is in.
Yeah, so now it changes. Now that gap is going to extend by a country mile, probably the best part of well over half a lap. So Yilmaz still chasing down Ben Brown as the darkness is starting to imprint its authority on this 6.21 kilometre circuit. But also the biggest thing now, as it gets darker and darker, there's one thing that we haven't talked about, Adam. Braking points.
Yes. Now, not only were they a little bit more lengthened by the cooler temperatures, but they become slightly harder to pick out as well. Let's hope that drivers actually, let's just pause that for a moment as Yilmaz pulls alongside. Ben Brown hits the curb, and that is a big moment for both cars. Collision there. Yilmaz hit the curb on the inside, bounced out and into the 900 Onid Cam Sport car. There's going to be damage to both cars, but not enough for Ben to dive straight into the pits. So let's hope that they can both carry on regardless. No, Yilmaz in, so obviously a bit more damage for the McLaren.
Well, that car was bunny hopping over the curbs. I mean, he launched it, and it was as soon as you lose traction on that rear axle, carnage will ensue, and that's exactly what he got. We got right there, didn't we?
You're not going to get much traction whilst your rear wheels are about 3 foot in the air. So yeah, the clobber of the curb really caused the issue there. And it's a shame because they were having a great battle, and it would have been interesting to watch that one play out, but it didn't. Now Parek is into the 777 car, back out on to the track. So we'll watch out for when Meyer takes a stop. Gap was 12.5 seconds at that point, as we join Martin Tomlinson battling Brouwer for position.
Yeah, that's the Braking Performance Racing Ferrari, so it's an inter-Maranello battle right there. They've got one car very, very close to their rears at the moment. That is the Hymo Huffers number 69. Marvin Helgett behind the wheel of that one. As the
ascend in towards Hell Corner, but it wasn't quite close enough to pull that one off. But this one is a very, very close battle now. The Lamborghini behind, that's not for position, is it?
No, Hymo Huffers are currently on. They are, I think. The Beck racing car has just clobbed the barriers. Just after the cutting, heading towards the cutting. They were coming out of Quarry Bend, and the car just went left, exit stage left, and wallop. The left-hand side of that Ferrari is looking very second-hand. The Homo Huffers car has just gone through and smacked the barriers and turned itself around. Oh, dearie me. Now mistakes are coming in. He just went too wide. Just understeered. And it pointed the car the wrong way. Oh, dearie me. We said about braking distances. And now we've just seen, the 74's in drama as well. Diego Coscio and that is going into one of the fastest parts of the circuit. That's at Silman Park and going into McPhillamy. Oh my God, 2 big incidents, and both of them were Lambos.
Yeah, and as Stefan says in chat, it was right in front of Hamling, who managed a good dodge there. Also, Danville in chat saying car 502 suffered, so 502 is the Hoyer car, suffered 17 seconds of damages. That's why the low pace, and we entered earlier to the pits. So tough break for those guys, but we're seeing all kinds of, as Johnny Woo says, a bit of a meltdown going on out there right now.
Meltdown? That's an understatement.
Now, did I just see that Matt Goodger-Scott has just got into the 900 Owner Cam Sport car as well? Yes, he's a pretty speedy peddler, so it'll be interesting to see what the 900 does. I wonder if they took a slightly longer stop to fix any damage from that incident a minute ago, but looks like everyone that's been involved in the incidents has got themselves going again.
Yeah, very much the case. And the 486 Alpha Sim Sport now running in a genuine 9th position.
That is one damaged Lambo.
Oh dearie me. Yeah, that is big old front end damage on the number 74, and that is crawling. That is crawling. And there are cars coming up very, very quickly. That car's only doing like 70 miles an hour. And round the outside of it goes the 486. And Coscio goes, I'm not staying on this tarmac when these cars are doing at least nearly triple the speed I'm doing. I do not want to have more problems. It's just keeping out of the way. That car is not healthy at all.
No, but fair play to Coscio for doing exactly that. You see the flashing headlights as he gets on the brakes, just showing exactly how much front-end damage they've got. So Coscio now returning to the pits, and obviously not deciding to do the return to garage because they want to save the lap. and try and stay in the battle as much as they can. But that is going to be a long stop. That's going to be a couple of minutes at least, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's not been an easy race for the number 74 crew. A real shame, but as we said, Bathurst, as our good friend Stefan mentioned earlier on, that getting to the end of this race is going to be a challenge. It's going to be a victory in all itself. So, yeah, you can see how battered that Lamborghini is as it's now sitting in the pit lane. But the lead at the moment, the Genesis Esports 33 crew, the car currently piloted by Cody Sherratt, has a lead of, wait for it, 1 minute and 45 seconds. And there is the younger brother of Jordan Sherratt, Lamborghini Esports Works driver, Cody. Oh, and he just glances the wall as we just go to him. Oh my goodness.
It's all happening right now as the darkness falls.
Oh, it is, and it's come through. It's gone really dark very quickly within the last 20 minutes.
Yes,
it really has gone incredibly dark. So over the top parts of this circuit, folks, especially here coming through Forest Elbow, you only have the headlights guiding you. You do not have any like overhead lighting. When they get through Murray's Corner at turn 23 and going down into Hell Corner, you're fine. After that point, it's sort of like, right, we've just got to be careful now. Now this is the point of, I always find that the penultimate hour, Adam, is when you really see the race start to develop, and you then see who the contenders for not just the victory, but the overall, sort of like say top 5, top 10 will be when we go into the last hour remaining.
Yeah, it all starts to shake itself out at this moment in time, and I have to say, doesn't it look absolutely beautiful coming down the start-finish straight and into turn 1? Bathurst looks fantastic in the dark, and I also have to say, what a typical Dan Terry calendar we've had so far. So we're 3 rounds in, and we've had Watkins Glen, we've had Bathurst, and we've had Spa. It is basically a Dan Terry calendar, eat your heart out.
We had this discussion at Watkins Glen, didn't we?
Yes.
We did at the opening round. It was like Watkins Glen. And you straight away went on, not ripping into Dan Terry, but you said that's a Dan Terry character. And Johnny Woo says, yeah, Dan Terry is a legend. Dan, can I just make a suggestion? Do something else for the opening round of whatever next championship. If it's an Enduro, please put Watkins Glen somewhere else on the calendar, not the first round.
So I'm sure by now most of you know that I work on the sales side of SGP, and Dan sort of basically, once I've sold something to somebody, I then go to Dan and say, hey, this is what you need to plan and put in place, and he then goes and does all the complicated stuff and makes it all happen. But I've now got to the point where I don't need to ask him for a calendar. I'll just say, tell me which dates you're going to run Watkins Glen, Spa, and Bathurst on, please.
In that order. Yeah. No, I mean, to be honest with you, you couldn't have 3 different tracks if you tried. So you have the short, close quarter nature of Watkins Glen. You then have the vast expanse of the Ardennes Forest, and then you have the archetypical Mount Everest of GT3 racing here at Mount Panorama. And you know what? When we get to round number 4 on September 3rd, which I am really looking forward to, I have never, folks. Now this is an admission after 3 years of commentating on ACC for the 3rd of September, which I'll be pleased to say I'm going to be back for the actual full event as well for both sides of the broadcast for the commentary, the racing. It'll be my first time commentating on the Circuito Ricardo Tono in Valencia on ACC.
Well, there you go.
First time for everything.
If I'm around, then I think it'll be my first time as well. But I don't think I am around for the next round. Now. Would you like to hear the biggest brown nose comment that I've ever heard in my life?
Go on.
Stefan says, If DT has a million number of fans, I am one of them. If DT has 10 fans, I am one of them. If DT has no fans, that means I am no more on the earth. If world against DT, I am against the world. I love DT till my last breath. Die hard fan of DT. Hit like if you think DT best and smart in the world. Wow. I think...
That is the first ever sim racing extended haiku I've ever heard in my life.
I think I may need to stop Dan hiring Stefan, because that's obviously becoming a workplace romance.
Romance in the room at simracing.gp. There, I've called it. I've called it. Stefan, we love you really, mate. We love you really, mate.
Oh, we certainly do. We certainly do. Stefan has been doing an incredible job across a number of competitions, and he's an absolute credit to SGP. He really is. And you know what? Everyone sort of thinks it's easy running these competitions and things like that. It is sometimes, but then when things are not easy, they're really not easy. And that man stays calm as you like, doesn't let anyone get to him, and does a superb job. So if Stefan only has 10 fans, I am one of them. There you go. There you go.
Well, you know what? He's been steering the ship for this third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. Dan's away. You know what? I have to say props to you for, even though you're on holiday with family, you are still taking the time to come and join yours truly in the booth for the remainder of this race. I have to say a big thank you to, we've now hit over 140 viewers right now after, and as I've said that, God, why is it I get myself bigged up? We had over 140 viewers for the first time on this stream. Thank you so much for everyone that has stayed with us for the last 4.5 hours, just over 4.5 hours of this broadcast. We still have a couple more hours to go, and you know what? With an hour and 50 minutes remaining, I'm gonna put something on the line here a little bit. Raggy's raiding with a party of 22, the first raid that we've actually had. 150 now, top man. And
thank you, Raggy.
And happy birthday as well. Stefan's just put in the chat for Raggy. Well done, thank you very much. One of our a great guy within the sim racing community.
Yeah.
It's what I have to say is, and Matt Bincliffe touched on this, that the sim racing community has so many great different personalities in there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And you know, the deeper I've got into the sim racing community, the more I love it. And you sort of mentioned earlier about you know, some of the stuff that some of us from SGP are doing, and you know, there's a reason why I'm here, despite being on holiday, and that's not because, you know, it's a job, so it means I have to. It's not. It's because, as we see somebody in the wall there, I can't quite see through the dark who it is. We'll pick up on that.
That is a McLaren. Is that right? Okay, that is the number 16. That was Tony Richter from SimRaiser, I think, has just just clobbered that car. Went straight on at Skyline. Well, straight out. Through McPhillamy, it went straight on and hit the barriers before Skyline on the right-hand side. That car has been through the ringer. I have to say, shouts out to Monk of Doom, our winner in the giveaway. Not gonna lie, watching Indy, and now he's watching Lamborghini Super Trofeo America, I would imagine, because GT America is on this weekend, whilst listing and he's watching this on the phone. That is motorsport commitment, sim racing, IRL, the whole shenanigans. Credit to you, Monk of Doom. Well done. Thumbs up from me.
Nice. just to finish what I was saying is most of us at SGP do this because we love sim racing, and you are absolutely right on what Matt said. There are some phenomenal people in this community, and it's an absolute pleasure to be part of that community, and really looking forward to Sim Racing Expo in October, and catching up with folk and seeing everything that's going on, and of course anyone who's going to Gamescom in a couple of weeks as well from the sim racing world, feel free to hit me up and we can catch up, because brilliant people, brilliant hobby, and it ends up with phenomenal racing like this.
Exactly. Now I'm going to take a playbook out of Johnny Ashley from Own It.
Oh no, please don't.
No. But it's actually a question he posed to Matt Hinchcliffe. Hinchcliffe, sorry, Matt. My apologies there. I have been on air since we went live at 3:20 this afternoon. So
You are a job.
mate, I mean, like, I've been on this since for 4 hours, over 4.5 hours. Have to give a shout out to Dan Hyde, who's done exemplary camera work. He's been doing the whole of this season so far. Absolutely mega job by him. But what was the first ever sim racing game that you played, and what console was it on?
It wasn't on a console. It wasn't on a console. It was on a PC. I think strictly speaking, the first ever racing game that I played, and Dog Juice just tickling in that direction straight away. I'm actually old enough that the first racing game I played was on an Amiga 500 Plus, and it was the original Grand Prix. But the one. Yeah, the old Jeff Crammond, isn't it? Jeff Crammond.
Jeff Crammond, not Jeff Hammond.
Yeah. So you were close enough, Dog Juice, but never mind. But the one that I really first properly engaged with and got absolutely obsessed with was Grand Prix 2. That was on a PC, and I went from there into Grand Prix 3 and Grand Prix 4. And the amount of hours I poured into Grand Prix 4 as a teenager must be absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, what a legend Jeff Crammond is. But I don't know if you remember the podcast from round 1 with
Aris.
And we talked about Jeff Crammond in that one, and he said that he once found out that apparently Jeff Crammond is not even a racing fan, which sort of broke my heart a little bit. But just amazing sims to start the life of a sim racer off. But then when I first properly got back into sim racing during lockdown, the first thing I picked up at that point to start learning with wheel and pedals and all that kind of jazz was actually Race Room. So Race Room brought me back into sim racing.
Well, there's been a poll put on the Twitch chat, folks. Will Team Genesis finish P1, P2? At the moment, there have been 17,000 channel points that have said yes, they will. 810 so far have said no, they won't. Now, if you do want to pick yourself up some sweet Moza racing gear, you can head to their website that has been just populated by the Moobot in the chat to mozaracing.com. They have been around for just over a decade, and they do some fantastic gear. I have tried some Moza racing products at the Expo last year, and I was very, very impressed because I've got a little bit of something I need to divulge with you. But there's been a big incident at the top of Skyline, and the 83 of Sensible Racing's Arda Aydin has just gone off, and that was involving, the 506 Jean Salas has just been involved, and the 16 again. Oh my goodness! So now we're going to see a replay of what just happened. So now which car was that?
That looks like that's the 900. That's the 900. That's the only Cam Sport car.
And there's another Lamborghini on the left-hand side of the circuit. And the number 16's gone off. Oh, it was
Okay.
Nathan Berry of the number 31.
It did look like the 900. I'm sure
the
it said 900 on the side.
Yeah, the 900 was on the right, but the 31 was on the because the thing is the thing is that the livery's so dark on the Onid Simhound Rookies number 31 is that we couldn't really make out which livery it was. And that's the problem when the server's at 5 to 9 at night, folks, at Mount Panorama, at the top of Skyline.
Just Dan Terry problems again, right? Yeah. My life is Dan Terry problems these days.
First world Dan Terry problems. Sorry, Dan.
No, just Dan Terry problems, really. So that appears to have been issues for both, or two of the three Onid cars. Then, and as we just saw, the 31 and Nathan Berry is in the pits. That's the Onid Simhound Rookies team. Right now, the things have. Oh, I think we're seeing another replay here. So this is the 31. Okay. I see. And then hits that. That was the 16 coming through.
Yeah. So what happened? That the 931 lost the back end on exactly the same spot. However, Matt could just went exit stage right into the kitty litter at Skyline. The 31 battered the barriers on the inside, and then Tony Richter, I think, might have been completely unsighted, was coming through McPhillamy Park on a rapid rate of knots, and just didn't have time to react. I think was probably fully committed, and wallop straight in.
Now the question is, so the 900 had gone off on the right hand side already, and then the 31 went off at the same corner but into the left hand wall. Was it because of the 900 bringing out a yellow flag and worrying about what's going on ahead, or was it a pure coincidence that two of the three Onid cars went off in different ways at the same corner at the same time?
Could be coincidence for all I know. It's difficult to say, because even though we can only see so much, Adam, it's the fact that you can't, it depends on what's happened, because you can carry so much speed through McPhillamy and head, you can get snap-on understeer. It just depends on, did they both try and accelerate out of McPhillamy, or were they carrying too much speed? That's the key point. If the momentum carry was significant enough that it propagated the back axles spinning, and they spun in exactly the same sort of way, because the right rear was the first thing that broke traction, it's just dependent on, was it controllable? If it wasn't, how come it happened? So it's not a question that you and I can answer. It's a question that both respective teams could inform us of, as like saying, he was about 10 kilometers an hour too quick through the corner, or if 10, it can happen.
If it was IRL racing, then we probably would have assumed that there was some oil down at that corner, but there wasn't. Sometimes when you look away from Twitch chat for a few minutes, and then you look back again, and you get very confused. That's just happened because I looked back and saw a rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy. Good job, team. What?
Yeah.
Very good point from Stefan. The 777 car of Perec has just gone into the pits again, so maybe there's been an incident for the 777. They were the third place car that was chasing down the second place car of Duploy. That must be an unscheduled stop, Alex.
Yeah, Jasparek was in the car for only just over 22 minutes and was averaging just over 2 minutes and 2 seconds per lap. So that's completely unscheduled. That would be about a third of the way through a stint that Reno Kutz would have done earlier on. Well, Reno Kutz was in the car. This is going to change quite a lot. It depends on how much damage that 777. Oh, and Tarek Adam points out. Well, Tarek Adam has just basically told us they crashed down the mountain, and I'm sure that Mr. Hyde will be looking feverishly to see if he can find a replay of that accident. I'm sure we'll probably have that in due course. But that now has changed the complexity of this race, because now Sir Smoggy for the number 71 Cracked Racing Invincible Haters BMW M4 is now third, and that Mercedes might be in the pits for a considerable amount of time, depending on how big the impact was.
No, it's back out. It's been back out for a while, so I don't think it was a very long stop. So I don't know. I mean, there must have been some damage to fix. Probably wanted to change the tyres as well, because one thing that has been particularly prevalent since 1.9 is once you've taken a spin on a set of tyres, then you might as well get rid of them pretty much straight away, because otherwise you're going round again and again and again. So it may have been a case of a little bit of damage and some fresh boots, but Parrot was back out fairly quickly. And we'll now crack on, but let's keep an eye on the gap between second and third. Now it is Sir Smoggy in that Cracked Racing car, chasing down Deploy in second.
Yeah, and we have a gap between them, actually, to be honest with you. That's lap plus, so that's about it's 2.5 minutes from the leaders, just over 2.5 minutes from the leaders, so that is about 1 minute and 20. So that's about 80 seconds behind the 980 Genesis Esports Academy car, with Christian Deploy behind the wheel of that car again. Did the opening stint, did a really, really good job, did Christian on that particular occasion. So yeah, we'll see how things develop, but with just over an hour and 35 still to go. I mean, Adam, I speak from experience, and I know you're probably going to 100% agree with me on that one, is the fact that
Is this a replay?
This is the replay then. Now this is coming out of, that was going through the dipper. This is Jean Celeste from Beck Racing. Now this is coming through into Skyline. Over the crest goes the 506 Ferrari. And that's through the S's. Now goes down through the dipper. Spins the back end out. Narrowly avoids the wall. The car that was closing in on behind them went through. So did the other. So there were two cars that passed the 506. So the 506 now. Well, I think that was very, very lucky for Jean Salas there. And that car still holding on to 13th position.
Hasn't this job of commentating got so much harder since it got dark?
Well, yeah, it's gotten more difficult for the drivers. So for folks, for me and Adam, and for Dan, well, Dan's probably got a better bird's eye view than we have got with his multiple screens. Oh, Mr. Paul Glover enters the chat. Good evening, Glove Pup. Good to hear from you, buddy. We've missed you today, and don't worry, I did not do any drunken phone calls like he pinged me in Discord the other night, you cheeky beggar. We love a bit of banter here at SGP, don't we, Adam?
We do. Without it, we don't get through the day. So yes. We are watching. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, it's good to have you with us, Paul. Hope you're going to stay for the rest of the remainder, considering you've had a very, very busy day today. Yeah, I mean, we've got Stephen Bain back behind the wheel of the number 18 Onid Racing car. That's been running in the top 10 earlier on, but there was a bit of an unfortunate incident with the 228 that put the 18 into the barriers coming in a Forest Elbow earlier on. Oh, yeah. Stephen Bain, keep it on the black stuff, please, and don't give Johnny Ashley a heart attack. I think Johnny's. I can feel my ears burning with Johnny's heartbeat at the moment. It's probably like trading at 140, 150, maybe.
That's his resting heart rate. But this is Stephen Bain, who, for anyone who doesn't know Stephen Bain, he has a reputation, shall we just say, of not sticking within track limits. I was in a 15-minute race with him at Valencia a couple of weeks ago. A 15-minute race, and he got 2 drive-throughs. for track limits. He has got a reputation, and the problem is when you exceed track limits here, you hit the wall. So, Mr. Bain, the resident Scott, all the way from Aberdeen, will be watching out for that one as we pick up the replay of the 777. So let's find out, Alex, what happened.
Right, through Skyline, now into the... The back end stepped out on the left and it pitched the car into the barriers on the right, going through the S's and heading down into the dipper. That was a big old wallop, but it wasn't significant. I mean, we have seen it where there's been cars that have gone into the barriers. Jasparek was... So, Jasparek actually went on for additional 3 laps to... So we're going to... Oh, look at that windshield. He's like literally driving blind with that for 3 laps afterwards. Jasparek, chapeau, I have to say.
Bonnet cam for the win at that point. If he was driving cockpit cam, he was having a difficult time. Jasparek then is back out and in 5th. And right now, I think anyone who spent a chunk of channel points on predicting a Genesis 1-2 is probably in a fairly good shape right now. What you would not want to be is somebody who spent every single last one on their channel points on predicting that they wouldn't finish 1-2. And Alex, somebody might have done that.
I've definitely bet 1,000 channel points saying yes.
I bet all of my channel points on no.
Oh, well, you know what? The thing is, we can have a healthy discussion and disagreement about that, can't we? That's what us commentators do, don't we?
Yeah.
We the thing is, it was all up until that point that Jasparek had that moment. It was looking very, very convincing that Mixed Racing would get into 2nd place and keep that advantage at a minimum for Genesis Racing at the top of the standings. After that, we're getting into the last half hour of the penultimate hour of this race. But you know what, folks? We've been warbling on for a little bit. But we're going to go to some brief messages. Myself and Adam Neely will be right back with you here at round 3 of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by simracing.gp. To the final hour and 28 minutes here for round 3 of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing GP, as Luke Allison from Genesis Esports gets very, very close to the wall, going to the top of this 6.213 kilometre Mount Panorama circuit in New South Wales in Australia, the home of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hours. Alex Goldschmidt and Adam Ely taking you to the end of what will be the halfway point of this 6-round championship. And Adam, we were talking before the break. You know what? Someone has just bid a significant amount of points. It's getting a bit closer. Genesis Esports, well, they finished 1 and 2. 11,450 channel points have said no. Nearly 18,500 channel points have been put down as yes. Now, we both said that we've put our predictions down. I said yes. You said no, but you said about we've got a big moment here. McPhillamy's catching these teams out big time. And I'm just wondering which number that was that just had that moment, because they were backwards. So it's coming through Skyline. That's one of the Lamborghinis. Is that the 9.8? Oh, that's a bit of a moment there, isn't it? Oh! That was a sharp intake of breath from me, because there was one car that instantly went to the right-hand side of that and nearly caused a massive moment at one of the tightest parts of the circuit. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we were talking, Adam, weren't we, about the fact that you had said that you'd put channel points against no, and I said that I'd put channel points against yes. But that all changed when Parek had that moment, didn't he?
He did, and apologies if you haven't been hearing me for the last couple of moments. I've got a few network niggles going on here because I'm not in my normal location, so struggling with some slightly more rural internet than normal. But yes, we were, and look, I put every single last one of my points on no, because I did it when Parek was up in third and was closing the gap very quickly to the 980, and I thought, well, yeah, that's going to happen, but no.
Yeah, and yeah, Jos Parek in the 777 Mixed Racing Mercedes, now running 5th position. Yeah, and it's
Closing in on 4th, though. Closing in on 4th quite quickly.
Yeah, 10.9 seconds is the gap. Jos Parek did a 2-minute 1.292 on their 132nd lap. Martin Hoyer in the 502 Fusion car, 2-minute 3.7, so that's 2.5 seconds gain. That gap is really dwindling as we speak.
Yeah. Now, what we're doing here, and thank you to Dan, we asked him about this in the advert break, is we are picking up a live on board with our race leader Luke Addison. So we're going to follow through for a whole lap here on board the 33 Lamborghini from Genesis Esports. What will be interesting is, number one, to see just how quick he is across the mountain, but also how he deals with traffic. So there's not a huge amount of traffic in front, but there is one car that he's catching quickly, and how to deal with that traffic across the top of the mountain. Alex, you can see a lot more from this angle than we can from the outside cameras.
Yeah, Luke Addison just, I think, had a touch with the wall going through McPhillamy there, just literally grazed it with the right rear of the Lamborghini, but down to second. I mean, look how close he's getting. The momentum carry from Luke Addison through this section on the circuit, through Skyline, through the S's, into the dip, and now into Forest Elbow. Absolutely pinpoint was Luke Addison there. Just did not leave an inch of room on the table, did he?
No, and when you are at pace through that section on the mountain, especially the downhill section, it does feel like you are trying to thread the eye of a needle. But I guess when I do it, I feel like I'm just out of control and just going all the way down the mountain like I'm on a bobsleigh, whereas these guys are just smoothly getting that direction change from one corner to the next. Dan, let's stay on for one more lap. It'll be interesting to see Luke catch that back marker in front at some point. But that is your race leader, a lap with Luke Addison. Let's carry on for one more, like we say, and just see what happens when we catch that orange machine in front.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on which car that actually is. That is the 83. That's the 9th place. That's the Sensible Racing McLaren. Just up ahead, I've just noticed on the live timing, and yeah, he's closing in at a big rate of knots on that, and Ada Aydin will be seeing some very menacing, very fast closing Lamborghini Huracan headlights coming through as they've just gone through the cutting, going through Reed Park, and then heading through into the fast double left-hander complex here at Salmon Park, and then down the compression through the dip here through into McPhillamy, flirting with the barriers on the right hand side, and now into Skyline. Oh, God, look at the precision from Luke Addison, absolutely mind-blowing. I am in complete.
It's this section here. It's this section here when it is just feed it in, direction change, and you've got to use the camber into the corners, but then the camber changes from one to the next, and I always struggle with Forest Elbow and working out exactly what line to take to maximise the run down the Conrad Straight and also to avoid those walls. But Luke Addison giving us a great show on these couple of onboard laps. Hasn't actually caught that back marker, so maybe not pushing as hard as he could. Maybe aware that he's on stream and not wanting to make any errors. But doing a lovely job and just finding every single one of those apexes.
Well, you know what? I've been on this stream now for 5 hours. I'm going to take a little bit of a respite. Adam, I'm going to hand it over to you for about the next 10 minutes or so while I just grab something to eat. So I will be back with you all very, very shortly.
So the car in front, by the way, and thank you, Alex. The car in front, by the way, is only 0.2 a lap slower. But yes, thank you for sticking with us. Hour and 21 minutes to go. I think you'll all agree that Alex Goldschmidt has been doing a phenomenal job to drag us through right from the beginning of this stream to where we are now. Stephen Bain there looked like he might have just given a little kiss to the wall, but he is chasing down the 506 of Salas, so we'll stick with this one for a moment and see whether the man from Aberdeen can put a move on the 506 with a name that sounds like he's not from Aberdeen. But yeah, thank you once again to Alex, and it'll be good to have him back after a bit of a refresh. For those of you just tuning in, this is an hour and 20 minutes left of round 3 of the 6 Hours of Bathurst, which makes up round 3 of the Moza Endurance Championship. We had our live podcast earlier as well, featuring Matt Bincliffe from Alpine Esports, I should say. And in the next couple of days, it will probably be Tuesday, you'll be able to listen to that on all of the normal podcast platforms. Bain getting very much closer to Salas in the background though, yeah, I agree with you, Paul. Definitely clipped the wall, and almost clipped the back end of Salas there into the final corner, but now riding low down with Bain as he crosses the line and heads into Hell Corner and begins the run up the mountain. Really a circuit of two halves here at Bathurst. You take that long run up the mountain before taking the very fast and treacherous run down the mountain, weaving your way through the walls before the long blast out on the Conrad Straight and into the chase, and through the tricky final corner, first corner, and then do it all over again. So this is a great battle for us to be watching at this moment in time. All over 15th place. Meanwhile, the two Genesis cars are out front, the 33 of Luke Addison, and deploying the 980, which is the Genesis Academy car. Great to see those guys doing so well. Sir Smoggy in third for Cracked Racing. You then got Hoyer fourth, Parrick fifth, Goodger Scott for Only Cam Sport finishes out the top 6. Then you got twos, Vansell, Aidin and Holzer making up your top 10. Then it's Beekhois, McDermott, Majid, Begiato, Salas, Bain, who you're watching now, Says, Richter, Scott and Prescott. Rounds out your full 20. We've lost 2 cars over the entirety of the race, which has been almost 5 hours so far, because we've got an hour and 18 remaining. Johnny Woo, who, by the way, Stefan told me off for not calling you Johnny Woo earlier. Apparently that's the way to say it. Says this can only end well. And I've had a few battles with Stephen Bain on track as he takes a look up the inside through the final sector. I've had a few battles on track with Stephen Bain over the years. Some have ended well, some have not. As we see Hoyer take to the pits now. And yes, Bain, I am talking about Snetterton all over again. Down towards T1 then, and Bain is going to have to put a move on in awkward place on the track, I think, because the Ferrari in front seems to have the legs up and down the straights at the start and finish of the lap. Stephen Bain seems to be quicker up and over the top of the mountain. So let's see what he can do this time, as long as he keeps it out of the wall. Just checking in with you guys in chat as well. Feel free to come and chat along whilst we race. Oh, I think the Johnny went well, so we'll stick with that one all the way through. 83 has picked up a 30-second penalty. Well spotted, Paul. Even when you're not commentating, you're doing the job. Love to see it. So we'll try and find out what that is about in a moment. This is one of the closest battles on track. We've also got Toos and Vancel pretty close together for 7th and 8th. And here is Vancel with the New Kids Turbo McLaren right on the back of Toos in the Ferrari, looking for a way past, but through the mountain pass is very, very difficult to find that gap. Sometimes it's all about pressuring your opponent into a mistake, or by having a better car in a straight line or under the brakes, so you can get something done in these much wider, more open final and first sectors of the lap. But right now Vancel not getting it done. Bain has made the move, I think. We're seeing a replay here. Thank you, Dan, for queuing that one up so quickly. But we are seeing Stephen Bain trying to make a move on that Salas car in front. Pulls alongside to the right down the Conrad straight. That becomes the inside, but we remember what happened earlier when a car clattered the curb on the inside. No such issue this time. Bain later on the brakes turns in and takes the position very, very nicely into the chase. So well done, Stephen Bain, up into 15th place and past Salas. Meanwhile, Vancel hasn't made it past Choose yet. So this battle will rumble on. Hopefully we'll actually see a pass live on this one. As we see Beekois now getting alongside Holzer. So even with only an hour and a quarter of this one to go, plenty of battles going off on track. And Beekois making that one stick in the same place that Stephen Bain did just a moment ago. So just looking up and down through the field. Oh, we are picking up a replay here. This is, I think, is that the 506? Yes, it is. We've seen them in trouble a couple of times and that one is one of the bigger accidents that we've seen so far. Car almost up on its side, trying to climb over the wall, and the spin turn not working out for it's the 502. Sorry, it's the 502, and that has gone from a big bonk into a double big bonk for the 502 car. Meanwhile, we return to Vancel, putting all the pressure on Toos with an hour and 13 minutes to go. Down into the final sector of the lap, the side by side. And that looks to me like it's position change. It is indeed. Vancel up into 7th then as Choose drops down, but Vancel immediately runs off track, gets very sideways. And I'm trying to see, that looks to me like a change back for position. No, Vancel holding on to that one. I was just trying to work out who that was alongside for a moment, as we now pick up with Aiden straight into this battle. So this one becoming a three-way battle all of a sudden. Vancel, Choose and Aiden. Don't forget that Aiden has got that 30-second penalty to take at the next stop though. But great close racing all the way through this one. Round 3 at Mount Panorama of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship. There are 3 more rounds after this one to take us through the end of the year. And of course, don't forget about the Moza Challenge as well, that's ongoing. Slightly more sprinty races than these endurance ones. but plenty of prizes up for grabs. In fact, you can win some cold hard cash in those ones, so if you're a quick peddler, get yourself signed up for those and put yourself in the position to win some serious cash. Of course, the aim of that one, qualifying for the grand final, which will take place on the 23rd of December. Grand final on the 23rd of December for the Moza Challenge. And as Stefan says in chat, check Discord for that one. Get yourself signed up and a part of that. Big thank you to Moza Racing for the support that they've showed to the sim racing community across this year. Not just with SGP, but in general. Doing a lot for the community and getting themselves well involved in all of the racing. Meanwhile, Aiden looking at Choose once again. So Choose will start to feel a little bit hounded by the McLarens after Vencel made it past a couple of laps ago. Aiden now looking to the outside. Surely can't get that done into the final corner, but does. So either chooses to let that one go, or that was one of the best moves that you will see at the final corner here at Bathurst. Fantastic job from Arda Aiden, taking that position then. Moving up into 6th place because Vencel dived into the pits at the same time. So your top 10 is Addison, Deploy, Smoggy, Parek, Gudger, Scott, Aiden, Vencel, Choose, Beekhois and Holzer. Breakfade has told us in chat, crash for P1. Johnny says that that's fake news though, so who knows? I'm sure Dan will be quickly checking in on the 33 and seeing how they're getting on. Everything looks fine. So maybe fake news. Although Breakfade seems to have the information. It says 17 seconds of damage for our race leaders. So I wonder whether Addison has gone and found a barrier somewhere along the line. Apparently I'm nailing it, and I'm assuming they're talking about the Johnny Whoop. I'm quite happy doing that, by the way, so we'll stick with that. Addison is still out front. We're watching how they're getting it on. Car still looks to be okay, but of course, as it's dark, you can't see all the detail in there. Cody Sherrick confirming that there was an issue. So back marker last lap during that incident hit us. So I think that what we're saying is there definitely has been an issue for the race leader somewhere along the line. So Dan will be furiously flicking back through the replays and seeing if he can find that moment. But that is not going to be too costly at the moment. 17 seconds of damage for our leaders with the sizable gap that they've got is not too much of a concern at this moment in time, but they still don't want that to happen too many times. I can tell you that Mr. Hyde has done some excellent investigative work in the background and will shortly be able to show us the replay. In fact, here we go. So this is the 33 car, our race leader. Oh, and there's okay, so it's back markers getting together and causing an issue for the race leader. So yeah, just an unfortunate series of events, I believe. So we believe it was this car, the 83 of Aiden, who we've been watching for a while, that actually ran into the back of the leader. So the car that exited stage right was our race leader. Is that right, Dan? Is that what you're telling me in my ear? So the one that actually went off track was the race leader, confirmed in my ear. So yes, it definitely was not fake news. It was real news. So unlucky there. And yes, Paul, it was the 33 that got tagged and pushed off. So like I say, won't have caused them too much issue in terms of their overall race lead. Long distance out front is the 33. But just a reminder, once again, that even with only an hour and 7 minutes of this race left to go, anything can happen between now and the checkered flag.
Yes, Adam, that's very, very true indeed.
Oh, Alex!
Yes, I
Welcome
did.
back.
I am indeed back, folks, until the end of the duration. But yeah, considering the fact that the 83 has also got a 30-second time penalty for causing a collision with the 900 that Matt could just got a little bit earlier on, which was when Matt could just got, I think, might have got off at the approach into Skyline. But I would not be at all surprised if that gets investigated, because we've already seen the number. We saw one car get 2 successive 30-second penalties earlier on in the race, and I'm trying to remember which one that was. They literally got 1 30-second penalty, and then it was the number 7 car. It was the VDS car. They got 2 30-second penalties on the bounce, like one incident after the other. First one for avoidable contact and causing a collision. The 83 has got a 30-second time penalty for attempts to overtake through the kink, but goes over the curb and hits 900 off the circuit, so causing a collision. Oh dearie me. But Coco has just put a clip in saying Luke getting bonked. Just put the link in the chat. We've had quite a few clips, and as Cammy rightly said earlier on tonight, she went, well, we've probably had more clips in the first 20 minutes than we've had, and we could probably fill in a 2-hour endurance race at another circuit, which was well eloquently put, I have to say. So yeah, I'm sure that the Genesis Esports will not be very happy about that one.
I don't know what it is about you, but basically, whilst you were gone, my network issues all went away. Now you've come back, so have they. You are my network issue.
Hey, don't blame the man that's been the foundation of today's broadcast. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. No, I did have. You know what? I mean, these network issues don't just affect sim racers; they affect us commentators as well. Am I right, Adam?
You are, especially when we're trying to do it from a fairly rural location in the middle of Suffolk, which for anyone outside of I'm in Suffolk at the moment. Yes, yeah.
Small world, mate. You're not too far from me.
No, I know where you are now because of you sending me your invoice a couple of weeks ago. I know where you live. Yes,
I'll have to get the baseball bat up in case you start stalking me, and I'll just sneak up and just take a picture.
Indeed, yeah. No, I'm right at the top of Suffolk right about now, so a little distance from you, but not too far. But what we do know is that we have only an hour and 4 minutes of this race left to go. And whilst you were away, we saw a few changes of position, including a very audacious late dive into the final corner and making it stick round the outside. So you've missed it all.
Oh, I missed one of the best overtakes of the night. Damn it. Well, that's what you get for deciding to put your hand up for the podcast as well as the main broadcast as well. Glutton for punishment, like it was at the Sim Racing Expo last year. Not only was I on lead comms as Christoph Holzer. Now that is that Lauper in the? That is Lauper in the 453 McLaren New Kids Turbo. Well, that has been in the wars as well. I mean, that got a bit of a big old biff from the number 29 McLaren going down into Hell Corner earlier on in the first hour and a half of this race. So the New Kids Turbo getting themselves back up into the top 10, and Paul Glover, shut your yap. Blame Alex all you want.
Good man, Paul. Good man. Well done. And Monk of Doom saying probably better than Suffolk, Virginia. Maybe not. Probably better though.
Yeah. Botchet on Fire says, "Damn, it's dark on Mount Doom." Oh dearie me, it's gone from Monk of Doom to Mount Doom here at Mount Panorama.
There's a lot of doom around here right
there's
now.
a lot of doom and gloom, and it's definitely very, very dark here at Mount Panorama. The track temperature has actually halved since the beginning of the race, nearly 5 hours ago, as Rain Lauper tries to close on in on the 486. That's Christoph Holzer just in front of the Porsche, the only team that opted for the 992, and they haven't really had an easy one either tonight, with Timothy Flanger having a very difficult opening stint. You can see how close Rain Lauper is looking up the inside, late dive up the inside through Murray's corner at turn 23, and Holzer goes bumping over the curbs, but that was a textbook Danny Rick from Rain Lauper there. Well done. Brilliant move there through Murray's.
It was nicely done. You saw Holzer trying to square the corner off and get the switch back underneath, but like you say, just clouting the curbs, that really didn't help at all. But I still thought they might have been in with a shout of a switchback, but no. It was definitely Lauper's corner, Lauper's move, and Lauper to run off into the distance now.
Yes, indeed. It's Budget on Fire has just mentioned the R word.
I think we're safe.
Yes, but don't
Think we're
say.
safe.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, well,
It's a bit like somebody who works in A&E at a hospital, so casualty to some or the emergency room to others. They will never use the Q word. They will never say, "God, it's quiet tonight."
oh yes, that's red flag to a bull. That is.
In the same way that a sim racer should never say rain. But like I say, I think we are safe. As Luke Addison dives to the pits. Now let's just hope that he hasn't misheard what we've just been saying and he's dived in to put some wet tyres on. Because there is no rain, and I believe it is pretty static conditions all the way to the flag. So we're all good on that. One thing I would not like to do is experience rain around this track. It's tough enough as it is without chucking some moisture on the track. Now you can see some of that damage that we were talking about earlier on the front of the Genesis Esports Lamborghini. The only Camp Sport Lamborghini just pulls in behind as well for a bit of a service. Looked like a fairly quick one in the background. No, they're not moving, so they're not quite ready to go. But interesting to see the leader in, and I wonder if they are going to take that damage fixed as well.
That car has been in the pit box for over 30 seconds, I might add. We'll make that 40 now, as the 987, the Braking Performance Racing Ferrari with Alberto Beggiato. So, looks like the car that Luke Addison was piloting, looks like Tarek Adam has now got back behind the wheel, has just spent over 45 seconds, so I think they did repair that damage.
Well, it makes sense.
It does, because they've got enough of a... yeah, so just 49.1 seconds that car was in the pit box for. So 30 seconds would be for fueling the car, changing the tyres, changing driver, and you add that additional for the 17 seconds of damage that car received through that incident with the 83.
Yeah, there you go. So they've taken all of that damage fix, and like we were saying, makes perfect sense. They've got a big enough lead to make that work. So yeah, go in, get it done, get it changed, and off you go again.
And the good thing is, could this be actually the last stop for Genesis Esports? Because there's only less than 59 minutes to go until the checkered. So I think that this is now the final pit. That was the final pit stop. Get the damage recovered. And was that Mr. Brown getting a bit too close to the wall going through Philby I spotted just then?
It was Mr. Brown utilising his surname and having a very Brown moment, because it was a little close. But Ben knows what he's doing, back in the car for that final stint. But you make a good point about the 33 car now running to the flag. That's why they won't have opted to take their damage before now. So they will have been dragging that damage around for a few laps, because it was less painful to do that than it was to take a extra stop. Because if they had just stopped before the last 65 minutes of the race, then, as you quite correctly say, they would have had to have stopped again because of the maximum stint timer. So we would, yes, expect to see Tarek Adam take this car all the way to the flag now.
So he will have done north of 3 hours in that Lamborghini. So he's done a lot of the wheel work. Cody Sherritt has been the least utilised driver in that 3-driver crew. Luke Addison has done probably the best part of an hour and 3/4. Cody's done just over 62.5 minutes. So, yeah, I think the strategy that they had, put it on pole position. Tarek Adam, he's not only put it on pole, he started the car, and he's basically going to bring it home. So, you know what? Credit for Genesis Esports saying, right, okay, who are we going to have that is going to put the car on pole? That's what we want to do. We want to get a good getaway. That's exactly what happened. Mitts Racing got close, but then that drama for Just Paddock, which was over 42 minutes, which was 42 minutes ago before he peeled into pit lane, has cost them that opportunity of becoming the first double winner in this championship.
That's the kind of mistake that you regret towards the end of a season.
At least if they get it out of the way in the first half of the season, they'll probably be thinking, right, that was our bogey round. Let's go to Valencia next time out and have an absolute cracker. I mean, Valencia could be a track that suits. I mean, that particular circuit. There are a lot of twisty bits in it. But if there's some good amount of straights that allow the Mercedes to stretch its legs, and we know that when it does, it's an absolute weapon. But then you also have to look at, is it going to suit the mid-engine cars, or is it going to suit the Porsche? Having so many different circuits, and also one of the things that I like about this Endurance Championship is the fact that you are rewarded for remaining in the same car throughout the championship. If you change cars, you don't get that reward. You're like saying, well, this is like a 6-round calendar of the European Le Mans series. If you are contracted as an IRL driver, you are in one car all the way through the season, and that promotes, I think, doesn't promote adaptability in any way, shape, or form, but it promotes people saying, well, this is the car that we know is tried, tested, it works with all our team, let's have at it.
Yeah, and I think it generates some additional pre-season teamwork in terms of actually, getting together and figuring out what is the best car for your entire team. The only problem is, and yes, there is an example of this in real world where you get BOP changes, you do get penalties applied to cars maybe, or upgrades to other cars mid-season. But in general, in GT racing, the balance between cars stays very similar across a season. Whereas in an esports season, in a sim racing season, we are at the absolute mercy of a Kunos BOP change dropping at any point, or a new car turning up that's suddenly absolutely OP compared to everything else, and that can absolutely screw your season. So I do understand why some people want to change mid-season. So I think it was a good balance that Dan found in the creation of this series, where yes, of course, you can change car whenever you want, but if you stick with the same car all the way through the season, you'll get rewarded for that. It's quite a nice balance. I like that.
Yeah, and I think for anyone that might remember the ADAC Sim Racing Expo, Sim Racing Expo Professional Trophy powered by Sim Racing GP, that you, myself, we had a few other people on the comms as well, we saw teams changing pretty much every single race, didn't we?
That's right. It was a free choice every round. Yeah.
Whereas we're rewarding those that stick with the same cars that they have started the season with. Of course, there is a bit of a shout out for the Cracked Racing Invincible Haters number 71, Sir Smoggy, still behind the wheel and is about 14 and a half minutes away from his stint timer expiring, so it's just about to click over 51 minutes for Sir Smoggy, so that car running in a genuine P3. There's a lot of Cracked Racing love in the Twitch chat as well, isn't there?
I'm assuming that's what that is. Weird.
Well, everyone's now starting to say not a cult, not a cult.
Oh dear. I'm assuming that's what all that is. Anyway, Sir Smoggy doing a very good job up on the podium, which would be a cracking result for those guys. But there is still a very, very long way to go. And you may think, well, no, you're into the final hour now. But there are many, many races that are a lot longer than the amount of time that we have left in this one. So anything could still happen, and this is a point where fatigue is really going to start kicking in, especially for drivers that have done long stints, or done a lot of the share of driving, like you said about Tarek Adam having done over 3 hours of this, or will have done by the end of it. That's a lot of time in the rig, and that is tiring. And for anyone who tunes into this and is not a sim racer and has not tried sim racing and thinks, what, driving on a computer game is tiring? Come and look at me once I've finished a 20-minute race and see how sweaty I am, and then imagine multiplying that by many times and putting them into a much faster race than I would normally be in. And yes, it is more physical than you would think.
I got a real sense of that at the Sim Racing Expo last year when we had the professional trophy finale. We had the digital GT500. Like the amount of concentration to hit your lines, hit your apex points, turn in. You've also got the engineers or people that are helping with the strategy in your ears as well on your respective Discord servers. So it just does go to show that it is never easy. I mean, I remember seeing Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sirica winning the digital GT500, and I said, afterwards when we'd finished the broadcast, I'd finished my final broadcast, I said, how do you feel? And Alessandro Bico, at 19 years of age, was completely cream crackered, 100%. And I said to him, you know what? You've absolutely earned this victory, but get yourself some rest. And I've gotten to know quite a few of the Williams esports guys. I've done some work with them as well. And to see them in person, like Alessandro looked like he was about to pass out. But it just goes to show how passionate these drivers are about, as Kizzer has just started the meow thing in chat. Oh, dearie me.
Just ignore chat for a while.
No, mate, I've got it on full screen on Twitch. So at least I don't have to worry about that. So I've now got full screen on Discord, full screen on Twitch, and also pitwall.live/simracing-GP. If you haven't been keeping an eye on live timing, where have you been for the last 5 hours and 11 minutes? But yeah, 48 and a half minutes still to go. And you know what? After, Christian Deploy, who's just under 10 minutes away from finishing what might be his final stint, every single driver from Genesis Esports Academy have been in that car. Christian Deploy on lap 151 has just set that cruise fastest lap time, a 2:06.40, and the temperature is dropping, folks. We are very, very, in the words of Martin Brundle, suboptimal at the moment with regards to track temperatures, 10 degrees Celsius and dropping.
Yes, but I think for some of these drivers, that may be a day late and $1 short.
Yeah.
See how many other Martin Brundle quotes we can get in between now.
No, that was
and
the
end of
only one.
stream.
That was the only one I was planning, to be honest with you. I don't know any other Brundle quotes, to be honest with you, Adam.
Well, a day late and $1 short was one of them.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll leave you to. I put in one. You put in one. There we go. Happy days. That's our Martin Brundle quota fulfilled for tonight.
Oh dear, that's Adam told. That's Adam off of the quotes. Never mind.
No,
10
no,
degrees.
I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
10 degrees is pretty chilly, actually.
Yes, and especially when there are probably more than likely some drivers might be. I mean, it's. Do you foresee any splash and dashes here in the last few minutes?
There may be some, because you will find that some cars had to take an earlier stop than planned because of damage or whatever, or just a team that isn't very good with the calculator and working out when their stops should be. There's always going to be one or two with a splash and dash, but I would say for the majority. Now we know that not everyone has taken their final stop, because look, Twos has just gone in, and Aiden as well, we know hasn't taken the final stop because they've still got that plus 30 seconds next to their name. But there will always be a couple of splashy McDashy towards the end of the race as well.
Splashy McDashy, like that.
Yeah, that's a bit of an Adam phrase, that one.
Well, I came across plenty when we first worked together on the professional trophy, didn't we? I came across
absolutely.
quite a few.
Absolutely, being my number one. It's a shame we won't be working on that one this year, but it'll be good to see how the professional trophy runs along this year in the lead up to Expo. But Expo's certainly going to be fun to get to in Dortmund this year.
A little bit earlier this year as well, 13th to the 15th of October.
Yes, that's right. It'll be my first time, believe it or not.
Oh yes, because we had this discussion at round one about the fact that your partner was expecting and you weren't able to make it. And you know what? The thing is, it was my first Expo last year. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I got to meet Dan and a few of the crew from SGP. Even our
but apart from that, it was brilliant.
Well, no. You know what? I have got every bit of respect for Dan. He's a top guy. He calls a spade a spade. He's such a busy lad. But you know what? He's got a heart of gold, that man.
He certainly does. He certainly does. Now, the first time I met Dan was getting together a team meeting between like the four parts of the SGP leadership team, and two of us went to bed quite early. Dan and I decided to stay up in the bar, and that man is a bad influence, a very bad influence. What I'm going to say.
No comment about what happened at the exhibitor party. Dan, you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure he's going to... No. But I think the thing is that when you have events, and it was really, really good when we spoke to Matt from Alpine in the podcast about LAN. He said it's really good that we're seeing a lot more places where LAN events are going. But, there still should be a modicum of events being online, which is why we do stuff like this here at Sim Racing GP. Of course, we've also got the Moza Racing Challenge as well. We've got Logitech G Challenge as well, haven't we, if I remember correctly? So those are the three things that we're doing here for now on simracing.gp. For now. Yes, as Adam said, for now. But also, one of the good things is that when we had the ranking, the news about the ranking system for simracing.gp, I thought that was an absolute masterstroke, and that's really come into its own with helping to decide who will be in Split 1, who will be in Split 2, who will be here in this particular competition. It really has showcased that there's always a good way of thinking outside the box and make it sort of showcasing the right people in the right classes, doesn't it?
It does, and look, I have to shout out to our dev team here for building something from scratch. You know, the easy option was let's take the ELO ranking system that everyone else uses, and let's just plonk that in and have that as our ranking system. But we didn't want to do that. We wanted something that was proprietary, something that would develop over time, and something that was absolutely unique and rewarded people for their skill and their talent. You know, the guys have done a really good job. I know that it's not something that everyone completely understands yet, and maybe even some people don't get on with it, and that's fine. It is something different, and it will continue to develop and grow as time goes on. There are other elements coming later on in the year. Can't say anything about them right now, but there are other elements that will make it even better. But on top of that, with some of the changes that we made over the last week, so rolling out the automatic splitting tools and the splitting tools in general to all of our communities is, you know, it's where you're going to see the ranking system come into its own. That for communities, it's going to be so much easier for them to put multi-split events on and things like that. But also, you'll now see communities run daily racing because they can do that with those tools added on. They'll run those daily races as like rank builders and things like that. It's, you know, more power to the community. And I'm sorry, you probably said something very quick and brief, and Adam has waffled on because he gets a little bit overexcited about stuff like that.
No, it's actually quite nice to hear, from my perspective, to hear about the developments coming with simracing.gp. So, Adam Ely has given you a little bit of a teaser, but you're going to have to watch this space. Christian Deploy for Genesis Esports Academy now in the pit lane for what is going to be just over 40.5 minutes to go. Their final pit stop here at Mount Panorama. I have to say, this crew have done a fantastic job. I think, if memory serves me correctly, they qualified on the second row of the grid, and they have kept themselves out of trouble. They have followed in the footsteps, so to speak. But Christian Deploy has done the, I think, the most amount of wheel work in that car at the moment, because he's done just over 2 hours and close to just over 125 minutes. Now, Giovanni Porzio and Henry Meyer have all gone in the car. Looks like Christian started the car and is doing a Tarek Adam. Might be bringing the car home because, folks, less than 40 to go till the checkered.
So Smoggy's in the pits from third for that cracked car as well. So I think the last stop's coming through now, because we've seen the was it the 83 car that had the 30-second penalty to take, that has done so now.
Yeah.
So I think we're really breaking the back on the final stops.
So, at the moment, Sir Smoggy is in the pits. Look who's making their way down Conrod Straight into the chase. Just Paddock from Mitts Racing in the 777. And is just heading down. Now, when did they last pit? Well, Paddock is going to more than likely take that car to the checkered, because he pitted just over 14 minutes ago. Guillaume Hameling now is going to take over from Sir Smoggy. Another team that has opted to go with the driver that started the race will now finish it.
Yeah, there's some teams out there really utilising some drivers for much longer stints than others. So, you know, I guess some of that might be on pace, but also some of it may just be on familiarity with Bathurst, because Stefan said earlier, just getting to the end is a victory in itself, and you want somebody in who's going to be reliable across the top of the mountain. What do you reckon, pace or security being the number one preference for the long stints tonight?
I would say security. You want someone who's going to be ultra consistent, but can also put in a pretty fast lap when they need to. especially when you've seen teams trying to do undercuts, and trying to do the big undercuts as well. And we saw that from Mitts Racing before that moment about 15 or 20 minutes ago. The yellow flag was briefly out just then. Didn't really catch what that was for, but yeah, we still got 37.5 minutes to go. New Kids Turbo. Now, when did they last pit? They pitted, Rain Lauper. Oh, now I spot a little development here, Mr. Ely. Rain Lauper got in the car 33 minutes ago. How long is on the timer? 37. So someone's going to have to make a pit stop either very soon or leave it right until the last minute. And Rain Lauper at the moment is...
in the wall. Was that in the wall? I think they were in the wall briefly there.
They were very, very close. Yeah, there was a little clash with the wall for Rain Lauper. That's going to be close because it depends on, first of all, are they going to take tyres? Are they? They're not going to take so much fuel because you said about the old splashy dashies earlier on. I think the 453, they have the first. Just having a look at their previous stint times. Martin Wenzel, his opening stint was only 33.5 minutes. So I think that Rain Lauper, is going to be over on time, and that is going to give them a post-race penalty for exceeding stint time of 65 minutes. So that will put Rain Lauper on 70 minutes, folks. That's a slam dunk penalty unless they pit and they reset the stint time very, very soon or towards the end of the race. But then does that compromise them when it comes to finishing 6th?
With a gap back of just 13 seconds, I'd say so, yeah. Yeah, so the old stint time battles taking another casualty potentially before the end of this race. Same can't be said for our two leaders, the two Genesis cars doing a superb job, and I think anyone who splashed some channel points on a prediction of them finishing 1-2 will be feeling quite pleased with themselves right now, won't they, Alex?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm only kidding. I mean, it's just like, with these predictions, that's what I love about predicting and putting down channel points, is that they're always going to be a 50-50, because I could have been completely wrong, you could have been completely right, so there's always going to be someone that wins out of it, but you just don't know who. Yellow flag's out again on the circuit. Now I'm not too sure who that was for. The yellow flag has just been retracted, so someone has probably more than likely gone off the circuit. You mentioned about mistakes. They are starting to creep in a little bit more now, aren't they?
Yes, the old fatigue definitely kicking. Oh my word, Alex, please save me.
Kicking in.
Thank you. Will somebody come and kick me in, please, and restart my. Actually, we could sell that activity at Expo, really, couldn't we? Just come kick Adam for €5 a piece. Yes.
Yeah, but then you'd have to wear the T-shirt as well, wouldn't you?
I can get some T-shirts printed up. That's fine. Let's raise some money for charity by coming to kick Adam. Yeah, it's a good idea. So yeah, Dan Hyde just whispering in our ear. Oh, for God's sake!
In our ears. Right, Tarek Adam on lap 158 has just set the fastest lap of the race in these conditions. 2 minutes, .235. That car is getting quicker and quicker, lap by lap. They've left no stone unturned. They have dominated for 5 hours and 27 minutes. And Tarek Adam, I'll be honest with you, has done so is the rest of the team. Luke Addison, Cody Sherritt, we can't forget them. But Tarek Adam has been the one has been like, okay, right, who's the most experienced at Bathurst? Tarek's probably gone, no, that's me. Right, you're starting the car, you're going out for qualifying, you're bringing the car home. This team have not put a foot wrong. Spa, completely different proposition. At Mount Panorama, this Lamborghini has been one word: mighty.
It certainly has. I can't get on with it though. I absolutely cannot get on with it. But I know a lot of people can. And it is certainly performing tonight in the hands of the Genesis cars.
Yep, Santa Agata Bolognese leading the way in a 1-2 for Genesis Esports, Genesis Esports and Genesis Esports Academy. And BMW, the pride of Munich, rounding out the top three. Who would have thought of that one, eh?
I think it's probably a handy car around here. And interestingly, it really struggled after 1.9 came on board, but it's slowly started nudging its way back into popularity. So yeah, interesting to see the BMW up in the top three. What maybe is more surprising is that it's the Cracked Racing team up in third. Did I just say that out loud? Have I just alienated the majority of our listeners?
No. Well, not yet until I see the numbers drop.
No, but we may be getting some
Not
some
me.
grief now.
Not me.
Yes,
you.
no, we say we. Fine.
But well, we are on 99 viewers at the moment. Let me just say that. So we.
Mine
you know
says
what?
147.
Probably because you haven't refreshed. I'll refresh mine and see what happens. Hang on a second. Yeah, mine says 99. So
I just refreshed. Mine says 147 still.
Dan Solo says you got 99 viewers, but I ain't one. Ripping a line from a song.
He's Dan Solo, Dan Terry.
Probably his doppelganger. You never know, do you? Dan Solo, review yourself. He wishes.
Now, look, would you like some good news?
Go on.
You won't have to put up with me very soon, because Cammy will be back. So I only found myself a 2-hour window to slot into this, and so that 2-hour window is very rapidly coming towards an end. So Cammy is going to come and join you again shortly to round things out for the last half an hour. So thank you to Cammy for that. But Alex, I think anything and everything could happen in this last half an hour. So I would advise that people don't go nowhere.
Don't touch that dial. Adam Ely, thank you very much for joining us for this part of the broadcast. Thank you very much, mate. Even though being on holiday with family, you are a gentleman scholar. Thank you very much indeed.
Not a problem. Thank you, everyone who's supported this, and of course, thank you to Moza, our great friends, for supporting the series. I will leave you with it, but Cammy is back alongside Alex to bring you the last half an hour. So, thank you very much, guys.
No problems at all. Cammy, welcome back. You couldn't keep away, could you?
You couldn't keep me away if you tried. I was just checking in for the night before settling down with the laptop just to watch the last half an hour, and suddenly I see that there's a cry for help. And I thought, well, I'll be the hero of the evening and answer the call. But
Yeah.
It's great to join you in the closing 30 minutes of what has been a stellar 6 hours here down under.
You have been an absolute heroine tonight, my love. Thank you very much indeed for jumping in. And so, 28 minutes and 36 seconds still remain on the timer here at the mountain in New South Wales, at Bathurst. And Cammy, the biggest development was Mitz Racing. Jasparek having that big moment about 25, 30 minutes ago, going down the mountain. We thought that the darkness was going to play its hand, and it definitely did, didn't it?
It's very tricky when you... all your reference points, everything you're looking at to break, they all vanish in the dark. and you're relying solely on what you can see in the small sort of a cone of vision of your headlights, and you're following the taillights ahead, and it's so easy to make a mistake. Unfortunately, I didn't spot it. I've just sort of come back from having a bite to eat, but they'd been going so well, Mits Racing. They'd really been pushing for the pressuring Tarek Adam and Genesis for the win. Essentially, it's so sad that it's fallen out of their grasp. I mean, they're still going strong. They'll still have a performance they can be proud of tonight, but it doesn't look like anybody's been able to hold a candle to Genesis, do they?
Well, breaking news, Christian Deploy for Genesis Esports Academy has just set the fastest lap, 2:130. So, upstaging the sister team. And Tarek Adam responds with a 2:187. This could be a very interesting battle for, not the race win, but for fastest lap of the race between the two Genesis Esports cars.
Yeah, no doubt I doubt it'll be required, but there will be a little bit of communication, a little bit of team orders, and Tarek Adam won't be worried about the Academy team setting the fastest lap, but can you imagine if they were closer together on the circuit, and after 5.5 hours, the Academy team just, we put this effort in, we deserve the win as much as they do. And you could have a sort of Red Bull-esque style battle, inter-team battle on our hands. But yeah, the number 33's well out in front, looks to have this well under control, and I don't think much could stop them now. It would have to be some would be some really bit of bad luck to take away the victory from them now. It would have to be, power cut, technical issue, something like that, because the drivers, especially Tarek Adam, seems to have this well in hand. It's been a tremendously mature drive as well, and doesn't seem to have put a foot wrong. I mean, you've been on station commentating for the duration of this race. Have they put a foot wrong at all?
Neither team have at all, and we have actually eclipsed 1,000, and we're going to now eclipse another. That's going to be 1,012 kilometres of racing completed by the race leaders, as we now head on to lap number 164 of this circuit. I mean, yeah, neither team has neither team have put a foot wrong from Genesis. Monk of Doom, our giveaway winner, said, "Is there really a battle in Red Bull though?"
Well, I was just typing a reply, although I've just found out I'm not actually logged in at the moment to Twitch. So I was sort of thinking of the Verstappen Ricciardo or the Webber Vettel years, when they really came together and it got nasty. At the moment, yeah, Verstappen's very much in control, much like this man, Tarek Adam, who seems to have everything well under control, driving some calm, easy laps, and when they see this less than an hour, less than half an hour, and you just start feeling like, you're realizing you're close to home. You can almost see that checkered flag. But it is not over yet. There's still plenty that can happen, because the amount of drama we had in the first 12 minutes. So anything can happen in these last 24 minutes, of course.
And that's double the amount of drama, that's double the amount of time that we had in the first, as you said, 12 minutes. Because we're 10 seconds away from hitting that marker. But still, yeah. As Cammy and Adam and I have rightly said all the way through the broadcast, anything is possible. Motorsport has one superlative above all that categorises it in no other way possible: unpredictable. But there has been, I wouldn't say the word processional, but I would just say regal from what Genesis Esports have done in both their crews so far. They have literally mirrored each other in terms of their strategy, and that's been quite crucial. They've started with the same driver, they've finished with the same driver. That's been the case with the top three teams. I think Mits Racing after this will be going back a little bit to the drawing board, ready for round 4 on the 3rd of September at Valencia.
Although, Alex, talking of top three, a 15-second penalty's just popped up for Hamling, the number 71 in the BMW.
And
could that affect the race result?
That will do, because no, that was cutting the pit lane. They cut the second part of the pit chicane with all 4 tyres outside of the track, and they were told in the driver's briefing they cannot do this. And that has effectively decided the it has decided the podium, because the gap is dwindling, and now Just Paddock will be told by the team, right, okay, team in front's got 15-second time penalty, go get him. Or you don't need to get him, you need to stay where you are. Don't make a mistake, bring that car across the line. Because that is a post-race penalty now for what was a stellar run by Crack Racing. They have done a really good job. They've kept out of trouble as well, but that is the first moment. And Adam did say, people are starting to get tired. People are making mistakes. That was one of the biggest faux pas that I think I've seen in a very, very long time. I've not seen teams cut the pit lane until just now, and they'll be, Crack Racing will be like thinking, oh, we've just thrown away a podium. But
it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Hamling, if he can get the hammer down and extend that gap, it's 8.661 seconds at the moment. We'll check back in a few moments as well, check if that's a gap that's growing or shrinking. But it's still within the realm of possibility. They can still finish on the podium. They just need to absolutely belt it now and put in some real qualifying laps. And Parrick will have the mixed racing team in his earpiece telling him the exact same thing. You need to get the hammer down and make sure that gap does not grow. So we've got this battle for the podium, but the drivers can't even see each other as the gap is coming down. It's 9.1 seconds now.
Well, it's increased.
I'm sorry, my bad.
It's okay. It's okay. It's been a lot. It's been a long day for everybody, myself included. But yeah, that gap has swollen to 9.2 seconds. So I'm going to concentrate now. Where is Paddock at the moment? Coming across the line. Now the gap was 9.2 seconds. So it's gonna. The next time we see Paddock go through the conclusion of Sect 1, which will be turn 4 at the cutting, we'll then get a further representation. Now, bearing in mind that Deploy is in clean air, well, Hamling is... Now, where is Hamling at the moment? Hamling is going through the cutting. It's just crossed the timing beam. Paddock's just coming through into the cutting now. What's the gap between the two? It's stabilised. 9.2, just under 9.2 seconds. So it's now a case that if... I'm looking at it from this perspective, Cammy. We've got a couple of cars actually in front of Guillaume Hamling. Andy Thorpe in the number 18, who Guillaume Hamling is now coming up to put another lap down on. Might do that before the end of the chase very, very shortly, because they're just going through Forest Elbow. And he's also got the number 16 McLaren of Kim Tiggy, the sim racer car that's been in the barriers more times than I probably had hot Sunday roast dinners in the last 3 weeks. If Hamling can put some cars, because look, down Conrad Straight, Hamling's 3/4 the way down it, Paddock's just onto it and is about to go half across the timing beam to complete Sector 2. It's still around 9.2 seconds. So Hamling, on the previous lap, was half a second quicker than Paddock. We're now going to see when they both come across the line, because they're both going through into Murray's corner. Paul Glover saying, get a move on, Hamling. You've got a motor on. Well, 18 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And the gap is 9.6 seconds. So it's 9.2. But
Harry
yeah,
can live with this at the moment. He doesn't need to catch Hamling, but if he can just hold station and hold it where it is, he will be on their team. The mixed racing will be on the podium. The pressure is on Hamling. He can't just hold steady. He has to start pulling that gap open. If they want to be on the podium, they do not have a choice about that. And the risk just grows exponentially because he's under pressure to go faster. But if he makes a mistake and hits the wall through the cutting or the chase or the skyline or anywhere, then not only are they throwing away the podium, they can throw away valuable points as well, because that will see them possibly fall down the order. Ben Brown for Onid Camsport could pass them as well, depending on the damage that Hamlin could do. So it's a lot of pressure on what was a pretty safe podium.
Well, Slow Shooting said ham and cheese just needs to send it.
Oh, it's made me hungry for some ham and cheese. He's getting Hamlin's getting a lot of love though. So
Yes.
Luke Addison saying, "We love you, Hamlin. We do Peepo Clap." I'm not sure what Peepo Clap is, but it sounds like a song.
It's probably like all the little Twitch emojis and all that kind of stuff. But Luke Addison from Genesis Esports, the current race leaders, yeah. So that gap is running at about 9.4 seconds. Okay. Jos Paddock is about to cross the exit of Sector 2 now. Gap's now increased, 9.7. So it is going up incrementally. But
is that going up enough?
I think it needs to be at least, looking at it from this perspective, 60, let's call it 17 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes to lap. That's probably 9 laps in total. You've got 3 sectors in that. So I would probably, I'm actually gonna use a calculator for this, because otherwise if I try and do mental arithmetic, I am knackered.
Well, whilst Alex is running the numbers and being a mathematician, out of my best guess, I would say as long as this progress is consistent, because if it goes, if his progress falters and it just hangs at 9.7 for a while, and it's going to be very dependent on the traffic as well, how compliant the backmarkers are to let them pass. But I think if he can at least do 3/10, 4/10 of a second per lap, they might just eke it out. It's going to be very tricky, and it's 9.8 now.
Yeah, 9.8. So effectively, he's got to do at least between 2 and 3/10 of a second to have at least a 1.5 seconds, 2 second gap by the end of this race.
I wasn't too far off.
So yeah, so that's 27 sectors in total. The timer is still counting down. So once Hamlin has got to, like, say 12.5, 13 seconds gap, then they'll know that they're on that sort of like final, that home stretch, in order to be able to get that one done. And that was on the calculator on my smartphone. If anyone wants to say, how are your maths? And I went, well, that's how my maths were. It's a case of sometimes you either need a calculator or you need a piece of paper and a pen to try and do that. So sometimes having a smartphone with a calculator on it is an absolute godsend. 10.2 seconds now. 10.2. Guillaume Handling last time, folks, was nearly half a second quicker overall. So if he can push that to half a second, 6/10 without going over the limit of adhesion, I think he's got it.
But he's got to keep this progress up and not make a mistake, not hit the wall. These need to be flawless laps. He needs to have the cooperation of lap traffic, because it's come down just a little bit. It's still over 10 seconds, but it has come down by a 1/10 there. But yeah, these tyres, they're going to be at the end of their life now for this stint. Whilst the car is getting lighter, the drivers are getting even more and more tired, and their eyes are having to work harder in the darkness. And it doesn't matter how much they have their screen brightness turned up, and God forbid any of them have a VR headset on. I feel sorry for any driver who's running with a sort of an Oculus headset or what have you. But it's so tricky to you're working overtime, and no doubt a lot of these drivers will have headaches after this. They're going to be a little bit dehydrated. They're going to be very hot with these computers running. Their arms are going to be aching, especially those who have turned up their force feedback to the max, and it's now just a smidge under 10 seconds. So Parrick has responded.
Well, it's not the fact that Parrick has just responded, but Guillaume Hamlin is stuck behind the number 18 of Andy Thorpe as they're going through into Forest Elbow. Now, this is where Guillaume Hamlin needs to put these two cars in front of Jos Paddock. He's got one in front. He's now got to get past the other one, and he has done so coming out of Forest Elbow with 13 minutes and 18 seconds on the timer remaining. So now Guillaume Hamlin crosses the end of Sector 2. Building speed is Jos Paddock from Mitz Racing. Oh, as Aiden has just gone off,
Racing.
and he's just lost it at the back of the exit of the final corner. Oh dearie,
He hasn't hit the wall too hard though. I think it just looked a bit worse than it really was. He's had to do a bit of a 3-point turn. A lot of clear air behind him. I think that's just going to be a bit of an embarrassing moment where you trip up a step and hope nobody saw you do it. As runs off onto the grass a little bit out of Hell Corner as well. And the drivers are just starting to get a little bit tired now. There's 12 minutes left, and it's like the end of a long journey across the country on the motorways. You're tired, your reaction speeds aren't quite what they were at the start of the journey, and it's only 10 degrees out. And the track temperature as well, very cool.
Yeah, the gap now was over 10 seconds. It's now dropped between Hamling and Parrick to the lowest it's been in the last 10 minutes. Less than 8.4 seconds between the two. Now, Hamling has got those two cars in front. This gives him now the advantage. Gap has dropped again to 8.2 seconds. Yes, well expleted there in 8.3 from Paul Glover with the F asterisk.
Dropping the F-bomb.
Yes, he's dropped the F-bomb, but he's done the PC version of it. Now this is where Guillaume Hamling does have clean air. Now there's only one car in front of him, but it's a little bit further down the road. That is the 83 car, and that is the sensible racing car that we just saw of Aiden just spinning around coming out of Murray's corner. So it's dependent on how quickly Guillaume Hamling can start re-increasing that gap. He now crosses the exit of Sector 2. Jos Parek, what's the gap? That is 7. Oh, it's 7.8.
But of course, Parrick will have to pass those same back markers, and if he catches them in an awkward place through the mountain, he will be held up. And it swings and roundabouts. He could lose time as well, and we could see that gap shoot back up to 11 seconds.
Yeah, so now it is quali style laps for Guillaume Hamling. He's going to have to dig deep, going to have to go through those energy reserves. Because as you rightly put, Cammy, now with 10.5 minutes to go, that is effectively 5 laps. So Tarek Adam at the moment, in the number 33, just looking where he is, he's just about to come through Forest Elbow. So give or take, you're going to have, once they cross the line after lap 171, they will have 5 laps to go. And that will include running everything down to the timer. When you're looking at the pace that Tarek Adam is setting, it's a high 2 minute. So 2:08. So this is now the opportunity for Guillaume Hamling to shine. Jos Parek, was very, very close to the barriers coming out of the cutting. Again, that is flirting with disaster in the dark at Mount Panorama at the top of the hill at Philomey. Jos Parek has already been bitten once tonight by going through Skyline and ending up in the barriers just off of the Dipper. If Jos Parek does it again, that podium will be out of reach. And that gap now is 7.4 seconds again. Did you see that? The right rear nearly clobbed the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow. Jos Parek, he wants to not just close that gap. He wants to overtake that car on the circuit. But with 9 minutes to go, that gap has now started to increase. 7.5 seconds. And Luke Addison saying, Parek lucky with those back markers. You're absolutely spot on with that one, Luke Addison. But now, what has Jos Parek got in front of him? He's got the 2 back markers that Guillaume Hamling has dealt with a few laps ago. And now it's his turn to face a little bit of a pain train.
But he's not caught them in the mountains, has he? He's caught them at the bottom end of the circuit. He could catch them, arguably he could get them before Quarry Bend if they're aware of him and if they let him go past. And the way he was throwing it through the mountain section is very much Jos Parek's attitude is give me glory or give me death. He's just absolutely going for it, and he's either going to get that podium or go out in a blaze of glory. He's got one back marker out the way. He's setting off after the other, and it looks like did he brush the wall a little bit there? I'm not sure, but it does look like he's going to catch that second back marker on the second half of the mountain, possibly down through the S's, which could cost him a little bit of time. And this is the opportunity Hamlin needs to really extend that gap, and just not doing enough at the moment. Or Jos Paddock is doing enough just to prevent, you can imagine it like a tug of war. And he's really flirting with danger. It's like a tug of war. He's just pulling that rope in or reeling him in like a fisherman as he comes down through the S's, absolutely launching it down there. And luckily he's not quite caught the back marker through. So this has worked out very nicely for Jos Paddock, because he's going to get the back marker down the Conrad Straight. So he's been able to absolutely fly through the mountain section as quickly as possible, whereas Hamlin would have been hoping he'd be held up through the mountain section.
The gap has gone up to just under 7.8 seconds as Lauper has pitted. Oh, the splash and dash is happening because Rein Lauper was just 2 minutes shy of breaking 65 minutes. So they have decided that is now going to be their last pit stop. Is that going to cost? Now, the thing is, the gap is coming down. Arda Aiden, who was spinning through Murray's corner just a few moments ago, is closing in. Now, where is that car at the minute? I'm just trying to find it on the track map. That car is now going through Mountain Straight.
Yeah, they've got the pass.
So New Kids Turbo were on course for 6th position, but through a slightly earlier pit stop. Now, of course, we do have to remember that he did have to pit for damage. The gap has gone up between Paddock and Hamlin to 8.2 seconds, but with 6 minutes to go, that effectively does mean that Mitz Racing will pick up 3rd position. So, yeah, just a real shame for Cracked Racing, Invincible Haters and the BMW. They had done such a sterling job up until that point where the 15-second penalty for crossing the pit lane white line on exit was very much quickly dealt with. And Jos Paddock is right with the other back marker. Now this is going to give a little bit of breathing space. They've also got another back marker in front, the 453 of Rein Lauper, who's just come out of pit lane. So Jos Paddock has not just got the 18 car in front, he's got the 453. So he's got 2 McLarens of Andy Thorpe and Rein Lauper to deal with. But he's caught Andy Thorpe on Conrad Straight. The gap, we're waiting to see if that does increase.
Not flashing the lights. I thought he'd be in a mad panic to make sure these back markers move out the way. It does look like they've moved to the side. Yeah, they've just eased off the gas through the kink and let Jos Paddock go by. So that's great to see. But that gap has grown a little bit, but it's not growing enough. With just over 4.5 minutes to go, the gap is 8.4 seconds. I don't think Hamlin's going to be able to pull this one off, Alex.
No, I don't. I think exactly the same, Cammy. If it was like, say, an additional 5 minutes, then you could probably say that Guillaume Hamlin would have the opportunity. Now, there is one car in between these two. Jos Paddock makes his way out of Hell Corner, down Mountain Straight, heading towards Quarry Bend. Slow shooting saying, surely Hamlin will push it to 15 seconds in 5 minutes. Well, when you have a circuit that compromises you in terms of the limit of adhesion, and it's in the middle, and it's at 10:30 at night, the circuit that you are going to be most fearful of is this one here. You have only got the headlights as your reference point on this circuit. That is going to be crucial. Jos Paddock has been flirting with the barriers, and again, very close going through into Reed Park. Now going into Sulman. Let's see the approach into McPhillamy. He's going to absolutely hurtle that car through sideways and nearly glances the barrier. Was about a quarter of a door width away from hitting that. We've seen Jos Paddock come a cropper here at Skyline and the S's. I think he might have just caught the right rear ever so slightly. but it wasn't enough to unsettle the car and throw it into a bit of a tailspin. And that gap has gone up to 8.6 seconds. 3 minutes to go. Race leader now on what will be the penultimate lap of this race. Because it's just 3 minutes to go. Tarek Adam now making his way through Quarry Bend. As Jos Parek, gap now up to 9 seconds. Yeah, that is... If that gap was any higher, I think both Cammy and I would have thought... If that gap was about 14 seconds, then Guillaume Hamling would be literally on the home stretch, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think as well, Jos Parek now can afford... He knows there's only 2.5 minutes to go. He can even slow down a little bit now. He can relax. He doesn't need to take those risks. He doesn't need to... He's been really flirting with danger as he gets close to the barriers up at the top of the mountain. He can slow down a little bit. He can lose half a second a lap. As long as that gap doesn't go over 15 seconds, he knows he's safe. And, I mean, it would be a little cruel tease for Hamling to see the gap going up, but not quite enough. But, yeah, the pressure's still on for Hamling, and it's coming off Paddock now, and he just needs to just get these last few miles out the way, and they've secured a podium, as I'm sure he got a slide on through Quarry there, but it is quite hard to see in the dark when you've just got these headlights coming towards you.
Single digit temperatures, air temperature 9 degrees, track temperature 9 degrees. Track is now slippier than ever before as we head into the last minute and a half of the third round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. And as ideally had a crescendo point there as Jos Paddock was flirting with the barriers through McPhillamy. You can see the amount of correction down to third gear, down to second, trying to keep it nice and tight to the barriers but not make any mistakes here. That's what Jos Paddock is trying to do through into Forest Elbow for what will be the penultimate time. But the leader now is on the final lap of this race. 176 laps of the 6.213 kilometre circuit will be completed in about 2 minutes time. There's your race leader, Tarek Adam, heading through into Quarry Bend for what will be the final time. And at the end of this race, folks, we will have a total distance of just under 7 kilometres shy of 1,100 kilometres total distance completed. And for those wondering, what is that in miles? That is going to be... You know what? I try and do something.
The calculator again. I just want to highlight though, the track has gone from optimum to fast. As you said, it's a little bit more slippy, but this could catch a few drivers out. This could be a little bit of a spanner in the works in these last few laps, because it's not a gradual procession. The grip will just suddenly switch down to a lower level, and drivers have been driving for several hours now, relying on certain braking points. They're going to have to be suddenly braking earlier and going a little bit more carefully through the mountain section. So we could see there is the risk that a couple drivers who are driving on the edge of adhesion could accidentally plant it into a barrier. You'd hate to see it, but it's not over yet. It's a real little curveball being thrown in these last few dying seconds.
But we turn our attention to the race leaders. The timer has officially struck 0 as Ben Brown rolling to a crawl out of the final corner. It is going to be the number 33 of Tarek Adam and Genesis Esports that pick up their second win of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. Winners at Watkins Glen, second last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, and they pick up the W here at the mountain, Mount Panorama in Bathurst. A little bit of a moment there for one of the cars going through into the cutting. And it is, for those that put your chat points in, was it going to be a Team Genesis 1-2? That is the case. So congratulations to Tarek Adam, Luke Addison and Cody Sherritt for picking up their second race win of the season. Giovanni Porzio, Henry Meyer and Christian Deploy being the three drivers that pick up second position. And we are now, well, Christian Deploy making his way down through the through Skyline, down the S's into the Dipper, for what's going to be the final time. It has been an absolutely perfect display by those drivers tonight, Cammy. It really has.
And a bittersweet moment for Hamling in the BMW as they come across the line in third place. But Just Paddock for Mitz Racing manages to hold on to an 8.9 second gap to deny the number 71 of that podium. So that will change in the final race classification, of course. And here comes Christian Duploy for Genesis Esports, rounding the chase now. So Ben Brown was 3 laps down, Hamlin was 2 laps down, and I don't think anybody was on the lead lap apart from the number 33 as the number 980 comes across the line to secure that 1-2 for Genesis Esports.
Genesis Esports, both cars were, funny enough, folks, on the lead lap. So it was the 1-2 finish on the lead lap. So we'll take you through what is effectively the provisional finishing order. Of course, there may be some decisions post-race. And there you can see that Hamlin drops to, well, Cracked Racing, Invincible Haters. They finish in fourth after that 15-second post-race penalty. Oh, and there was a change for 13th because Mitchell Van Vincem from the number 28 FRS Ferrari got a 30-second penalty, which has been converted into a post-race penalty. So Genesis Esports take the victory. Their sister team, the Academy car, and the 980 takes second. Mitz Racing, another podium for the 777. And a real shame for Cracked Racing. Invincible Haters have to be my team of the day, despite the fact that Genesis Esports picked up the 1-2. And I know that Johnny, I can feel my ears burning because Johnny Ashley is probably jumping for joy because Onid Cam Sport have picked up 5th position ahead of the number 83 McLaren. So great job by Ada Aydin for bringing the sensible racing car over the line in 6th. 7th was the 453 car. That was a car that was a little bit in the trenches earlier on, Cammy. New Kids Turbo, they take 7th. Number 40, RPM Motorsport. Louis Velez for Fusion Racing take 9th, and Graham Morris in the number 29 Final Drive Sim Racing car. That rounds out the top 10. Then you've got the 486 Porsche, the 17 Lamborghini, the 987 Ferrari, the 28. Well, it's the 28 Ferrari rounding out 14th. The number 18 completing the top 15. Then we had the 506 of Bex Racing, the 74 of ADS Esport, Kim Tiggy in the number 16 Sim Racer car that was in the barriers quite a bit this race, unfortunately for them. But they finished 18th. The number 69 Lamborghini with Adam Scott behind the wheel. That's Homo Huffers. They finished 19th ahead of the 31 Lamborghini Running Simhound rookies. Not been a good one for Wild Things, but credit to Evan Davas, Denise Pope, and Richard Pixley for bringing the car home in 21st position. But yeah, Cammy, final thoughts on what has been an absolutely crazy halfway point of this Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by SGP here at Mount Panorama.
Well, some drivers are going to be absolutely elated, celebrating this result, and there's going to be drivers who they're not fans of this circuit, and they're just going to be glad the ordeal is over. Because a 6-hour slog around what is arguably the most demanding circuit that Assetto Corsa Competizione has to offer. The walls coming close, you've got the climb up the mountain, you've got the decline as well. It all changes where you're braking. The car often goes light over the bumps heading downhill. It's so easy to make a mistake and put it in the barrier. Some drivers relish that challenge, and some rightfully fear the mountain as well. There's going to be a lot of celebrating, no doubt, with Genesis Esports. And some drivers are just going to be licking their wounds and looking forward to the next round where there'll be a lot more runoff space and they can make a few more mistakes without that harsh punishment of wrecking the car.
Exactly. On the 3rd of September 2023, we say goodbye, first of all. Thank you, Australia. We head to Spain, to Valencia, on the 3rd of September for the 4th round to the shortest circuit on this, just over 4 kilometres in length. It's going to be another 360 minutes of racing for the 4th round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. Firstly, a few thank yous before we close things off. A big thank you to Moza Racing for their support. A big thank you to Stefan Hutter behind the scenes, holding the fort for Dan Terry. A big thank you to our special guest from Alpine Esports, Matt Bincliffe. A real pleasure to have him along with us. Big thank you to Owned Racing's Johnny Ashley for joining me on the co-hosting side of things for that. Cammy, thank you very much for jumping in for not just the first half of the race, but for the last few moments of it. And a big thank you to Adam Ely. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. We will see you on, and also, finally, can't forget our man behind the cameras. Big up Mr. Dan Hyde. Absolutely fantastic. We also have to say, final word about our stewards. Mark and Gareth, guys, you've been absolute troopers tonight. Thank you very much for keeping us updated on every single incident that occurred during the race. Stewarding, as we know, is a very, very thankless task. But that's it from us here at Sim Racing GP. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter. Give us a follow. Give us a like if you've enjoyed this one. If you've clipped, share it around on social media. Thank you so much for tuning in. 2 different winners from 3 different races. Will we make it 3 from 4 at Valencia on the 3rd of September? You're going to have to wait to find out. Thanks for watching. Good night.
Tigers 3 of a crest. Opens. Keep middle of a jump. 45 right. Extra long. Tigers 4. 30.